The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger. Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Loveland please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning, colleagues. Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Zenzinger. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Friday, April 29th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Committee reports.
May 2nd, 2022, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 40 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 69 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 80 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 85 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 134 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 151 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 161 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 186 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 187 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 206 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 207 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriation, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 210 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 225 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 226 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 233 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 234 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 235 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 236 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Senate Services.
May 2nd, 2022, Senate Services report correctly engrossed. Senate Bill 81, 163, 196, 199, 211, 216, 219, 220, 222, 227, and 230. Senate Joint Resolution 13 correctly re-engrossed. Senate Bills 177, 200, 213, 223, 228, and 229. Correctly revised. House Bills 1055, 1067, 1114, 1137, 1218, 1301, 1316, 1319, 1351, 1368, 1371, and 1373. House Joint Resolution 1018. Correctly re-revised. House Bills 1083, 1133, 1243, 1282, 1309, 1344, 1347, 1356, 1360, and 1379. Correctly enrolled. Senate Bill 11, 35, 55, 57, 127, 158, 169, 171, 174, 184, and 194.
Members, please draw your attention to the reader for an upcoming letter that will be read. Letter from the Senate Secretary.
May 2nd, 2022, Ms. Cindy Markwell, Dear Secretary Markwell, effective midnight Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, I will resign as Senator from the 30th Senate District of Colorado. My wife and I are relocating to Florida to be closer to family and to continue our private sector careers. In advance of my resignation as Senator, I will step down as Senate Minority Leader effective midnight Sunday, May 15, 2022. The Senate Minority Caucus will meet following adjournment sine die on final day of the session to elect the Senate Minority Leader and to fill any subsequent leadership vacancies as might result from that election. Such elections would then be effective Monday, May 16, 2022. I pray for God's blessing upon the people of Colorado, for every member of the Colorado General Assembly, the partisan staff of each caucus, House and Senate chamber staff, and the employees in the Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Legal Services, Joint Budget Committee, and the Office of the State Auditor. Thank you to the outstanding men and women of the Colorado State Patrol who keep people and property safe within the Capitol complex. Thank you to the employees of the Department of Personnel and Administration who work so hard to maintain the Colorado State Capitol building. It has been an honor and privilege to represent the people of Senate District 30 and to work with each of you. Nil sine numine, Chris Holbert, Senator Chris Holbert, Douglas County.
Members, there will be plenty of time to embarrass the Minority Leader. But this is a big moment for his family. Please join me in thanking him and appreciating all of the years of service he's given to the state of Colorado. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by you.
The motion is to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and we will proceed out of order. President Finberg. President Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, we are joined today at the Capitol for a special recognition, and because of that, we have some special friends here from CU and the Boulder Boulder. We are joined by the brand new, but not a new face to us, CU President Todd Solomon, CU Boulder Chancellor Phil DeStefano, the Boulder Boulder founder and advisor Steve Bosley, and the Boulder Boulder race director Cliff Bosley. After 2 years, the Boulder Boulder returns live and in person on May 30th, 2022, after a few kind of hibernation seasons, with an event that's part run, walk, parade, Memorial Day tribute, and community celebration. This event showcases the Boulder community and the University of Colorado and has earned a reputation as one of the largest and most respected community running events in the entire world. The event is a true community partnership that draws nearly 50,000 participants, enriches the state's economy, and introduces prospective students and families to the state's flagship university. After the challenges that Colorado and our nation have faced in the last several years, the Boulder Boulder and the University of Colorado are proud to recognize our partnership and unite our community around a celebration like no other. And if you have never been to the Boulder Boulder, I encourage you to go. It is hilarious and a lot of fun, but also a very serious race. And it wakes me up very early in the morning every year because it runs right by my front door. But it's a whole lot of fun, and thank you all for your commitment from the university and from the race to the Boulder community and for the entire state of Colorado. Members, there are not a lot of perks to being in the state legislature, as you know, but one of them is that every year you get a Boulder Boulder t-shirt and you don't have to run the race. That's a great deal. And so there are t-shirts at the back of the chamber. Please grab one. I think there is some CU propaganda on your desks as well from the CU team. But honestly, thank you all for what you do and for your commitment. Thank you for coming back once again and delivering these t-shirts. I love going to the grocery store, and someone asked me if I ran, I just say, yeah, totally. I was one of the first to cross that finish line this year. It was great. But thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for their service to the community.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we have a tribute to present to someone who is very special in this building, who has gone largely behind the scenes, but is responsible for many of the improvements and restoration that you have seen in the Capitol. So with that, I would ask Ms. Cole to read the tribute to Mr. Lance Shepard.
State of Colorado, the Senate and House of Representatives convened in the second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly hereby extends sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to Lance Shepard for his 22 years of dedicated service to the Colorado Capitol Complex. During his tenure as the primary architect, Lance was charged with the Herculean task of both modernizing the Colorado State Capitol building to meet 21st century demands while also maintaining its historical essence and integrity. Among Lance's many projects that restored and vastly improved the Colorado Capitol building are the Senate and House chambers, the old Supreme Court chambers, and the old State Library, the Capitol Dome rehabilitation, and the phases of life safety projects. Lance also oversaw the geothermal and LEED EB projects, which set our state capitol building apart from other states in our commitment to green energy. With his impressive breadth of knowledge and his deep-seated honesty, Lance was always the first person the Secretary of the Senate and the Chief Clerk of the House consulted with regarding any proposed changes, no matter how small. It is impossible to quantify the positive impact Lance has made during his 22-year career as the Capitol Complex architect, but his technical prowess and dedication to quality will remain evident in the building itself. Lance's commitment to professional standards and the Capitol Complex and his contribution as mentor and trusted loyal advisor will be greatly missed as he moves to his next phase in his journey. Lance, we thank you for your years of service, your dedication to the institution of the General Assembly, and sharing your talents and gifts with us. We extend our best wishes for a rewarding retirement. On request of Senators Steve Fenberg and Dominic Moreno and Representative Alec Garnett, given the second day of May 2022, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, Steve Fenberg, President of the Senate, Alec Garnett, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, we do have Mr. Lance Shepard with us just to the right of the chamber. And I got to know Lance through my service on the Capitol Building Advisory Committee. And I've never met someone who is so humble, yet is so trusted as the voice of the renovation projects in this Capitol, and someone who literally shepherded through, not to forgive the pun, but literally shepherded through all of the projects that have been completed in recent years, and did it with such grace and humility, and with really an eye towards preserving the historic nature of this building. And so, Lance, we owe you such a deep debt of gratitude, and thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Lance, your work is going to live on for so long. I know all of us can probably relate to this, which is no matter how late it is in session, how late it is in the day, and you're still here working, whether you're gearing up for a big floor fight or what, for me, when I walk into this building and especially this chamber, all of those anxieties and those fears and those feelings go away because it reminds me what a deep honor it is to do this work. And you are behind the scenes and have really allowed that to persist in retaining the beauty of this building and making sure it has the sanctity and the respect that it deserves and has deserved for so long. And because of your work, I think that is going to live on for a very, very long time. Thank you for everything you have done, your commitment to this building and the history that is in the walls. You know, there are so many times over the last several years that I've heard our Senate Secretary Cindy say, I don't know what I would have done without Lance for that project or this project or that thing. And now I hear her say, literally, I don't know what I'm going to do without Lance. So you are always welcome to provide advice, to offer your expertise, and we hope you won't go too far, and we'll always do right by you in any future projects or future renovations that happen in this building. Let's give Lance a round of applause for his commitment and service.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also wanted to share appreciation for Lance as well. I tell folks all the time that when we come down to the Capitol, we want to make sure that it's a welcoming environment for folks. And I visited the Capitol, I think, as an adult. I might have been 23. Growing up here, right down the street in Park Hill, I'd never visited this place. And I think a lot of the feeling outside of the building is that it's a scary place to come and visit. But because of you, your family, and the great work of the team you've had while being here at the Capitol, you've created a safe place. You've created a fun place, an exciting place, and folks come down here realizing that it's just a building. There's tables, there's chairs, and it's not a scary environment, but you also make it beautiful to look at. I thank you especially for the work that you did with the old Supreme Court chambers, because that room looks amazing, but also the entire campus. So you've really been a blessing to so many people, and we come and go, but the work you've done will really last forever. And we're grateful for all the work you've done in making this a fun, but also effective place to work. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Today, we're pleased to have a special guest with us, and I wanted to recognize him. When the majority leader was an aide, and I was a House member, and the minority leader was in the lobby, and Senator Sonnenberg, the Chief Sergeant of the Senate was a man that we all knew well, Phil Brown. Phil's with us this morning. Phil, please stand. I remember as a House member coming over here and wondering if I could come in, and Phil threw the door open and said, "Come on in, Representative." And I wasn't sure I wanted to come in, but he invited me in, and I found a sponsor for my bill that was on third reading, and that was a moment I'll always remember. Thank you and welcome back, Phil, and we wish you the very best. Understand you're doing well in the private sector, as the minority leader would say, doing great things in Colorado Springs. Thank you and welcome.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, we have a group of people here representing an organization that has done great things in all of our districts.
Oh yeah, a moment of personal privilege.
That could cost me money.
Granted.
Thank you for that moment of personal privilege, Mr. President. So, tribute here. State of Colorado, the Senate and the House of Representatives convened in the second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to Great Outdoors Colorado, otherwise known as GOCO. The Colorado General Assembly pays tribute to the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund, also known as Great Outdoors Colorado, or GOCO, to recognize the organization's 30-year history of successfully investing a portion of Colorado lottery proceeds in the great outdoors. GOCO's mission is to help preserve and enhance Colorado's parks, trails, and wildlife, rivers, and open spaces. GOCO was created in 1992 through the vote of the people and a constitutional amendment to award competitive grants to local government and land trusts and make investments through Colorado Parks and Wildlife to protect our state's outdoor heritage and identity. In 2022, GOCO celebrates 30 years of having the privilege of supporting Colorado's conservation, recreation, and stewardship needs. Its board has invested $1.4 billion in 5,500 projects across all 64 counties. GOCO recognizes the essential efforts of its numerous partners, including parks and wildlife, local government, and nonprofit land conservation organizations, and offers endless gratitude for their collaboration and passion. Together, they are working to elevate GOCO's values of resource conservation, outdoor stewardship, community vitality, equitable access to the outdoors, and youth connections to nature. GOCO is committed to advancing equity by breaking down barriers to funding while helping to improve and expand outdoor opportunities for more people and communities to experience and enjoy. We celebrate GOCO's commitment to being a trusted funding partner for Colorado's outdoors for decades to come. On request of Senators Dennis Heisey and Senator Sonia Hawkes Lewis and Representative David Ortez and Representative Matt Soper, given the 2nd day of May 2022, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by President of the Senate, Steve Finberg, and Speaker of the House of Representatives, Alec Garnett. You're laughing at me.
Thank you, Senator Sizey. Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. A moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. So today is GoCo Day at the Capitol. Each of you have on your desk a sheet that lists all the wonderful events and activities that GoCo has sponsored in your district so that you know what GoCo has been doing to help the folks in each of your districts. I also wanted to let you know that they have between 12 and 2 down on the first floor in the west side of the rotunda. They have a special guest for us to meet, GoCo's spokes creature, Wilder, who is half Yeti, half goat. And you can check out and meet Wilder when you want to take a break then. I personally am so proud to work with GoCo. Last year I was able to sponsor House Bill 211318, which is the creation of the Outdoor Equity Grant Program that for the first time ever funded programs for underserved youth. And it exposes so many families to the wonderful outdoors of Colorado. And we have our special guests with us today. I'd like to take a moment to recognize each of them, so why don't you stand when we read your name. Turk Montepere is here. Pamela Denahy is here. Mina Labert. Tom Lee. Jackie Miller, Joss Tennyson, and Mo Siegel is here. Thank you all for your wonderful work.
Just a few more remarks. One of the good things about GoCo and their folks, we never have to ask them to stop their war on rural Colorado. They do more for rural Colorado than they probably do for the urban areas despite the population imbalance. So thank you for remembering that there's more to Colorado than the Front Range.
Happy GoCo Day.
Will the clerk please add Senator Fields to the roll? Message from the House.
May 2nd, 2022, the House has adopted and transmit herewith House Joint Resolution 1019 as printed in House Journal May 2nd, 2022.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will proceed out of order to take up resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1019?
House Joint Resolution 1019, Representatives Van Beber and Holtorf, Senator Sonnenberg and Cook, concerning the designation of a portion of Colorado State Highway 85 as a private Joe P. Martinez Memorial Highway.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1019 and ask that it be read at length.
Will the clerk please read House Joint Resolution 1019 at length?
House Joint Resolution 1019 by Representatives Van Beber and Holtorf and Senators Sonnenberg and Cook, concerning the designation of a portion of Colorado State Highway 85 as the private Joe P. Martinez Memorial Highway. Whereas Joseph Joe P. Martinez was born in Taos, New Mexico in 1920 to Jose Manuel Martinez and Maria Eduvigen Romo, and whereas in 1927, when Joe was 7 years old, his parents moved the family to Ault, Colorado, and whereas Joe Martinez was drafted into the United States Army in 1942 at the age of 22, and he shipped off to Camp Robertson, California for basic training, and whereas upon completing his training, Private Martinez was assigned to Company K, 32nd Infantry, 7th Infantry Division. The 7th Infantry Division was part of the force that but landed at Attu in the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. And whereas the Japanese invaded the Aleutian Islands in June 1942, the first time American soil had been invaded by a foreign power since the War of 1812, and held a key defensive position in the snow-covered mountains between East Armholtz Bay and Chichagof Harbor. And whereas on May 26, 1943, after repeated efforts to drive the enemy back, troop dispositions were readjusted and a trial-coordinated attack by a reinforced battalion was launched. And whereas in the face of severe hostile machine gun fire, rifle, and mortar fire, Private Martinez, an automatic rifleman, rose to his feet and resumed his advance, occasionally stopping to urge his comrades on. And whereas after a most difficult climb, Private Martinez eliminated resistance from part of the enemy position by Browning automatic rifle fire, BAR fire, and hand grenades, but his success only partially completed the action. And whereas the main Holtz-Chichagof Pass rose about 150 feet higher, flanked by steep rocky ridges, and passage was barred by enemy fire from either flank and from tiers of snow trenches in front. And whereas despite these obstacles and knowing of their existence, Private Martinez again led the troops on and up, personally silencing several trenches with BAR fire and ultimately reaching the pass itself. And whereas just below the rim of the pass, Private Martinez encountered a final enemy-occupied trench, and as he engaged in firing into it, he was mortally wounded. And whereas the pass, however, was taken, and its recapture was a key victory in defeating and driving the Japanese from the United States soil, and whereas Private Joe Martinez was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the first Hispanic American to have received that award, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein. 1, that the portion of Colorado State Highway 85 from the intersection of Colorado State Highway 85 and 1st Street in Alt to the intersection of Colorado State Highway 85 and East Main Avenue and Pierce be designated as the Private Joe P. Martinez Memorial Highway. 2, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs to mark Colorado State Highway 85 from the intersection of Colorado State Highway 85 and 1st Street in Alt to the intersection of Colorado State Highway 85 and East Main Avenue and Pierce as the Private Joe P. Martinez Memorial Highway. 3, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for Weld County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Private Joe P. Martinez Memorial Highway. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to members of Private Joe Martinez's family, Christopher Martinez, Julia Patterson, Francis Salmaron, Susan Gonzalez, Mary Taylor, and Gary and Vicky Vigil.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you can be seated. Thank you very much. I'm honored today to honor the life of Private Joe Martinez. I'm eternally grateful and thankful for those who are willing to sacrifice for others. Private Martinez was the first Hispanic American to have received the Medal of Honor, exemplifying the very definition of what it means to be an American hero as he fought valiantly against the Japanese. Joe demonstrated the qualities of a hero to the letter. His bravery, courage, determination, and conviction on the battlefield is a testament to how we are called to serve our fellow citizens every day. Private Martinez exemplifies the best of the people that live in my district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. You know, on Friday we heard another one of the joint resolutions honoring Stan Cass and putting certain mile markers on a state highway for him because of his involvement in the military, but also he was directly behind the Greeley Veterans Memorial. And in the middle of the stone pillars, the granite, the marble, is a bronze statue of Private Joe Martinez. He said these words as he charged up the mountain, "Come on, let's go." He got his men, and they charged up the hill, up that mountain, and as you heard, took many of the trenches. That phrase, "Come on, let's go," was used throughout the rest of the war to sell war bonds. So it's quite an honor to have that man from Weld County. But not only was he the first Hispanic ever to win the Medal of Honor, first private in World War II to attain the Medal of Honor, the first soldier of the 7th Infantry Division to attain the Medal of Honor, first serviceman in World War II from Colorado to attain the Medal of Honor, and the only American to attain the Medal of Honor for World War II actions on U.S. soil outside of Pearl Harbor. The man was truly a hero and well deserving of our nation's highest award.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for your time and attention today. Thanks to my colleagues for the kind words. It's true. As you know, I grew up outside of Alt, Colorado, actually, and he is a hometown hero. Joe P. Martinez is an inspiration to our community for generations now. His family is well known and respected. I worked with his brother, Dell. He worked with my dad on our farm. We drove trucks together, even when I was too young to drive on the county roads, and he'd always say, "Time to switch horses." All of our families are linked in these small communities, right? But a man like Joe P. Martinez and what he did, the resolution is lovely, and I don't even think it does enough to explain how much he did, the lives that he actually saved that day. It's always been my understanding, just the history of what he did that day, true heroics, the people that he saved, the people he inspired, a true American hero, and he's from Alt. And I would encourage you today, I want to first of all thank his family for allowing us to honor him in this way. It will be so nice to drive going up to Pierce and see this name, for everyone to know what an honor it is to have this person come from our little hometown. So that will be really special for us. And again, to his family, thank you. But I would also encourage you all, Joe P. Martinez is honored with a statue on the Capitol grounds. And when school children come to the Capitol, on the off chance that I actually get a minute to visit with them, or even if they're kids from Alt or Pierce or, Briggsdale, Eaton, around where we grew up, to say there's a guy from our community who's honored on the steps of on the Capitol grounds with a beautiful statue explaining what he did. It's a real source of pride for me. It's a real source of pride for our community and us as a state, and I would really encourage you to visit that. And when people are here to learn about the Capitol, take them down there. And if you do come to see this highway between Alt and Pierce, go to Liberty Park in Alt and see the statue there. I see nodding heads from the veterans in the chamber. There is a beautiful statue where he isn't standing with his rifle. It's shouldered and has his hand outstretched. And it's a very, very moving statue. And I would encourage you to visit our town, see the statue, and spend a little time in that park that honors this great man. And also, obviously, encourage your aye vote today on this resolution. And I do thank you for your time. I know it's the end of session and things get busy, but when I saw this coming on the calendar, I contacted the United Veterans Committee and thanked them for doing this too. So anyway, you all have my gratitude, and like I said, come to Alt, learn a little bit more about the man beyond what was in the resolution, and please pass it on to our young people so that that kind of pride might inspire that kind of service in the future. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew the motion for adoption of House Joint Resolution 1019 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the passage of House Joint Resolution 1019. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Joint Resolution 1019 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on House Joint Resolution 1019. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's indeed an honor to have family and people from the Veterans of Foreign War Post join us today. So with your indulgence, let me introduce some of the family that's here. Mary Vigil, and please stand as yes. Christopher Martinez is a grandnephew. Mary is a niece. Susan Gonzalez is a grandniece. Gary and Vicky Vigil are grandnephew. Jacqueline Brito is the great grandniece. And then many of you met Friday our great team from the Commander Post 4, or from the post VFW Post 4334. Rick McClatchy is here. Tom and Susie Roberts are both here again. Bill Martin and Joe Gallegos. John Keene. Not on my list, but thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Help me welcome the family and members.
Nice job, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. The Senate will come back to order. Change in sponsorship. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Kolker will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 163 with Senator Coleman. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles on all of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1368, Representatives Harrod, Senator Rodriguez, concerning opportunities for persons to access community corrections programs. House Bill 1316, Representative McCormick and Catlin, Senators Donovan and Simpson, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Senate Bill 81, Senators Smallwood and Donovan, Representatives Tipper and Will, concerning a requirement that the Board of Directors of the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange create a consumer outreach campaign to provide consumers with comprehensive information regarding covered health care services and in connection therewith, adjusting the limit on the total amount of tax credits that may be granted to health insurance companies. Senate Bill 196, Senators Gonzalez and Lee, Representatives Bacon and Benavides, concerning supporting the health needs of persons who may be involved with the criminal justice system and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Senate Bill 220, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives McCluskey and Esgar, concerning the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Senate Bill 227, Senator Hinrichsen, Representatives Valdez D. and Will, concerning the continuation of the Department of Agricultural spending authority granted through the legislation enacted in 2021 legislative session. House Bill 1137, Representatives Ricks and Bradfield, Senators Gonzalez and Coleman, concerning practices of unit owners associations and in connection therewith, authorizing the enforcement of certain matters regarding unit owners associations and small claims court, and limiting the conduct of unit owners associations and collecting unpaid assessments, fees, and fines.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1368, House Bill 1316, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 227, and House Bill 1137.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 196, House Bill 1137, and Mr. President, if it would be of help to you, I'm happy to go through the list of bills that I'll be no vote on third reading.
Minority Leader Holbert will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1368, 1137, and Senate Bills 81 and 196. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368 and House Bill 1137.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1368 and 1137. Senator Lundin.
Good morning, Mr. President. Today, the Senate and the House are equal opportunity offenders. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368 and 1137, and on Senate Bills 081 and 196.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 196, and House Bill 1137. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 196, and House Bill 1137.
Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 196, and House Bill 1137. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 196, and Senate Bill 220.
Yeah.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368, Senate Bill 196, and Senate Bill 220. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137. James.
Senator Simpson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368 and House Bill 1137.
Senator Kirkmeyer will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1368 and 1137. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote
on House Bill 1368, and I will remain a yes vote on 1137 because of stakeholding that took part by the sponsors.
Senator Priola will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1368. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137.
Senator Rankin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1137. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1368 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lee, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1316 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rankin, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Coram, Henriksen, Lee, Winter, Story, Pedersen, Sonnenberg, Lundin. Please add the president. And Senator Gardner. And Senator Gonzalez. And Senator Woodward. Oh, please remove Senator Woodward. He is not going to co-sponsor a bill he voted against. I mean, you could. With 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 81 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rankin, Jaquez Lewis, Gardner, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Cook, Sonnenberg, Liston, Woodward, Priola, Coram, Bridges, Coleman, Henriksen, Majority Leader Moreno, Hansen, Rodriguez, Kolker, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Pedersen, Janal, Story, Scott. Please add the president. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 196 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Buckner, Winter, Majority Leader Moreno, Story, Pedersen, Donovan, Simpson, Kolker, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 220 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lee, Winter, Bridges, Smallwood, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Coram, Donovan, Pedersen, Story, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 227 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Jaquez Lewis, Donovan, Scott, Coram, Story. Please add the president. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1137 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Donovan, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Sonnenberg, Buckner. Bridges. I was going to until Senator Sonnenberg did. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1301?
House Bill 1301, Representative Sober and Roberts, Senators Donovan and Simpson, concerning the treatment of controlled environment agricultural facilities for property tax purposes.
Would anybody like to move the bill? Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1301 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1301. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 30.
Just a little bit.
What'd we do?
Zoe, apologies, but apparently no one listens when you read because you read a different bill. Which I'm guessing was just a test. You were testing us. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1301?
House Bill 1301, Representatives Soper and Roberts, Senators Donovan and Simpson, concerning the treatment of controlled environment agricultural facilities for property tax purposes.
Move it again.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1301 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1301. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1301 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sonnenberg, Janal, Jaquez Lewis,
For the greenhouses.
Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez, Scott, Kolker, Pedersen, Buckner. Please have the president. What? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1218 lay over till tomorrow, Tuesday, May 3rd.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1218 until tomorrow, May 3rd. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1218 will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1371?
House Bill 1371, Representatives McLaughlin and Roberts, Senators Cook and Fields, concerning removing the requirement that a peace officer be a bona fide Colorado resident.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we move House Bill 1371 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing
For
none,
liberty.
the motion is the passage of House Bill 1371. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1371 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1319?
House Bill 1319 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Judah, Senator Gonzalez, concerning dependency orders for an unaccompanied child in federal custody in Colorado.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move House Bill 1319 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? See none. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1319. Are there any no votes? Senators Woodward, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Scott. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1319 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Buckner, Rodriguez, Story, Fields, Lee, Majority Leader Moreno, Hansen, Pedersen, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1373?
House Bill 1373, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senator Gonzalez, concerning prohibiting courts from ordering juveniles to pay restitution to insurance companies.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1373 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge and highlight the work of Mirror Image Arts. They work alongside young people who have found themselves either navigating trauma or behavioral health issues or the juvenile justice system. And they work with these young people through theater, through art, in order to help them heal. And last year, they came to me with what ultimately resulted in 1373. And I do just want to acknowledge their work, thank the young people for being willing enough to share their stories, and then all of the work of the adults who support them to come forward and bring forward this policy that we are now passing today. Through this bill, we hope that we remove one more barrier to these young people's healing so that they can move forward and be positive and productive members of our community. Colleagues, I deeply ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1373. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Rankin, Smallwood, Heisey, Priola, Woodward, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Scott. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1373 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Buckner, Lee, Donovan, will the clerk please read the title to my favorite bill of the year? Does not make me uncomfortable whatsoever. House Bill 1055.
House Bill 1055, Representatives Lantin and Harrod, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Winter, concerning a sales and use tax exemption for essential hygiene products.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1055 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in the House, the Speaker seemed a little bit confused about what products this bill actually was about, so I was hoping you could help point out what this bill is actually making tax exempt. For us.
Further discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we heard this in finance a number of weeks ago, and it's my recollection it also covers depends and such. So there's a certain part of the aisle that this bill might soon help, so I would hope that this would be a bipartisan yes.
I would welcome any more discussion. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1055. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg. This isn't 17C. These are no votes. Simpson, Liston, Coram, Rankin, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Gardner. With 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1055 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Coleman, Bridges, Hansen, Henriksen, Majority Leader Moreno, Lee, Kolker, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Fields, Danielson, Buckner, Pedersen. Priola, Donovan. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1067?
House Bill 1067 by Representatives Woodrow and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senators Lee and Rodriguez concerning clarifying changes to measures that ensure defendants have a prompt bond hearing and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1067 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1067. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Gardner, Lundin, Cook, Liston, Minority Leader Holbert, Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Rankin, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Scott. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1067 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Story, Donovan, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1114?
House Bill 1114, Representatives Larson and Valdez A. and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning authorizing a transportation network company to provide non-medical transportation services to persons who are enrolled in certain Medicaid waiver programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1114 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1114. Are there any no votes?
Glare at my side. Good job.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1114 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Smallwood, Rankin, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Coram, Priola, Liston, Simpson, Majority Leader Moreno, Heisey, Gonzalez, Winter, Pedersen, Janal, Scott, Donovan, Bridges, Buckner, Lee,
He'll find out quick. I'm assuming. Yeah, a 9-year-old. Yeah.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 163?
Senate Bill 163, Senators Coleman and Colker, Representative Ricks, concerning establishment of a procurement equity program to remediate disparities in state procurement and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 163. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Gardner, Lundeen, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Woodward, Smallwood. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 163 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Donovan, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Zenzinger, Janal, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1351?
House Bill 1351, Representatives Roberts and McLaughlin, Senators Pedersen and Hinrichsen, concerning a temporary reduction in the total amount of road use charges to be imposed during state fiscal years 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 2024, and in connection therewith temporarily reducing gas prices and making an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1351 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1351. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundeen, Gardner, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1351 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Colker, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199, Senators Jaquez Lewis and Priolo, Representatives Kippen Froelich, concerning a study regarding the protection of native pollinating insects in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this no, mo, may, I move Senate Bill 199 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just briefly, I didn't want to do this remotely Friday, but I want to briefly explain to you why I'm a no vote on this bill. When we talk in committee, an emphasis was put on how these insects are pollinators for our crops, when in fact, the vast majority of our crops are pollinated with something other than these insects. So if we want to study pollinators, if it's truly about helping agriculture, we truly want to study pollinators, we should include all pollinators, birds, bats, other mammals, not just bees and butterflies and insects. So what is this bill actually going to study? This is the son of the pesticide bill that came earlier. I would encourage you to vote no. This study has most likely an end being justified by the means. Ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Sonnenberg, Heisey. This really stings, guys. Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Corum, Rankin, Smallwood, Scott, with a vote of 22 ayes, 13 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 199 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Hansen, Bridges, Lee, Winter, Janal, Story, Buckner. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 216?
Senate Bill 216, Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, Representatives Herod and McCluskey, concerning the reallocation of the limited gaming tax revenues from fiscal years following a significant decrease in the revenues and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 216 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 216. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Smallwood, Woodward, Kirkmeyer, with a vote of 28 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 216 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Rankin, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 219?
Senate Bill 219, Senators Moreno and Smallwood, Representatives Duran and McLaughlin, concerning the regulation of dental therapists and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 219 on third reading and final passage.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to remind those folks that are listening that this is not applying a new or excuse me, more stringent or tougher regulation on dental therapists. This is for the first time creating a new level for people, creating new opportunity for folks that want to enter the industry, and I'd ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 219. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Woodward, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 219 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Lee, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 222?
Senate Bill 222, Senators Pedersen and Moreno, Representatives Kennedy and Weisman, concerning a requirement that the ballot title and fiscal summary for any ballot initiative that increases or decreases state income tax rates include a table showing the average tax change for tax filers in different income categories.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 222. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Lundin, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Corum, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Priola, Woodward, Cook, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Scott, with a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Bill 222 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Donovan, Hanson, Henriksen, Kolker, Danielson, Gonzalez, Winter, Danielson, Bridges, Story, Lee, Buckner, Fields. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 230?
Senate Bill 230, Senators Fenberg and Moreno, Representative Esgar, concerning the expansion of county employees' rights and in collective bargaining and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 230 and would urge a no vote. Basically, I know we had some compromises on this bill, which I greatly appreciate, but the problem is still this. This bill is just not even necessary. It's a bill where requires essentially almost assault on local control. We talk a lot about adhering to local control, not infringing upon local control, yet this bill does basically go against local control. And it has threats of unfunded mandates where the state determines what the process is should a county approve to go through and be unionized. But again, it's not necessary. We already have counties who have gone through their process. And what I heard on Friday is that this is about employees' rights and that employees, that county governments, need to be, I guess, basically be communicating with their employees. Having been a former county commissioner for 20 years and knowing several other counties and what goes on in those counties, they do talk to their employees. There is a communication process that occurs. What I think we need to remember also at this time is, like every other employer in Colorado, county governments are struggling in a post-COVID world. They're struggling with high inflation. They're struggling within their economy. We're headed for a recession that's been triggered by government spending. And the cost to unionize, it's been researched. It costs anywhere from 25 to 35% more greater to run a unionized operation. And the research shows that there's less productivity. So I'm still looking for the reason why we even need this bill. As you're acutely aware, county governments have served as the front line for the local pandemic response, and the county workforce has admirably served the state and its citizens. However, this exemplary service has not come without a cost. County workforce is suffering from burnout and the stress of dealing with the pandemic. This is compounded by a nationwide labor shortage that is resulting in vacancies in many key positions. It is wholly inequitable to burden the counties with this collective bargaining obligation. It has the potential to make hiring and retaining people in a post-COVID world even more difficult, especially as we have to compete with other local governments for a limited pool of public sector. Again, this bill is not necessary. It is, after all, though, an election year, but I still ask for your no vote on this bill, Senate Bill 230.
The motion is the Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just briefly wanted to say I'm proud to support this bill, as I think organizing is a fundamental human right, but I specifically want to thank CCAT, Colorado Counties and Commissioners Acting Together, who, even when it got hard to negotiate this bill, came to the table in good faith and got a lot of concessions. And I want to thank them for doing that. And they specifically said that they fundamentally believe that county governments should be model employers in our communities, and that includes working environments where workers have a voice in their future and their well-being. So thank you for all the hard work to the sponsors and stakeholders on this bill.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm excited to see where 230 ended up. just because I want to thank both sides of the aisle and the bill sponsors and the advocates for, I think, what were some really tough discussions over months to make sure that an important legislation like this, important policy, got to a place where it'll work. And it's important that these bills work because labor and empowering the voices of workers has been so impactful in the American story. A story that goes back to, 1911 is kind of this date that we point to, right, with the triangle shirt waist factory fire, where 146 workers died because the doors were locked and they couldn't get out when a fire struck, right? So, and that kind of tragedy united and organized labor into figuring out how to give workers a voice in even a corporate industry back then that felt not always willing to give the folks who are making the corporations and businesses profit the voice. And from the late 40s to the late 70s, we saw a great partnership of productivity. Productivity increased, and so did workers' pay, right? Exactly how we think things should work, exactly how a lot of small businesses work, exactly how my parents ran their business. If the business was doing better, so did the workers. That was the idea. But we started to see that change in the late 70s and 80s, and really the shift away from sharing profits, sharing growth, sharing success. Since the late 70s and early 80s, we've seen productivity grow, but we just haven't seen wages match that. And the American dream that I think was the American dream that isn't possible without the labor movement, where hard work means you can improve your standing in life. To many my age and younger, that dream is becoming more and more unrealistic, right? That you're just not able to work hard and a good job and improve your station in life, whatever your goal is, if that's sending your kids to college without them incurring debt, if that's home ownership, if that's starting a business, if that's retiring at an age that you can still enjoy your retirement. Those most basic of American dreams, and even ones that are more fantastic and wonderful that many folks do dream, just doesn't feel attainable anymore because the increase in wages just isn't matching corporation growth. And COVID told us that story in even starker and more vivid images, where we saw the richest of the rich get richer, while the class that keeps our garbage picked up and our restaurants running and our hospitals working did not see their wages grow. While we saw CEOs get bonuses, we saw other folks being asked just to work more hours, at times not even being afforded a basic accommodation like overtime pay. Right? So I think COVID, as it did for many things, highlighted the struggle of the past decades of corporate success not being passed on to the worker. Vail might not seem to be the origin of a good labor story, but my dad was Southside Chicago, which is a very good origin for labor stories. And when he was running a business in Vail in the 70s, the Vail Ski Patrol wanted to negotiate, unionize a raise with Vail Associates, right? Vail Ski Patrol is what keeps us all safe. They haul us off the mountain when we're at our worst. They are the inner workings and unsung heroes of every ski mountain across the world. But Vail Associates refused to recognize them wanting to unionize because they just wanted to organize to ask for a higher raise. My dad at that time was, like many people in the ski resort world, he was working for
Vail Resorts, then Vail Associates, while also running our family bar, the Copper Bar. And so his roots of seeing the powers of unions and what they did for workers, even though he was an employee of Vail Associates, after Vail Associates threatened to fire any ski patroller who unionized, which at that time they didn't have the support to follow through with that. His values and our family value, he said, well, if they won't give you a raise, I will. And he gave Ski Patrol a free beer at the end of the day at our bar. And you can still walk into that bar in Vail and ask for a raise and get it. I don't think you can get it for free anymore. But so, right, this power of union, this culture of unionization, the need to support workers as a collective is for many of us a value. It's just intrinsic if we know it or not. And so it's exciting to see this bill stand up today. I hope it is the beginning. Worker power is essential to building our economy. It always has been. It is essential to countering power as we see more and more wealth and power get concentrated in the hands of the few. It is essential to grow our economy from the bottom up and the middle out. This is where the power of the middle class comes from. And now is the time, I think, to strengthen unions even more as we see the pattern of decades past. We can be informed by past history to see what unions did, and where as they've been faltering, so too have been the wages of the middle class. So we need to ensure unions, we need to strengthen unions, we need to stand up and speak out and help workers organize. And for that, I ask for an aye vote on 230. It's a great start, and let's keep striving to elevate the voices of workers so they can achieve the American dream. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 230 and offer you a bit of a different perspective. Having only been here 15 or 16 months, I haven't engaged with all of you, but I have a perspective of, as a young engineer working in the coal mining business, which is where an abundance of collective bargaining originated from years ago, and really onerous working conditions. I was hired by a company in the United States working under a collective bargaining agreement as a first-line supervisor. So I had some experience there up to and including managing a coal mine under a collective bargaining agreement, where the union and the company were respectful to each other and managed to still get things done, but at quite a bit of cost to the company and to the consumer in the end. I also had the opportunity to work in a collective bargaining agreement internationally, where it was like taking a step backwards to the early 20s and 30s, where the company and the union just despised each other and worked hard to undermine each other. A lot of the times it felt like was part of, in that part of the world, they were enterprise agreements, EAs. And I got hired and started a job in this company, and in the middle of contract EA renegotiation. So it was like taking a step back in time, with strikes, with scabs, with work stoppages, with walk-offs, with walkouts. It was quite an experience for me. So I have a bit of a different taste and feel around collective bargaining agreements. I do appreciate all the effort that happened last week to really get to a spot where I think counties have more say in the process. If they don't want one, they can, I hope the intent and the language allows them not to have one. But it's such a challenge here routinely trying to strike the right balance. And it's kind of almost ironic how we ended up in this position where we are today, where the only employees covered by this piece of legislation are county employees. Everybody else opted out, convinced leadership that they didn't need to be covered, so we ended up with just counties. I appreciate leadership last week giving us the opportunity to go home Saturday, because I got to go home and pick up my collective bargaining agreement from the mine I worked at in the United States. And again, as a young first-line supervisor all the way to mine manager, this was something you dealt with every day at a bit of a cost and an expense, again, to the company and then to the end consumer. But just for, a discussion, the contract, or the contents of this collective bargaining agreement include the scope, the effective period, the negotiations, the continuation of a contract, the amendments to a contract. Article 2 is the jurisdiction, which is the description of the unit, the types of employees, the union recognition, the company recognition, the non-discrimination clause, the non-soliciting clause, employees' rights, no strikes or lockouts, non-responsibility clause, leave of absence, union representative. And there's Article 3, grievance and arbitration procedures. Very, very important, particularly as a first-line supervisor, not to get this wrong. First step in settlement, second step in settlement, third step in settlement, fourth step in settlement, the fifth step in settlement, the sixth step in settlement, and arbitration. It can go on, and that all, again, just adds cost to doing business. The expense of arbitration, the time limit exceeded, discharge, an oral reminder, federal mediation and conciliation services. And there was Article 4, definition of the regular work week and work day, the work week, the work shift, the term jobs, and shift differential. There was an Article 5, work rules, outside work day or work week, work assignments of more than 14 continuous hours, unscheduled overtime, changing shift within the work week, callback, overtime, meals, safety rules, work assignments in another line of progression. Supervisors shall not work. That got me in trouble on more than one occasion. Maintenance helpers, warehouse personnel, the employee handbook, Article 6, holidays, Article 7, seniority, seniority defined, temporary promotions, seniority terminated, changing lines of progression, voluntary freeze, notice to union's recording secretary. The list just continues to grow and grow, and this is the task potentially counties and county commissioners are going to be dealing with in the near future. Article 8, vacations. Article 9, absences from work. Now Article 10, general. Contract work, restrictions on contract work, benefits, retirement benefits, employer contribution, discretionary benefits. This was important in mining. Tools, direct deposit, in-service employer match withdrawal. Article 11, job classifications and wage schedules. Article 12, line of progression. Article 13, we debated this last week. Dues checkoff. How is that constructed and handled? Article 19, signatures. And then lastly, memorandums of understanding, a number of them. Executive board meeting, fourth step grievance meeting, arbitration preparation, arbitration hearing, general union business, time off union business, layoff language, 12-hour shift and alternate shifts. If you've never worked a 12-hour shift schedule, that was an interesting experience for me. This was an operation that ran 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Wonderful 12-hour shift experience. Return to work. These are all memorandums. Benefit Task Force, random drug and alcohol testing, for post-accident for-cause testing, random testing, refusal tampering, testing criteria, first violation, subsequent positive findings, split specimens. Then the last two memorandums, incentive pay award and the wonderful safety boot allowance. Look, in my experience in dealing with collective bargaining agreements, at least in my time, there was also this sense of really the agreement, I suppose it's how it's structured, but it didn't allow recognition of excellence at the job. So I had employees that would excel in their positions, and because of the collective bargaining agreement, there wasn't a mechanism to reward that excellence. It routinely was about helping employees that weren't so excellent, that were really employees asleep on the job, routinely asleep on the job. It was nearly impossible under the collective bargaining agreement to remove employees like that. So it's just a different perspective, and actually living it for almost 20 years, you learn how to live within it, but I can't express enough how challenging it is and how at times really detrimental to the most excellent employees under the collective bargaining agreement. And I would ask you and urge you to vote no against Senate Bill 230. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of my most formative childhood memories was the 4th of Julys we had every year. My grandpa was the president of the local Lions Club, and the Lions put on a fundraiser that sold popcorn to benefit children with disabilities in the community on the banks of the Detroit River where the fireworks were being held. I'd worked the stands with him, and every year from the time I started working the stands with him when I was probably 8 years old to the time I was 15, he talked to me about what America meant to him, and that gave me an amazing sense of what America now means to me. He talked about his service in Korea, and he talked about the opportunities afforded in our country and the liberties afforded in this country. And one of the things he talked about time and time again is the dignity of hard work and the respect that ought to come with hard work. My grandpa was a proud steel worker, making steel at McLeod Steel that would be used by the big three automakers in the production of automobiles for 30 years. And he made it a point to the family, to my siblings and myself, that the union was what gave him dignity in that job. The union is what afforded him a middle-class home. The union is what afforded him a retirement. And the union is what made sure that the safety regulations were followed in that workplace. I was proud to be raised by a mom and dad who are also both union members. My mother was a Michigan Education Association teacher, and my dad was a member of the UAW. I've never been in a union. I got out of the military and went straight to work in management in the private industry. My wife was a public school teacher and a union member, and I saw through her the same things that my parents and my grandparents told me about, the respect and dignity that came for work that is underpaid and underappreciated, but having someone to stick up for you by being a member of that union. And one of my proudest moments as a husband was being able to support her and her colleagues when the Pueblo Education Association teachers went on strike in 2018. A few years back, I changed jobs, and for the first time I worked in my life, I worked in a union environment as a manager in a union. The first thing I noticed in that experience, and my entire professional career has been in the management of transportation, is I have never been pressured in that job to cut a corner or skirt a safety regulation for the sake of efficiency or profit. And that happened in other jobs I worked in. It has been a better experience for me to manage in that environment, knowing that the ethics that we profess as an agency are adhered to and backed up in contract and with the culture created by that partnership arrangement. We're talking here specifically about county employees, and I just want to reiterate who that means we're talking about. We're talking about the people who maintain our public safety. We're talking about the people who maintain our road. We're talking about the social workers who ensure the safety of our children, our veterans, our elderly, and the most vulnerable in our community. Good, hardworking people who deserve dignity for our hard work and deserve someone representing them at the table. I'll be a yes vote on this bill, and I ask for the same.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to share about, well, first of all, I stand in strong support of Senate Bill 230 and appreciate that about all the work that has been done on this bill in the many months in the past. I also wanted to just acknowledge and point out that in the private sector, the employees can decide on their own that they would like to unionize. They don't need permission from their leadership to do so. But Senate Bill 230 will now provide the same rights to county employees, and there will be no need for them to move forward and seek permission of the county commissioners. And I think that's an important aspect of this bill. I also want to just share just for a moment about employee satisfaction. And when people have an opportunity to have a voice in their workplace in regards to their working conditions, they tend to be much more satisfied and more dedicated to the cause and to the efforts within that, that place of employment. So having an opportunity to discuss and have a voice in their working conditions, their pay, and their benefits really provides a greater sense of responsibility and satisfaction in their workplace. So even counties with high worker satisfaction, it's to their benefit to have that perspective and opportunity to improve their working environment. And this bill will provide that opportunity. And I also appreciate greatly that there has been such a strong effort to stakehold this bill over months, not only with, among obviously the sponsors, but with our labor communities as well as CCAT, the amount of work that's gone in discussions and good negotiations to get the bill in a good place to ensure that those stakeholders are on board, I think is incredibly important, and I appreciate that work that's been done. So I stand in support of 230.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I intend to be brief, meaning I will not use all 20 of my minutes. Senate Bill 230, a public employee collective bargaining bill. And we've heard a significant amount of conversation today about what it is between the labor relations between labor and private employers and what that has meant. But there are fundamental and significant differences between labor relations in the private world and labor relations in the government world. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. And it's the root of my opposition, ongoing, sustained opposition to 230. Now you would say, well, the bill's been dramatically altered. It's been significantly modified from as introduced, and it has. In fact, many would argue that any group of individuals in Colorado who would like to unionize or have collective bargaining rights within their county or other local government jurisdiction can do it now. It can already be done. So previous to the bill can happen, with the bill can happen, and the bill is dramatically altered in the authority with which it speaks. It's been dialed back significantly. So the question is, well then why do it at all? And I will get to that in more detail, but it's a political response to a political circumstance. But first, let's elucidate the difference between private labor and management relations and public labor and management relations. Private labor and management relations are always done within the bounds of a corporation or other organized business entity that it is inevitably in competition with other corporate or business entities in the same sector. And so labor and management get together and say, hey, General Motors, yeah, what do you think we should do knowing that we have to continue to compete with Ford and Toyota and now Kia and all the other car makers that may pop up? There might even be someplace at some point on the future a company that's called Tesla that creates incredibly expensive, beautiful cars that run on kilowatts. They make those responses. That labor and management interaction and relationship is contained within the box of we must come out of this together, able to compete. Because if we don't, the company goes away and everyone's job goes away. That's private labor and management relations. This isn't about that. This is about public labor and relationships and management, the management there of those people. So when the county of X employees say, hey, we want to organize, and we're going to organize because we want our best interests to be taken care of, are they confronted with a competitive environment? No. Somebody who lives in county of X can't say, you know what, I'm going to go register my car in county of Y because I don't like county of X. They've gotten 25 to 30% more expensive in delivering the service, which is exactly what the studies say will happen with the organization, the collective bargaining rights, and the unionization of public employees. It's going to be 25 to 30% more expensive, the delivery of the service. But the people can't leave that county to go get something that they're legally required to do in that county done in a different county. They're trapped. There is no freedom to the end user. And here's the irony. The end user is actually the employer. They're the people paying the wages of the individuals who are now unionizing, collectively bargaining against the interests of their employers. And the employers can't do a thing about it because there's no competitive force or influence on that. It gets even more fraught with peril because the way the bill, even as now written, it does not provide for protections on behalf of those who would employ the employees. It allows for the collection. Well, let me just tell you a secret about business. I'm a business guy, 30 years in business, 10 companies over those years. Small companies, biggest company had 150 employees at its peak. The secret to success in business is residual income. The money that comes into your coffers, into your bank account before you get out of bed in the morning. Well, this bill creates residual income for political operations that are in alignment with the unionized public employees, and generally, I will say, to be bold, aligns with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Democrat Party. So there's an inherent conflict here that says we will create an income stream that speaks not only to the employees, but to the political efforts that the union may choose to stand up. The bill allows for the county shall, there is no word more powerful in any law than shall make payroll deductions for membership dues and other payments that county employees authorize to be made to the exclusive representative, that's the union, and related, put inside parentheses there, political, independent expenditure, soft side political, dark money entities. A perpetual stream of political money being brought by these individuals who then will turn around and try and influence their supervisors with that very political money. And they'll influence the supervisors over time by saying, let's elect individuals to supervise us who are more likely to give us better working conditions, higher wages. You can run the list of things we would all ask for if we had the authority to closely control our working environment and our working wages and so forth. It builds it into the law, and it creates an ongoing income stream for political purposes. Now, we ran an amendment to say, oh, wait, let's just take that out, and it makes the bill less political. But that amendment failed at the hands of the Democrat majority. Also, we, as just a clear line of sight in this, we're trying to protect the individual employee's rights. We offered an amendment that would have stricken the fact that once they sign up, they're in for a year. You can't be in for a month or 2 months and then say, you know what, I want out, stop the payroll deduction. It runs for a year, whether you want it to or not. That amendment also was stricken. So, why then does this bill that's been pared down, dramatically modified, less than originally proposed by factors, and I'm grateful, quite frankly, that it is dramatically reduced by factors because it makes it a little bit more palatable, but I still remain a no vote, and the question is why? Because this particular effort continues to move, we all know it, it's called the Overton window. As you move a conversation, that which was absolutely antithetical, no one would accept it, you can't even speak about that, but if you speak about a part of that in some way, the next time you choose to speak about that which was previously unexplicable, not understandable, not a part of decent conversation, it becomes part of that conversation. And so what this does is it changes the tone, it changes the perspective, and it puts us in a spot where it is much more likely, soon and very soon, that in fact collective bargaining and unionization of public employees, which in my opinion is good for the employees, but is bad for the public, will be more likely to happen. Hence, my persistent no vote on 230, and my call for my colleagues not to conflate this with what happens in the private labor management relationship environment. That is a meaningful labor management relationship environment. I would tell you, as a Republican, increasingly, the building trades union and I see things the same way. I would love for those plumbers, electricians, pipe fitters, sheet metal workers to have the opportunity to build in a vibrant and growing economy, not one that's being choked off by increased regulatory burden. I like that private labor and management relationship. I think it's healthy. But I think that unionizing public employees is dramatically, persistently, and exclusively to the detriment of the people who employ those public employees, the taxpaying citizens of Colorado. I urge your no vote on Senate Bill 1230. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 230. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Priola, Simpson, Liston, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Woodward, Cook, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Smallwood, Lundin, Coram, Scott. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 230 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Lee, Fields, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 211?
Senate Bill 211, Senators Fields and Henriksen, Representative Valdez, concerning the repurposing of the Ridgeview campus into a supportive residential community for people experiencing homelessness and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 211 on third read and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise in strong support for Senate Bill 211, and let me tell you why. It's because I've been looking forward to possibilities, but in the process of looking forward as it relates to possibility, I've had to look back. And when I look back, I look at the promise and the potential of Ridgeview Academy as it was of rites of passage. So to all those advocates and champions that have been lending voice to what Ridgeview Academy used to be, then I say to you, it's not over yet. And what I mean by that is that there was an amendment that was adopted in committee that will allow us to continue to making sure that we're doing everything possible for kids who find themselves in trouble and looking for a second chance. But as you've heard me say, as it relates to this bill, Senate Bill 211, it is close. And I've been carrying around the pain and the disappointment and the root causes that resulted in the closure of Ridgeview for a long time. I want to thank you for lending voice to your concerns and your pain and your disappointments. I can tell you, just like you try to advance your concerns, I have too. In every door that I knocked on to explain, to get an answer to what happened at Ridgeview, it came down to the decision that was made by the department because of abuse and neglect. And as a state and as a person, when a child elevates their concerns about neglect and abuse, I expect the state to do something about it. So when I look back and I look forward, it's important for me to understand the purpose of Ridgeview and the rites of passages, because it's not about, well, it is about the good work that they did. They did tremendous good work for people, for young men that were struggling with all kinds of issues. We've been hearing different numbers, 25, 30, 40. But the capacity of that facility should have housed up to 500. It was underutilized. And then you have multiple complaints from inside the unit, the facility, alleging abuse. And the abuse has to do with people of authority acting inappropriately with the clients or the students that were there. Inappropriate. So this is not about the philosophy of rites of passages. I believe in that. And I think there's an opportunity for us to continue our work on that in a different place, in a different location, with the same kinds of concepts and ideas of rites of passage. But as you know, this chamber and also in the state and the House over there, over the last 3 or 4 years, we have passed legislation minimizing the incarceration of juveniles, thinking that that was not the best approach, which resulted in the low enrollment that was at Ridgeview. because the laws that we pass down here said that's not always the best approach when you find youth committing some sort of crime that will allow them to be housed at Ridgeview. So over the course of time, the department looked for other places to house these kids. Many of them went back home, or many of them went to other community housing facilities. And so here we are today. You heard from my colleagues that they were awarded a contract, and then a month or so later, it was discovered abuse and neglect. And there's been other complaints there. So there was correction and action plans that the department collaborated with the administration there. But it got to the point that the corrective action wasn't fulfilled. So they closed it. And it's been closed some time now. And the outrage that we heard in committee, I've been hearing it for a long time. But not everyone was exercising a level of urgency when it was brought to our attention. I know I was working on it. And I've received memos about it. So I believe that I've done all I can as it relates to Ridgeview Academy. Now, I want to just speak for myself that I'm sorry. I've done all I can do. But I'm willing to work on establishing and reimagining Ridgeview and the rites of passages in another bill at another time. So as I look forward, I need your support for Senate Bill 211. Because Senate Bill 211 addresses the needs that we're seeing as it relates to those who have housing instability. Many of those people are homeless. I don't even know what the number is, but every time I drive to the Capitol, I see them. I see them in my community, and I see them up and down Colfax. And many of them are looking for an opportunity to deal with their issues as it relates to housing and their ability to confront their addiction or their use of substance. And that's what this bill does. Like so many other bills that we have sponsored down here, it provides a very integrated, holistic approach that is person-centered. If you're dealing with housing, you can come to Ridgeview campus and they will help you. If you're dealing with a substance abuse, you could come there and get some support. If you need some assistance as it relates to labor assistance, they will help you. We've heard about some issues, and it was adopted in the amendment as it relates to transportation. So now the bill has some targeted funds in it. Instead of it being open-ended, there is targeted funds in the bill to make sure we can get people in and out of that campus if they choose to get there. It is a good bill. A lot of times we see homeless people, but we act like they're invisible. Some of you might give them $1 or $2, but some of you just keep driving. Homelessness is real in Colorado. And as a state, we have a responsibility to do something about it. And that's what the Ridgeview campus is all about. It's taking that blinder off to making sure that we're giving access to the most vulnerable people to focus on recovery, to focus on their food insecurity, to help them get on their feet and find a job. The bill calls for a master plan for us to pull together all the resources and services to minimize the number of people that we see homeless on our streets. Transitional housing. The bill does transfer some funds from the Colorado Department of Health and Human Services to the Department of Housing. So this is not about the kids right now. We're trying to work upstream a little bit and to look at other avenues for them. But right now, this bill is clearly focused on transitional housing and in a residential community for those who are struggling on all different levels. I believe it's going to be a state of the art. We already have a model like this at Fort Lyons. So we have a choice here. We can either continue to see homeless people as invisible and do nothing, or we can choose to vote aye on this Senate Bill 211 to address some of the issues that we're seeing as it relates to housing and behavioral health and physical health and vocational training and skills development for those who desire to be on the Ridgeview campus as a resident. So, Mr. President, I know that I might have a little time, but I would like to reserve my time after I hear from the rest of my colleagues, if that's possible.
Senator Fields, I hesitate to tell you this, but you have unlimited time as a sponsor.
Brenda.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to spend another couple minutes with you here to give you your last chance here to perhaps turn the tide of what might appear to be a foregone conclusion here. So what you've heard today is always interesting. You know, it's an interesting debate, and I mentioned on seconds, I don't have anything other than admiration for the bill sponsors. This isn't a personal thing. I know that the senators from Aurora and Pueblo did not decide to close this place down, right? They didn't drive out there and make this an initiative, right? They're asked, I'm sure, to carry a piece of legislation. I still rise in opposition to Senate Bill 211. I hope you do too. I hope you will. I hope you'll give this model another chance. You know, I hear about persons experiencing homelessness, and you know, when you drive down Colfax and on the way to the Capitol, and maybe you give money, maybe you don't. Well, one thing for sure, once this is open, you're not going to see those folks on Colfax or on the Capitol anymore, because they're going to be in Watkins. So they won't be here. So I don't think that this necessarily has to be a model that we end today. So if you look at the bill summary. I'm going to read just the first paragraph because I know not everyone was here on seconds. It's good to see some of you here on thirds. But in 2001, the state began operating an academic model juvenile facility on the parcel of real property formerly known as the Lowry Bombing Range and currently referred to as the Ridgeview Campus. The juvenile facility, known as the Ridgeview Youth Services Center, operated for 20 years. For 20 years, colleagues, at the Ridgeview campus until the state closed the facility, not years ago, not decades ago, when the state closed the facility in 2021, less than a year ago. So, I'm not sure that I buy the argument that you've heard that this has to be over now and that we're going to end this chapter and we're going to close this book and we're going to move on. I mean, the building hasn't been demolished. They haven't gone in and gutted it. They haven't made material changes, to the best of my understanding, about the facility itself. So reopening something like this is not like we're rebuilding the airport at Stapleton or anything like that. The building is still there, okay? I still wonder, all these days later after hearing about this bill now, I still wonder why it has to be over. And I have not heard still, at least to my satisfaction, why we feel it has to be over. Why this can no longer be a juvenile facility where what we heard in committee and what you have probably received emails or phone calls or in-person visits about, a model that was working. A model that was working. That's what we heard in committee. We heard from parents and aunts and uncles and administrators that it was a model that was working. So, if those folks think that it's working, then let's address the issues that you heard today and on seconds about abuse, mistreatment, neglect. Two concerns about that. Number one, did it happen? And if so, who has been charged? Who has been disciplined? That's one thing that is a huge blank spot in this story for me. Because if there are people who are mistreating youth in our state, especially if they're in positions of power, I want to know about it. And I want to make sure that those people are in a registry someplace or on a list someplace, or at least the information's out there to where we know that anybody who is abusing, mistreating, neglecting youth in our state is not in a position of power to be able to do so again. I don't know about you, but I would like to know the answer to that question. I would love for somebody to come to the well and tell us where those folks ended up and how, as a body, we can be sure that they're not in the position to do that again. My guess is I'm not alone in that. Were there charges? If so, how did they end up? And if there weren't any charges, why not? So I have concerns around that. And I'm not doubting it. If somebody says people are mistreating our youth, then I want to know the details to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But you heard me talk about on seconds about the other point in this. Where else in society do we see people who are accused,
charged, convicted of mistreatment, neglect, particularly of our kids. And our course of action is to close down a building, close down a model, send all of these kids someplace else as if there's something broken with the building. Since when do we respond to actions from individuals by closing down an entire building and a model and a school and a juvenile facility? I would love another example of where we've done that. I've read in the paper about high school teachers being charged with things. We didn't go in and close down Sheridan High School when that happened. And by the way, I can list about another 10 high schools. That's the one that came to mind first. We never said, well, there's issues of neglect or mistreatment or worse, so we're going to close the whole school down. We don't do that. That doesn't even make sense. But that's what we're going to do in this example. We have concerns, so instead of dealing with the faculty or the administrators or the board, we're going to close the whole facility down. Let's start doing that as a state, colleagues. I see why the opponents of this bill wonder if this was something predetermined from somebody or some group well above my pay grade. I can see why they think that. You heard that on seconds that the federal government changed rules that are forcing us to do this. What I think would have been better said is the federal government changed some rules which makes it less economical for us to do this. That's what I believe. I'm not aware of any federal rules that say if you've got more than 18 beds, you can't have that facility and it needs to be closed down. I believe what it says is the money's different if we do it that way. I don't think we spent nearly enough time talking about that. You've heard that this was probably not the best use of a facility. And I'd ask you to think long and hard about that. When you think of where Colorado is going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, just take just a second and reflect on that a little bit. 20 years from now, do you think we're going to have more troubled youth in our state or less troubled youth in our state? You've seen the growth projections like I have. Senator Smallwood, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Next 20 minutes? Yes, please.
10 minutes.
Are we going to have more youth that might be able to benefit from a model like this 20 years from now, or less youth that are going to be able to benefit from a model like this, especially if it was working, especially if it was successful? I submit to you that even if we only had, whatever the number is, 50 kids there at this point in time, if it was working, which we heard in committee that it was, maybe, just maybe, it's a good solution. Maybe it is a unique or somewhat unique model that we could actually expand on. And that's why I'm so passionate about this, because I talked to those families and they told the stories about how their kids finally got what they felt was a normal high school experience with classmates and athletics and extracurricular activities instead of jail, right? So I'm sad that we're going to abandon the model for something that is, I understand it's important, but we have to remember
when you hear, well, we need a solution for persons experiencing homelessness in our state, that's not really what this bill does related to this facility. If you look at I'm looking at page 8, line 14 of the engrossed bill. Go ahead and bust that open. Look at line 11, talking about the eligibility. To be eligible and reside in and receive services at the transitional housing program, an individual must be. I'll give you a hint. The answer is not just experiencing homelessness. Okay? So if you think that somebody in our state who's experiencing homelessness is going to maybe be able to go in and take advantage of this facility, you are wrong. At least according to the bill. Because the bill says you have to be Roman numeral 1, experiencing homelessness or be at risk of experiencing homelessness, and choosing to focus on recovery voluntarily. So if you're experiencing homelessness in our state and not needing recovery, you're not going to Watkins. You're still on Colfax or around the Capitol or wherever we heard. 3, be in a position where it is medically safe for the individual to be in transitional housing. And that is a big part of the story that I don't think is being told. We're being told, and I'm not saying that the department's telling you this or that the people in charge are, but what we're hearing in the community is this is going to be a solution for persons experiencing homelessness, and that is not accurate. Unless you're also ready for recovery, meaning you also have a substance use disorder of some kind. We didn't spend enough time right here talking about that. We didn't spend enough time in committee talking about it. And certainly the media needs to do, I think, a one-up job on making sure the people of Watkins, Colorado, A, know what's heading to their community, and B, that this is not a solution for persons experiencing homelessness unless those persons also have a substance use disorder. That's the message that needs to go out, and that is not the message that we're hearing today. I want to commend the Majority Leader for making sure that I wasn't in the room when we did the rest of this on seconds, wisely limiting me to only a few more minutes to talk about this because I have a lot of concerns still. A lot of concerns about the model for this, a lot of concerns about this being so far away, colleagues, so far away from persons that are looking for opportunity. I appreciate the senator from Denver bringing that up. I brought it up in committee as well. I believe she proposed a number that said 10%. Who knows if 10% is right? 10% might be exponentially more money than we need to provide transportation, or it might be so little that when somebody is in this facility and they need to go to a job interview, the answer is tough. We don't have anywhere close to enough money to accommodate your needs on that. So I appreciate that there's some number in here, but you would think during the process of introducing legislation of this magnitude and 45 million taxpayer dollars, that something like this would have been long discussed so that the senator from Denver and I aren't having to bring it up on second and third reading in the Senate. Not clearly enough laid plans, a solution that's too far away, helping a narrow few at the expense of young people in our state. Colleagues, let's vote no, send this thing back to the drawing board, and come up with a better solution for the citizens of Colorado. Urge a no vote on Senate Bill 211.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 211, and let me tell you why. For a number of years, I've sat on both the Behavioral Health Task Force and the Opioid and Other Substances Interim Committee, and we've seen firsthand and had testimony from experts in this field about what it really takes to close the continuum of care to get youth and adults who are struggling with addiction, be it alcohol, be it opioids, or whatever drug or substance they're struggling with, back to being whole people and functioning and productive members of society. And I can't honestly think of a better place to do it than the geographic location of this Ridgeview campus. And I'll tell you why. If you actually pull it up on Google Maps, you will notice that it's just to the east of E470. It's not really Watkins. Watkins might be the technical zip code of where it's at. Watkins is actually in my Senate district, which is, the town is in Adams County. This is basically in the heart of Arapahoe County, and I'm not sure of the exact borders of Aurora. I'm sure Aurora's done some flagpole annexation out there, but it's basically East Aurora. And if you also plug in the address and then do a little how far away to 200 East Colfax, which is this address, you will see that it's a simple 24 miles. So that, not that someone's going to actually walk that, but the point is, this is not out in the middle of nowhere. It is easily connectable with an RTD service line along a main thoroughfare in East Aurora to get people to jobs in the area, but it's not as close to the heart of the city where people can be influenced by elements of society and opportunities that feed their addiction. So they have enough separation from the influences that fed their addiction, but they're still close enough to actually be able to make it to a work rehab situation in the metro area. As a father that's, paid to have my own son sent to rehab, it was up in Steamboat, and there was a reason why it was up in Steamboat. And it was not in the town of Steamboat, it was in a farm many miles from Steamboat. But the reason it was out there, it was to get the people that attended the place to detox and get away from the substance that was affecting them, and they needed distance to do that. And so that's why, one of the many reasons, I think the Ridgeview campus is an ideal location. And plus, it's taken infrastructure, and I advocated for this during the Behavioral Health Interim Committee, that we need to take existing infrastructure and repurpose it for these purposes. And that's exactly what this bill does. And I applaud the sponsors and all the folks who worked on it. And I also want to applaud the chair of the Behavioral Health Committee for spreading the love on many of these issues this session so that we can all be part of the solutions to this crisis that impacts the state of Colorado. Again, I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 211.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I majored in history in college because I learned that if you don't analyze history, you're doomed to repeat it. The mid-90s, we found ourselves in the midst of a lot of angst around crime. The media was raising so much fear around rising crime rates for young people that the state of Colorado responded in 1997 by authorizing the creation of a Ridgeview campus in order to house 500 detained youth housed within the Division of Youth Services. But this time it would be different because there wouldn't be a fence. This time it would be different because instead of just warehousing children, they would offer them vocational opportunities and education. The facility opened in 2001 and provided services. We can have a debate as to whether or not the services provided were accurate, were meaningful, were rehabilitative and restorative to those young people. I think it's probably a mixed bag. But when the facility shut down abruptly, there were process concerns. Not only as to whether the facility should or should not have been shut down, but how it happened. And the fact that there are still people on escape status, young people on escape status, in the aftermath of that facility's closure. When the facility was shut down by the state of Colorado, all of a sudden there were a lot of different ideas as to what to do with this now empty facility. Could it be a place to house immigrant children? Could it be a place to house people experiencing homelessness? Could it be a place to house people experiencing substance use disorder? There were lots of different ideas. At this point, the first time I became aware of the administration's plans to convert the Ridgeview facility into a location for rehabilitating and providing resources for folks experiencing homelessness was in October of 2021. As the vice chair of the Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force, I met with representatives from the Department of Local Affairs to talk about this proposal, along with the then chair, Dominique Jackson. And we raised concerns then around what this would look like, whether and how people experiencing homelessness would be able to maintain connectivity and connection with their loved ones across the metro area. Colleagues, if you read Senate Bill 211, the bill calls on the Department of Local Affairs, in coordination with the Behavioral Health Administration, to develop a master plan. But if this has been in the works and been a concept, I guess I would have hoped that there would have been, by this point, May the 2nd, more meat on the bones, more of an actual plan. I find myself frustrated and with many more questions than answers. I'm appreciative that during second reading, the sponsors were responsive to the request that I made for an amendment on to ensure that at least some of the dollars go towards transportation. But colleagues, I also want to just raise a flag that several years ago, in the aftermath of Denver passing its camping ban, the legislature here took up a bill called the Right to Rest bill. because people were being criminalized for experiencing homelessness. And the refrain there that came to mind, that comes to mind now when I think about this bill, is police often tell people experiencing homelessness, it's time, you got to move along. And the refrain that people experiencing homelessness will often say is, move along to where? Y'all, we have been in the midst of this pandemic and the ensuing economic crisis. We have seen such a stark divide between the haves and the have-nots. We have seen more people experiencing visible homelessness. I have seen families living in RVs. We all have seen the tents that every few days get swept along somewhere else. And so in some ways, this bill provides an answer. Move along to Ridgeview. There's so many questions. About this policy and about what it'll mean for the folks who are working to meaningfully address the crisis for families and for people experiencing homelessness, experiencing substance use disorder, experiencing mental health issues. And I guess I just want to close by saying that I think it's important for us to understand that there are both important lessons for us to take from this policy, both as it pertains to the history of this policy, of this facility, and the way in which it both opened and the way in which it closed, that we have the opportunity, well, that the bill sponsors have the ability to and the opportunity to correct as we proceed forward. I want to thank everyone for their attention and their concern. There is so much work that we are doing as a state to support, to transform the housing crisis, to provide economic opportunity, to help us recover and heal from the trauma that we have collectively experienced over the past 2 years. But each of us
Would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
No, thank you, Mr. President. I'll wrap up. I'll just say that each of us has to look deeply and balance out for us what the best path forward will be.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is proving to be one of the more fascinating debates of the session. We've had fascinating debates before. I think of the repeal of the death penalty. This one is blending folks on both sides of the aisle in support and on both sides of the aisle in opposition. That's somewhat rare, especially in a General Assembly where one party has majority control of both chambers. It's fairly easy for the majority to just stick together and put its head down, and that's not happening on Senate Bill 211. Now, before I offer my comments, I want to say to my friend from Aurora, I know in my heart that she is doing what she believes to be right. She cares about her community, and this happens to be part of the community that she represents. I heard from a friend, a fellow colleague, former colleague, on Saturday. She writes, "Thank you, Chris, for speaking up against Senate Bill 211 last night. I was listening as I opposed the bill and would have spoken up had I still been there. The inappropriate closure of Ridgeview Academy by the department or governor, as well as a refusal to explore all possibilities for this school campus, designated in 97 for a youth school, is really shocking and disappointing to me. Transportation is just one of the many issues that needed to be addressed. The false allegations of abuse need to be publicly refuted by the department and clear the good name of Ridgeview." Chris, I sat on the board of Ridgeview, and this was a charter school that I was proud to support for youth. Giving up 500 beds for behavioral health for youth in the middle of this crisis shows a lack of dealing with the big picture. Wait until the neighbors learn of the governor's plans, since they've not been included at all. Again, thank you, and enjoy your final days in the Senate, my friend. Signed, Senator Nancy Todd of Aurora. Nancy, if you're out there, Senator Todd, if you're out there, my friend, if you are out there, thank you for that text and for allowing me to share it with my colleagues here today. This is a fascinating discussion, and it isn't partisan. I trust that my friend from Aurora is trying to do the right thing, and I trust that my friend from Aurora is concerned that the right thing isn't happening. I share that perspective because I would renew the encouragement, the call to call a timeout. Maybe that happens here in the Senate. This is a Senate bill. It needs to get over to the House. We have fewer than 9 days now, 9.5 days or so to get this right. But if you're voting in support of Senate Bill 211, my question to you, as a declared short timer now, are you sure that this bill is ready for prime time? Are you sure that this bill is ready for you to vote? The clock's ticking. The clock's running out. Maybe there's more time to fix this, change this, do a better job in the House. I don't know. Right now, I would be a no vote. And that's fascinating. This is a fascinating debate because I share concerns with my friend from Denver. She ran an amendment Friday. My good friend from Douglas County, who also doesn't live in Parker, pointed out that maybe 10% isn't the right number. I don't think there's been research to determine that that's the right number, but at least there is a number. I shared Friday night, I looked it up on Apple Maps. How far is it from this state capitol right here, which is a pretty good representation of central Denver, the city of Denver? How far is it from here to Watkins if you're walking? 7 hours and 24 minutes was the estimate on Apple Maps. That's a long walk. I think Senator Todd has a very important observation. Do the people of Watkins know what's going to come to their community should Senate Bill 211 pass? Is that a NIMBY perspective? Not in my backyard? Don't mean it to be. It's just a question. Do they know? According to Senator Todd, former member of the board of that school, the answer is no. Fascinating debate. I also appreciate the comments of my colleague from Douglas County. How many other times has this been done? I think the answer is 0. Never. I saw a finger go up maybe once. Maybe it's this. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure there haven't been public schools shut down in Douglas County because of accusations. I don't know. It seems a little odd. It seems a little odd to have a colleague from the other side of the aisle with whom I served in the House, served in the Senate, the last one who had the full 16 years like our colleague from Sterling. When Senator Todd left this chamber, she left a huge amount of institutional memory. I believe she served as the Senate President Pro Tem here for a while. She kind of knows what goes on here, and she has served in the majority and in the minority. She knows the education space very, very well. She was a school teacher before she was a legislator. Nancy noted here in a follow-up text that she has been an advocate for youth for 25 years and as a teacher for 16 years at the Capitol. That's one of the things I really appreciate about Senator Todd is she took time to help others learn how this process works. I remember a very, very tense moment here in the Senate where Senator Todd came to the mic and pleaded with us to take a break, go over in the president's office, have a conversation, try to work things out. You know what happened? We took a break, went over to the president's office. We worked things out. We avoided this conflict. Senator Todd, your lessons for me are not forgotten. One of the challenges we have here in this term-limited state legislature is that kind of institutional memory goes right out the door, probably faster than the members leave. We have an opportunity to take a few minutes, take an hour, maybe a couple hours, the afternoon, and maybe get this right. And that's going to be important not only for schools in Colorado, but our efforts to help the homeless in Colorado. My friend from Denver and I probably have a different view on that. Not surprising. What's more surprising, what's more rewarding is when we agree and we're raising our hand with our friend Senator Todd to say, time out. Maybe this one just isn't quite ready for this third reading vote. And if it passes through the Senate today, it'll pass with my no vote. Don't want that to happen. Want to try to be helpful for homeless. Want to try to make sure that we have the transportation issue addressed. And I don't necessarily want to trust that they'll fix these things in the House because everybody's in a hurry to get it all done at or before midnight, Wednesday, May 11th, the 120th day, when the power of this General Assembly goes back into a lockbox for 8 months. And then people in Watkins start raising their hands and ask, wait a minute, when did this happen? Why did this happen? Do something. And then those of you who will be back next session can answer, as I've answered people hundreds or probably thousands of times, there's not actually anything that we can do during those 8 months because we don't have any power.
Minority Leader Holbert, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. We have one power, to vote yes or no on hundreds of bills that are introduced during a 120-day session. Today's day 111. There's 9 more to go, at least when we started this morning. And that includes this upcoming weekend. We haven't heard yet whether we'll be here Saturday, but I kind of assume we will be. But this one would be worth coming in both Saturday and Sunday. Let's work all day for 9 days straight if we can get this right. Because I think, colleagues, it would be wrong for us to say, well, time is of the essence. Midnight, May 11th is just around the corner, and we've got 300 some bills we still got to resolve between the House and the Senate. And in this legislature, every bill that's introduced has to have a finite ending. It either has to pass or it has to fail in some way or another by midnight, May 11th. Do you all in this Senate chamber, do you all trust the other chamber to get this fixed and fixed right and send it back to us either in a conference committee or to concur with House amendments? Maybe. But as the upper chamber, I would encourage us all to not do that. For us to, if the majority leader, if the president would allow, to lay this bill over for an hour or a few or a day and get this right. Mr. President, thank you for your patience. And again, to the bill sponsors, I want to say I don't mean to stand here and point a finger at you and say, accuse you of trying to cause harm. I think you're trying to do the right thing in a hurry. And this bill, Senate Bill 211, deserves our time and attention to get it right. If that can't happen, then I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 211. And I want to give a shout out to my friend, Senator Nancy Todd in Aurora, for speaking up. God bless you, ma'am. Ask for a no vote.
Will the clerk please excuse Senator Quorum from the roll? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I've been listening to some of the testimony, I'm hoping that this isn't supposed to be a supportive residential community for people experiencing homelessness just in the Denver metro area, because that seems what we're making all of our statements based on, or not all of us, but some of us. The administrator of the community is supposed to be working with local providers across the state. So it's not just supposed to be even just the metro area here. It's supposed to be across the state. Because yes, there are some homelessness issues in Greeley. Maybe they're in Montrose, maybe they're in Cortez, I don't know, but it's not just for the metro area. But here's why I would say we need to take a time out. It's not just to try and get this right. Let's make sure that we are getting the repurposing, or is there a need for repurposing of Ridgeview campus? We have a couple of urgent needs in this state. One is behavioral health treatment facilities for youth. The other is still why the other urgent need that we have is still why this Ridgeview was set up in the first place. So back in 1993, 1994, if y'all remember, we had the Summer of Youth Violence. And we had, all that going on. Governor Romer was trying to figure out how to come up with policies, come up with a plan to deal with all of the shootings and the horrible things that were going on in the metro areas, basically, but in other areas throughout the state, because it was just the summer, it was a horrible summer. The response was to set up, let's just not keep building youth detention facilities. That wasn't the idea. The idea was to set up an alternative to just straight up youth detention. And that's where they came up with Ridgeview. And I think we spent about $50 million coming up with this idea, an alternative to youth detention. Basically a charter school, where yes, there are troubled youth in our state, but do we want them all going to detention? No. I think there was one young man in committee who talked about that if an individual goes to incarcerate, if they're incarcerated, that they are seven times likely to be homeless. I made a note of that. If we're going to incarcerate, starting with our youth, 7 times more likely to be homeless. So let me just kind of outline the timeline. We had a facility that was set up as an alternative to youth detention. And yes, it's still a detention type facility, but it was like a charter school overlaid where they came in and story after story of successes of these kids, how they were becoming productive members of the community, how they were succeeding, how they weren't staying in the criminal justice system, but they really truly were getting out. Because maybe the mistake they made wasn't that big. Like, they could get it fixed. They could just, I don't know, grow up, basically, is how they were talking about it. It's a great idea. I mean, this started back in 1997. It was successful. We spent a lot of money then. And even in 2021, and yes, there weren't as many kids at this facility, which again, maybe is a good thing. Also, maybe we weren't using the facility to its, most potential. So there could have been some other things we did there to meet our other needs in this state of having a behavioral health treatment center for youth, which we were told, even just by the woman who was there and spoke on behalf of the Children's Hospital about how the crisis looms large and that we're not meeting the needs in Colorado for children, for youth who are in crisis. Anyways, March of 2021, so just about a year ago, 11, 12, 13 months ago, the RFP was awarded to Rite of Passage to operate Ridgeview. That was in March 2021. And in hearing from people during the committee, people who were on the board, they weren't aware of what was to come in June, because in June of 2021 is when it closed. And the way we closed this facility was horrific, especially for some of the children there. We heard that a couple of the students committed suicide. We heard several of the students were incarcerated. So they were taken from an environment where they were thriving, and they were put into incarceration, not knowing what was going on. We know that some of the kids were under the custody of the County Department of Human Services, State Department of Human Services, and they were told to come pick up their kids. We know some kids just ran away. We did not hear from the Department of Human Services the disposition of all of the kids that were being served in that facility. But right after graduation, that's what happened. That's less than a year ago. And with 6 months, we've got this great idea to meet a need that is not the most urgent need for the General Assembly and for the state of Colorado. As it was mentioned, it's a solution for a different agenda item now. How to deal with homelessness, when we have yet to figure out how to deal with youth detention and with the youth mental health crisis in this state. Taking a time out would be a great idea. It is a great idea. Because, again, got a crisis for youth mental health treatment facility. We have a crisis when it comes to youth detention and finding an alternative that isn't just straight up incarceration, because that is setting up this youth for failure. The program works. I don't understand why we didn't spend more time making sure that the program could continue to work. So it's not just about using state assets for the highest and best use. I agree with that. Just remember though, 1997, we spent about $50 million to come up with an alternative to straight up detention for our youth. There are possibilities. Yes, I understand what's in the Families First Preservation Services Act from the federal government. That requires that we have changes to congregate care. But the state can make changes and can come up with other ways to have behavioral health treatment facility for our youth that are having mental health crisis. We need to be thinking in our most fullest potential and what is our most urgent needs that we are supposed to be addressing, not trying to come up for a solution for a different agenda item because that happens to be the agenda item in an election year. We didn't even give it enough time. They were closed down at the end of June. And by November, we already were talking how we were going to repurpose this facility to something for a different agenda item. I urge a no vote. Let's take a time out and let's figure it out.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to offer some perspective about Senate Bill 211 and my opposition to it as well. A lot of discussion about what happened to the existing facility and the challenges around taking care of some of our troubled youth. But I was going to talk a little bit more about what its intended purpose will be going forward. In committee, we heard reference to a transitional facility, kind of similar to what Fort Lyons is. So I wanted to share with the members that I've been to Fort Lyons. It's in my Senate district, and it's actually it's an amazing facility that went through a number of its own repurposing efforts. So originally it was a U.S. Army fort before the turn of the last century, and then it turned into repurposed into a U.S. Navy sanatorium, treating Navy folks with tuberculosis, TB. Then it was a veterans hospital, then a minimum security prison. And now it is actually a supportive residential community operated by the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. And they do a wonderful job there. But I do think, at least what we heard in committee, I don't know if there has been enough engagement with the community in Watkins and the surrounding area about what's about to happen potentially to their community. So the folks in Los Animas in Bent County, I think, are split about the impacts this type of community this type of program and structure has had on their community. And I do think there's an opportunity to take a pause, take a step back and get this thing right, because I know that supportive residential community concept, I do think it works and has worked well in Bent County outside of Los Animas. And I don't want to speak for that community, but maybe there's an opportunity to expand it. But it has a lot of the same challenges in front of it as Ridgeview Academy has in distance, probably 10 times the challenges from a distance perspective. It's a long ways to Los Animas in Bent County. It's a beautiful facility. I had the chance to tour it last summer. It was during COVID, so it was a little difficult to engage with the folks that were operating it and the residents there. But I do think there's, certainly some value in doing that. It's just about trying to take the time to get it right, to engage with the community in Watkins, understand their challenges, know what the challenges were in Bent County and Los Animas, to structure something very similar, and how to deal with that. In this instance, you can probably find out what the unintended consequences were and be prepared and have a plan of action for those. So I really just wish we would take a little more time and effort to understand what the impacts are to the community and be thoughtful about this, and encourage the body to think about a no vote around Senate Bill 211. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 211, but quite frankly, in my heart, I have a slightly different impulse and desire. This concept that we've been talking about of pausing, contemplating, thinking about this a little bit further, and maybe addressing is maybe a better pathway forward. You heard from one of our former colleagues. I will begin by paraphrasing some additional comments that she passed along to the minority leader here via text. If you don't care for the children of today, the students of today, you will have a greater problem with the expansion of homelessness in the future. The way I've always been trained to speak to exactly what Senator Todd has just shared with us is it's easier to build boys and girls than it is to fix broken men and women. And I think that's truly one of the challenges that we have in this circumstance, where we're closing off an effort to catch people in their younger days to prevent the arc of their life having even greater challenges, which, when you do the mathematics of that, it dramatically reduces the burden of society broadly. What this bill does, and there are a lot of bills moving through here this year, and I think it's driven in part by the fact we have so much money, we just don't know what to do with it all. So we just start throwing money at things as if money is a solution. But money is never a solution. At best, it's a tool. At worst, it's confusion. And I think that might be exactly what's happening here with regard to Senate Bill 211. $45 million and essentially 2.7 FTE in 22, 23, and in the out years, 25, 26, another $20 million. What it does is it says the bill transfers ownership of part or all of Ridgeview campus from the Department of Human Services to the Department of Personal Administration. So it moves it over into a different governmental location. Now, I will tell you that I stand before you fully ignorant. Most of you would say, of course, Lundeen, you're always fully ignorant. But the reality is there are a few things that I have a little bit of knowledge, a teeny bit of expertise on. One of the things I do not have expertise on at all is the policy elements around homelessness. Now, I've got some experience as an individual, and so I find myself in a circumstance where all I can do before my colleagues is testify to that which I've seen and experienced and to ask a whole bunch of questions. Now, one thing that I have seen and experienced is, in my mind, a stark difference in what the communities feel like between the most populous county in the state, which holds within it the city of Colorado Springs, and a large county. Most everybody thinks that Denver's the biggest county. It's not. The city and county of Denver's big, lots of people, but the most populous county, and it's growing faster. It's going to become even more populous over time. And my experience is, as I move about Denver, the city and county of Denver, I encounter an enormous amount of engagement with homelessness. You can't walk up and down the streets, you can't get in your car and go anywhere without bumping into, hopefully not literally, but certainly experiencing or seeing people experiencing or suffering from the effects of homelessness. It's a different experience down in Colorado Springs. There's some degree of visible homelessness, people on the street suggesting that you could help them if you would provide a little bit of money for them to get to the next whatever it is they need, meal, etc. But Colorado Springs has a very different, broad, cultural engagement on this. And I would argue it comes largely from the fact that we have a very active C3, that is a foundation-oriented, a nonprofit operation that is supported by individuals. It's supported by, quite frankly, the local government. Our mayor, current mayor, Mayor Suthers, has been very engaged. And I got to know Springs Rescue Mission a little bit when Larry Yonker, the previous director, was there. But the Springs Rescue Mission began in 1996, and it began as such. The founders began providing sandwiches to homeless people in Colorado Springs in parks and under bridges. Just one person helping out another. At the same time, they began inviting young homeless couples to stay in their home. Talk about personal engagement with your fellow man. To give them a head start on life change. Soon after that, they opened a food pantry at one small building. And these humble beginnings, and here's the money shot, folks. Here's the slide you don't want to miss. Here's the conclusion you need to catch up to. These humble beginnings of giving an individual a sandwich who was experiencing homelessness into a wide range of programs serving 27,000 households in the Pikes Peak region. So from these incredible humble beginnings, but a heart of an individual seeking to serve another individual, we are now serving up to 27,000 households. Now, why do I bring this up in the context of 211? There's a difference in saying to government, we've got so much money and the apparatus through which we can always go get more money. Here, go solve this problem, to a conversation around how do we as a community engage in this. Now, we passed out of here, and I voted for House Bill 1083 recently, which expanded tax credits for homelessness. And it basically said that if you have the ability to invest your tax dollars into or from the enterprise zones, you can help extend and leverage the dollars being spent into homelessness. Why is this meaningful? Because Senate Bill 211 does not have that ongoing sustainability of operations ethos. It simply has the capacity to say it's a government program, therefore we must spend money. So, I don't know the best pathway forward, but I do know my experience is very different in two communities and how we engage in this. It is my personal conviction that government can be helpful, but government, like money, is very rarely a solution. It's simply a tool. And I'm not convinced that the effort of 211 to take an excess amount of money, we've got all this money, let's make this big change, that would disconnect people, I think, quite frankly, from the very society that they should be supported and engaged with. I think it presents challenges. So I do not have the answer. I rise in ignorance in all honesty with the bill sponsors to say, I don't think this is the right place. I'll be a no vote. And the question and the challenge is, are we willing to do the hard work of finding other aspects of society to engage those people? You know, it starts with an individual providing a sandwich to someone who's suffering homelessness, and it grows over time to a community engaged operation that constantly requests the activity engagement of volunteers, constantly requests and receives the engagement of local business support and local wealthy donor support. But it is something that has grown from that simple mercy of a sandwich for someone struggling into an operation that is now leaning into the households, 27,000 households. If that's 2 people per household, it's more than 50,000 individuals that it is seeking to serve on an ongoing basis. So a no vote on 211 based in ignorance, but based in the conviction that when we do things more broadly than a simple government or a singular spoke of a government program, but we do things that are more societally broad, we get a better result over time. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 211. Will the clerk please add Senator Quorum to the roll? The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 211. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Woodward, Cook, Simpson, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood, Woodward, Scott. With a vote of 21, Story. Senator Story will be recorded as a no vote. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 211 is passed. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Moreno. Senators Pedersen, Buckner, co-sponsors on 211. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1137. Colleagues, this was on the consent calendar, so it'll operate as a normal third reading now. If you voted no and came down to the mic on consent, you'll want to raise your hand for House Bill 1137.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1137. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1137?
House Bill 1137, Representatives Ricks and Bradfield, Senators Gonzalez and Coleman, concerning practices of unit owners associations and in connection therewith authorizing the enforcement of certain matters regarding unit owners associations, a small claims court, and limiting the conduct of unit owners associations in collecting unpaid assessments, fees, and fines.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1137 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1137. Are there any no votes? Senators Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Liston, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Simpson, Scott.
Yeah.
With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1137 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Henriksen, Buckner.
Anybody who didn't?
Story.
Okay, yes. We got Story? We got Story already? Her hand is still up.
The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Zenzinger will be added as co-prime sponsor. What?
Did we get Story already?
Senator Story, you were on it last time, and I got you again this time. We got you, though.
Excellent work.
The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Zenzinger will be added as a co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 85 with Senator Quorum. Will the clerk please excuse Senator Scott? He's just going to watch as a audience member. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 226, and Senate Bill 236 on special orders second reading consent calendar at the hour of 1:50 p.m.
I'm sorry.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bills 80, 134, 210, 226, and 236 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 1:50 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Hey.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 1:50 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rules relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 80, Senator Donovan, Representative Roberts, concerning a duty of the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to conduct wildland fire investigations and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 134, Senators Henriksen and Quorum, Representative Esgar, concerning a general fund transfer to the Colorado State Fire Authority cash fund to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan. Senate Bill 210, Senators Zenzinger and Cook, Representatives Lontine concerning the regulation of supplemental healthcare staffing agencies by the Department of Public Health and Environment. Senate Bill 226, Senators Huckas, Lewis, and Rankin, Representative Malika concerning measures to support healthcare workforce. Senate Bill 236, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives McCluskey and Ransom concerning the review of Medicaid provider rates.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills listed on the special orders second reading consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 80 and the associated Agricultural and Appropriations Committee reports, Senate Bill 134 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 210 and the associated Health and Human Services, Finance, and Appropriations Committee reports, Senate Bill 226 and the associated Health and Human Services and Appropriations Committee reports, and Senate Bill 236.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? The motion for the body is adoption of all committee reports on special order second reading bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills in consent calendar? There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L005. Colleagues, this is to Senate Bill 210. I know it is atypical to have an amendment on the consent calendar. However, the Senate rules do allow us, if it is a technical amendment, which which Amendment L005 is. So Senate Bill 210, there is simply a mistake that needs to be corrected. I encourage your adoption of Amendment L005.
Motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. Any further discussion on any of the bills in the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion for the body's adoption of all the bills in the special order second reading bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motions for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 80 is amended. Senate Bill 134 is amended. Senate Bill 210 is amended. Senate Bill 226 is amended. Senate Bill 236 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 80 is amended. Senate Bill 134 is amended. Senate Bill 210 is amended. Senate Bill 226 is amended. Senate Bill 236 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1317, House Bill 1285, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 70, Senate Bill 85, Senate Bill 151, Senate Bill 161, Senate Bill 186, 187, 206, 207, 225, 233, 234, 235, and 40, I feel like an auctioneer, at the hour of on special orders at the hour of 1:56 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up the bills that the Majority Leader mentioned are on your calendar. The script says take up blank. Special orders at the hour of 1:56 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Sorry, Senator Smallwood, the ayes do have it. That motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:56 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Very good.
Very good.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1317?
House Bill 1317, Representative Tipper, Senator Bridges, concerning restrictive employment agreements.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1317 and the BLT committee report. Thank you.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a good committee. We did good things, and I ask for an aye vote.
It is a great committee, and the motion is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L17 by
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L17 is a slight modification to this bill that addresses some concerns we heard from some of our business community friends about the specifically non-solicits. And so what this says is that you can still only have non-competes for folks that make above that highly compensated threshold set by CDLE. This says you can have a non-solicit for folks that make 60% of that and above. So differences between non-solicits and non-competes. This allows those non-solicits at that threshold.
Motion is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L17 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there are some other folks who'd like to speak. I want to hand the mic over to them.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we ought to get her done.
I agree.
So in that sense, I won't take very long. Colorado already has a very well-developed law on restrictive employment agreements. This bill sort of had its genesis with the Uniform Law Commission, and I opposed it there. I'm a member of the commission. I opposed redrafting it, and I continue to oppose the bill. I appreciate the amendment. That was an improvement, but this is unnecessary. We have a good statute, and we have good case law that supports it. It will simply create more work for lawyers. These are golden days for me as a lawyer post-legislative work, because we're creating a lot of work and a lot of reasons why people need to come and pay me. But my job here is not to further the employment of lawyers. It is to represent my constituents who want a vibrant economy in the state of Colorado. I ask for a no vote on HB 1317.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I always appreciate the comments of my colleague from El Paso County. I appreciate the work and the feedback that he gave on this bill, along with some folks on the other side of the glass who have done some really great work on this. My sponsor in the House, Representative Carrie Tipper, is one of the best in the building, and this place will be poorer for her absence next year. She put a lot of work into this, made a lot of compromises. I think it's in a good place that will actually, I think, reduce the amount of work that will be done by lawyers, because it sets a really clear threshold. Above $101,000, roughly right now, highly compensated, as set by CDLE, you can have a non-compete. Below that, you can't. Right now, we have a lot of non-competes that actually aren't enforceable, but the people that they're being applied to don't really know that they are. And then there's legal cases, and they fight it out. This makes it very, very clear, very clean. This is a simplification of Colorado's law around non-competes. And I would argue, in many ways, this is very good for businesses that are looking to get folks hired, to not have to unwind non-competes when they're hiring folks from other places. I think this is good for employees. This is good for businesses. It is bad for lawyers, and I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of House Bill 1317. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1317 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1285?
House Bill 1285, Representatives Neville and Esgar, Senator Moreno and Cook concerning about prohibition against a hospital taking certain debt collection actions against a patient if the hospital is not in compliance with the hospital price transparency laws.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1285.
There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L18?
Amendment L18 by Senators Moreno and Cook, amend re-engrossed bill, page 9, line 10, strike.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L018.
To the amendment, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this merely, this was at the request of the hospitals. It does say that if a complaint is brought, that it actually has to relate to the procedure that is in question. So you can't file a complaint or file a suit against a hospital for a completely unrelated procedure. It actually has to be in relation to the procedure that you are seeking that they not have the ability to collect on. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L18. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L18 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Majority Leader. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask for your support on 1285. It's a hospital transparency. When you go into the hospital, you should know what the cost is beforehand so you can do shopping around. You can look at different hospitals and say, I want to get the procedure here because it's cheaper than over here. So it just says that the hospitals have to be transparent on their fees.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1285. All those in favor say Senator Lundeen.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. This is one of those really difficult bills that's a state bill that has an impact and connection to, and quite frankly, a significant dependence upon federal legislation, federal policies, and so forth. It provides a kind of a hammer and anvil, an enforcement criteria, which makes sense. We all want transparency. Can't live without that. But it requires transparency to something that's really complicated and difficult for the hospitals to engage in. I really appreciate the amendments that have been offered up to try and find this narrow piece forward. As written, the bill would quite frankly set down a tripwire for a lawsuit if in fact on the day that I had a hernia surgery, the website of the hospital had misposted its information about cataract surgery. I don't know that a hospital would necessarily do cataract surgery, but by example. The amendment as offered and we just accepted just now would take care of that. Those are the sorts of things that are so critically important in this very complicated piece. So at the end of the day, I think I'm a yes for transparency, but I have some significant reservations around the complicated nature of state law, significant hammer and anvil, potential blooming expansion of individual private action lawsuits against a complicated set of federal laws, federal regulations that we have absolutely no control over, but they are yet the predicate there, the foundation upon which so much rests with this particular piece of legislation. Again, I really appreciate the sponsor's effort to tune this up on its way through the building. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motion is the adoption of 1285. All those in favor say aye. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, you took my admonition to get her done quite literally. Some things ought not get done. House Bill 1285 is one of them. As I said a bill ago, didn't quite say it this way, but I'll say that these are halcyon days for trial lawyers. And House Bill 1285 will provide compensation and livelihood for many, many trial lawyers. Now, the bill presents something of a dilemma because we all support transparency in hospital charges. I venture to say that. Maybe we don't all. If you don't, raise your hand and I'll call you out. Only by your city. But 1285 chooses a mechanism to enforce that the federal government, which is the author of the Transparency Act, did not intend. And Were it simply to say you can't collect hospital if you haven't met the transparency standard, well, that would be unpalatable but not disastrous. But what this bill, and I'm looking at the re-engrossed version, just if you want to follow along, I'm sure that many of you will. On or after the effective date of this section, a hospital that is not in material compliance with hospital price transparency laws on the date the items or services are purchased. I, as a lawyer working on about 6 hours sleep last night, am having trouble reading this myself. Just imagine. The hospital shall not initiate or pursue a collection action against the patient or patient guarantor for a debt owed. I wonder if the sheriff from Weld County can tell me what a patient guarantor is. It raises the question of subrogation for costs that have already been paid by an insurance company or someone. And someone who guarantees that payment. If the patient believes that a hospital was not in material compliance, etc., and the hospital takes a collection action, they can file suit. Oh, here we go. Here's where my post-legislative occupation and economic security comes in at your expense. Because the hospital would have to refund not only the amount of the debt that was paid, but they have to pay a penalty equal to the total amount of the debt. And then, any attorney's fees and costs incurred by the patient relating to the action. There is a word to describe this, and it is draconian. It is not a carving knife, but a meat cleaver. Not a scalpel for enforcement, but a bludgeon. This is, in short, well-intended and ill-considered legislation to accomplish the goal. Members, we spent a lot of time over the last 2-3 years worrying about hospital availability, about hospital bed availability. And now we bring a piece of legislation that is going to fly in the face of that goal. Now, I'm no great apologist for hospitals, but we need to make good public policy for every actor in the system, every stakeholder in the system. And House Bill 1285 is not it. But I do congratulate the senator from Greeley for passing one of the best trial lawyer bills of my 14 years in the legislature. This has got to be at the top of the list of benefits to trial lawyers. Congratulations to the senator. But I ask for a no vote.
Motion is to passage 1285. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1285 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69, Senator Story, Representative McLaughlin, and Froelich, concerning prohibiting the use of student academic measures and evaluating the performance of licensed personnel during school years in which the delivery of service is disrupted.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 69 and the Senate Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Senator Story.
We made substantive changes in the Education Committee to accommodate the will of others.
Motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Story.
The Appropriations report was accepted and passed in the Appropriations Committee.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 69 is a bill that no longer represents its original intention, but nonetheless, what it does do is provide that we will accommodate a pause in the use of student growth scores for measuring educator effectiveness for 2 years. The current school year, 21-22, as well as the following school year, 22-23.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Will clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 70?
Senate Bill 70, Senator Bridges, concerning licensed personnel performance evaluations in public schools.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 70 and the Education Report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did some good things to the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appropriated the appropriate appropriation.
Motion is the adoption of the appropriation of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. Senator Bridges, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know the impact that teachers have on their students every single day. Research consistently shows that educators are the single most important in-school factor when it comes to the success of their students. The pandemic has had an enormous impact on our students, our teachers, and all of our school-based personnel, which is why it made sense for us to push pause on our evaluation system during this disruption. But as we've reopened our schools and returned back to normal, it is time to restart our educator evaluation system so that teachers and principals can receive the developmental support that they need and deserve. It has been more than 10 years since we last passed a major revision to our teacher evaluation system, and it is past time for an update to that system. And the pause that we've had through COVID gives us the perfect opportunity to streamline that process, make it less burdensome, and set up an evaluation system designed to help teachers grow. This bill helps achieve all of those goals. Starting in 23-24 school year, Senate Bill 70 will reduce the reliance on test scores by dropping the student growth part of an evaluation from 50% to 30%. It will create modified rubrics that include shortened rubrics for folks who are consistently rated highly effective. It provides more training for the folks conducting evaluations. It encourages school districts to experiment with innovative local methods of observation. And it puts more emphasis on teachers' professional development, the real focus of a strong evaluation system. This bill has come together after months, years, perhaps, of conversations with folks from across the entire education sector. Anyone willing to devote their lives to teaching deserves to have all of the support that we can possibly give them. And this bill ensures that the focus of teacher evaluation is to give teachers the feedback and support they need to become even better teachers. So for our teachers, for our students, and for our parents, I ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Teacher evaluations, we all care deeply. I mean, if we truly were to just all sit in a room and ponder the question of big ideas, first principles, what are we really here for, we would all probably agree that in our top 5 priorities, for me it's top 1 priority, But in our top 5 priorities as a General Assembly, education, the children of today, the citizens of tomorrow, is fundamental. And so we create policies, and we spend a ton of money. We spend about $14 billion a year, all sources all in, for the 900,000, give or take, students in public education. So this particular bill is about a piece of that continuum of public education. It's about the teachers. Now, we, as a matter of policy, and when I say we, I'm talking about General Assemblies past, long past, recently passed, current and forward, looking forward. As a matter of policy, we like to know what's going on with regard to our teachers. Now, when I say teachers, I'm thinking classrooms, student-facing teachers. Members of the Public Employees Union think that bus drivers and cafeteria workers and gardeners tend to be teachers as well, and they all do support and participate in making sure we have a good public education environment. But when I say teachers, I'm specifically thinking about student-facing classroom teachers. Well, knowing how they're doing with the result that the student is getting, I believe, is critically important. Now, there are all sorts of ways to look at understanding how to improve public education. But I think it is inevitable that one measure that we always must consider is, how are the students doing as an individual over time? What is their growth? Growth is the wonky word we use in the education policy space to understand what's going on. And we measure that growth based on tests, assessments at the end of the year, these big assessments. Now, there are an array of assessments. There's formative assessments, interim assessments, and summative assessments, all of which give us some insight into what's going on with the students' growth capacities. I personally have always said the holy grail of assessments would be if we could get a test that is meaningful to the student, helpful to the teacher and parent as they're trying to understand exactly where the student is, and could be normed across multiple schools, across multiple districts, across the state. That would be the perfect assessment. And that would tell us what's really going on with the student. So, to SB 70, it's about that assessment piece. How is the student doing? Where the rubber meets the road. The entire goal of education is the student making progress or not? And we can measure that based on any number of things, but it's undeniable that the student's performance on assessments at the end of the year, you know, back 1,000 years ago when I was in education, took the Iowa Basic. We could understand how are we doing. Well, were we gaining in expertise and skills as a learner? Were we gaining in a knowledge bank, putting information into our little skulls? Those things were helpful. Well, still we have that, except now it's Colorado Measures of Academic Success is what we call it, and we measure that. Now, I supported SB 70 in committee, and I will support it here, but I want to call out that we must continue to lean into this. We need to know good times and bad times, and I'm just a realist when it comes to this. If we've been through a very difficult circumstance, which we have with COVID, the reality is I don't expect any of the students are going to be performing as we would have expected them to perform had we not gone through COVID. Consequently, I'm pretty sure that the teachers, as measured in effectiveness based on that experience, probably have a similar negative experience. It's not quite going to be what we'd hoped it would be. But to say we don't want to know, we just don't want to know, is a horrible mistake. So Senate Bill 70 seeks to get at that, and it dials back slightly that what I would say is the holy grail, understanding how is the student doing, but to an acceptable level. Toward that end, I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 70 says, and I'm just going to read it to you. Actually, I'm going to move it first.
That's a proper motion.
Amazing. You know, you wouldn't think at 2:20 in the afternoon one would be tired already, but somehow I find myself not quite as quick on the uptake as I would. And that is exactly, quite frankly, a reality. And I own that before the public. I own that before the people of Colorado. Lundin wasn't as sharp at 2:20 on Monday morning as he should have been. But I move with authority. Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 070.
To the amendment, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this says simply and the easiest way to describe it is to read it. For licensed personnel evaluations completed for the 22-23 school year, and for each school year thereafter, each school district and Board of Cooperative Services shall prepare a report of the effectiveness ratings assigned based on the evaluations completed for the applicable school year and the actions recommended based on or in response to the evaluations to improve or maintain the effectiveness of licensed personnel. The report must not include personally identifying information with regard to any licensed person. We never want to shame anybody. We want to help everybody. The school district or Board of Cooperative Services shall submit the report to the department no later than October 1st of the school year following the school year for which the evaluations were completed. No later than January 15th, immediately following receipt of the reports, the department shall submit a compilation of the reports to the State Board of Education, reports to the State Board and to the Education Committees, want to be precise here, of the Senate and the House of Representatives or any successor committees, and shall post a copy of the compilation to the department website. Notwithstanding requirements of Section 24.1.136, the requirement to submit the compilation report specified of this section continues indefinitely. So this is really about just being candid, saying here's how we're doing. It's a matter of public policy. It's how we have a policy measure to keep track of what's going on, and it's how we report out through the Department of Education, through the BOCES, through the Senate Ed Committee, through the House Committee, to the people of Colorado, an understanding of how we're doing. So I think this level of transparency would be beneficial to this bill, and I urge your support of Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 070. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say, first of all, I really appreciate the sentiment here. I also want to have as much data as we possibly can about how our schools are doing. There is no question that how our teachers are doing is an integral part of how our schools are doing. However, to the good senator from Monument, you have voted no on so many bills simply because they created a new FTE. I look at this and I think the number of new FTEs that will be generated by this amendment are enormous. I think the fiscal note for this would be pretty large. In addition, there are other ways to get this information. This is redundant to existing reporting that we can already get. And so for the purpose of smaller, more efficient government while also maintaining access to the data we need, I ask for a no on this amendment.
Senator Lundeen.
Although I find myself more a Chicago school economist, a monetarist perhaps, I would lean on the words of the great economic mind, John Maynard Keynes, and say consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds.
Motion is
Mr. Chair.
The adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Those have it, and L005 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 70. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 70. While it's true, the good senator from
somewhere,
wherever he's from, Greenwood Village, said that this has been worked on, this effort to change up how we do our evaluation system in public education. It has been underway and in the works for a long time. And ever since this current process was introduced in 2010 through Senate Bill 191, the effort was to, the publicly described effort for this bill was to ensure that our students, we would close learning gaps. And there has been absolutely zero indication over time since 2011 when it was implemented that this has occurred at all. Test scores have not improved for our students over time, and nor have our teachers been perceived to be educating better in order to improve those test scores. Because the process just doesn't work. And it's been clearly shown that there's nothing about this current process that has improved anything for our students. However, It is driving educators out of the system. I've heard 6,000 openings for educators across the state. Perhaps it's more, especially since we are in the third year of COVID results, negative impacts for teachers and students. And this is highly detrimental to our students to have so many open teaching positions. Additionally, educators are leaving the field because this process is so punitive and so detrimental and so harsh. Teachers, educators spend every single day thinking about how they can produce and share particular curriculum in a particular way so that they have an artifact to show, to prove that they can check off a box on this intense rubric. And it's nice that there's an indication that they're going to have a more compressed rubric for our highly effective teachers who represent about 10% of our educators across the state. But what about the other 75 or 80% of educators who are effective, which means they're doing exactly what they should be doing? They too should have a break from this rubric that's just so punitive. And for educators to have to spend every single day thinking about their evaluation and how they can score points to ensure they get enough points to get the rating that they're looking for is ridiculous when they need to be spending time on how to deliver curriculum and what curriculum to deliver and how to ensure that students really get the knowledge base that they are looking to teach and share. Testing also takes up about 20% of our school days throughout the year. That's insane that we're losing that much time testing our kids year after year after year and starving them of the time of teaching curriculum, which is what we should be doing and what our educators should be doing. In 2020, when COVID hit, and the country was moving into a much more remote lifestyle for not only businesses and schools, but nearly everything that we do, many of our schools overnight, especially in Colorado, went remote right around spring break, either right before it or right after it. And there was an announcement by the feds, by the Secretary of Education, that they would not require states across the country to go through their annual testing, federally mandated testing. And you just had to submit for a waiver. Colorado did that. We submitted for the waiver, and those standardized tests were not given in the spring of 2020. I reached out to find out within the building who would know if we had paid for the testing, if Colorado had paid for the testing yet, and if we hadn't, could we put that on a halt right away because we weren't going to do the testing. Testing that year, as I recall, cost $23 million for the state of Colorado to administer. At that point in time, in the middle of March, we had already paid $18 million for the testing that was not given yet. The tests hadn't even been administered. That's shocking. And we didn't administer those tests that year. $18 million down the drain that we could have used for so many other things within public education. And we're paying that much and probably more now every year for just the statewide testing, not to mention all of the other testing that we do. And there's absolutely no proof that this testing is beneficial, that it's helping improve our test scores or helping improve the quality of our educators. You should also know that in 2015, the federal government released school districts from the requirement to utilize standardized test scores to evaluate educators. In 2015, they did this. No longer was it required. A number of states have gone that way and no longer require the use of standardized testing to evaluate their educators. Alaska, Arkansas,
Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and the District of Columbia. These are both blue states and red states who have come to their senses and left the use of growth scores and standardized testing behind when evaluating educators. Why? Because it doesn't make sense and it doesn't work. Colorado needs to do the same. We need to leave behind the use of standardized growth score testing for evaluating educators because it doesn't make sense and it doesn't help. Does testing have a place? Absolutely. There is a purpose for utilizing test scores. Analysis of them, for looking at one grade level from one school to another, from one district to another, certainly there is that purpose. And a reason to look at our test scores across the whole state and how are we doing? What's happening over time? But utilizing these growth scores for measuring educator effectiveness does not make sense. In a scientific world, it doesn't make sense. Test scores for students were created to measure the acquisition of skills or standards for students. That's why they were created. If they are reliable and valid for that purpose, that's a good thing. If they're created for a purpose and they are in fact valid and reliable for that purpose, that's a good thing and it makes sense to utilize them. But you don't use test scores that were created for one purpose to measure something else. Our student testing assessments were not created for measuring educator effectiveness, so they will never be valid or reliable for that purpose, and they should not be used for that purpose. And Colorado should be able to figure out how to leave that behind and recognize that testing has a place, but its place should not be used for measuring educator effectiveness. I urge you all to vote no on this bill and stop the insanity of utilizing student growth scores for measuring educator effectiveness.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak about Senate Bill 70. And within Senate Bill 70, which I want to say to the sponsor from Green Village, I appreciate the work that we've done to make a change for the first time in 10 years to teacher evaluations. I think the time is right to do that. My concern is that it doesn't go far enough. By lowering the standard of teacher evaluations from student performance to 30%, we're still focusing on standardized testing, which has its own flaws. And standardized testing here in Colorado really took off in 2001 with No Child Left Behind. And if for those of you who don't know, standardized testing is required for students in grades 3 through 8 and once in high school with that bill. At that time, since then, we have spent $1.5 billion on standardized testing since 2001. $1.5 billion just on the testing. That testing was tied to test results, sanctions were, which have failed to improve schools. 26 states, based on that, actually use tests for graduation. Now, we looked at the data, looked at the studies, and in 2015, Every Student Succeeds Act was passed to replace No Child Left Behind. Again, the same function of testing, grades 3 through 8, and once in high school in English language arts and math, plus once each in science for elementary, middle, and high school. To put it specifically, we're asking teachers to be evaluated on a one-time year test And we're going from 50 to 30, and I appreciate we're at least going down. But what we're saying, and testing just finished up in a lot of schools last month. But what we're asking for here is that 3rd and 4th graders are to spend 7 hours and 45 minutes on a standardized test. Now, when the senator from Monument talked about taking the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, I remember that too. For me, it was 90 minutes taking that as a kid, not sitting for 7 hours and 45 minutes in 3rd and 4th grade. In 5th grade, 11 hours, 45 minutes. 6th grade, 8 hours, 45 minutes. 7th grade, 8 hours, 45 minutes. 8th grade, 12 hours, 45 minutes, because they include science. You have a kid sit that long, they're going to lose their attention. Now, do they sit for 12 hours continuously? No, they're done in 60 to 90 minute segments. My wife just sat monitoring these in the middle school over the last couple of weeks. When the kids are done, if they're done early in their 90 minutes, they can't make a sound. To keep the test focused and keep the other kids who are still taking it, to make it fair, they cannot leave except to go to the bathroom. They cannot go outside for recreation. They can read a book, find something else to do at their desk. Those kids that are done early. Then there are those kids who take longer because they need accommodations. I got my Certified Financial Planner certificate in 2003. I studied for 3 months every day. During the weekdays, I studied 4 hours a day after I got off work, and the weekends it was 8 to 10 hours a day for 3 months. That test, to become a CFP, a professional certificate, lasted 10 hours over 2 days. We're asking elementary school kids, middle school kids, to sit for almost the equal amount of time to judge their performance. It's the Super Bowl of testing. Hey, how are you doing for this year? What have you learned here come April? Do you know when the teachers get the results of these tests in the schools? They don't get them right away so that they can use them in their weekly and their monthly goals to apply where the kids are struggling to help them improve. They get these results the following school year when a new teacher comes in, when they've been off for the summer. And being off for the summer, we know, has some lag in learning, causes lag in learning at the beginning of the school year. This is not something that kids do, that school districts do, to actually help to improve kids in the moment. What testing really does is support the groups that make money off of it. Districts spend up to $50 million a year to test. The state itself spends up to $24 million every year on standardized testing. Lobbyists spend $12 million a year from 2015 to 2021, total, to lobby for these programs. Teacher evaluation is not, or should not, any part of it be based on a standardized test where you have a 3rd grader sit for 7 hours and 45 minutes. School districts provide tests now. I can speak for Littleton Public Schools. It's called an iReady program, where a student will sit down for 30 to 45 minutes and test throughout the school year to check their progress. And the teacher gets a report immediately to determine where this child is struggling, where this child is being successful. The teacher can then make changes to the individual learning plan for that student. That's not saying if the teacher is good or bad in their evaluation. That is saying we are determining the progress of this child, and we can actually do something to help this child. The purpose of these standardized tests during April is simply, in my opinion, to rank schools and teachers against each other, to give people opportunities to come in and find education funding for different reasons, not for actually supporting these students. If we're really going to support these students, we're going to do our testing throughout the school year. We're going to do it so that we have effective, immediate response. We're going to do it so that we can actually make a difference this week, this month, this year. So that is my argument against having standardized testing as any part of a teacher evaluation. Now, my other question is, why are we even involved in teacher evaluations at the state level? This is more of a local control issue. The Gates Foundation just spent $575 million to study teacher evaluations across the country. You know what they came up with? What they discovered in the teacher evaluations as a form of improving student achievement? There was no statistical difference. None. But yet we put so much time and so much bureaucracy into teacher evaluations from the top down. What we need to do, and what I agree with this bill, what I like about this bill, is trying to find innovative ways at the local level, allowing them to figure out for themselves how to evaluate teachers, to get master administrators and master teachers involved with young teachers right away. What we found and what they found in 9 different studies since 2009 about teacher evaluations, the biggest impact is getting kids who are struggling more one-on-one time, smaller classroom time, getting teachers to stay, not losing teachers, but focusing on retention and improvement. I want to give the sponsor credit for working on that, working on improving teacher performance and not making this so punitive. I taught for 5 years and left the field. Many teachers today are teaching for 1 or 2 years and leaving the field because they don't feel like they're supported. It isn't bonus pay that will keep them there. It's feeling a part of a school district, of a school, of a community. Knowing that you have base pay that has given you an opportunity to make a living. Knowing that you have pay growth available over time. Knowing that you are getting support from your administration, from other teachers. Not feeling that you are competing against another teacher for your job, but that what you're doing is you're doing everything you can to focus on that child, not on the test, but how to improve for that child. There is no such perfect test out there. In 2015, the World Economic Forum did a study, and we're not the only ones in this nation, in this world, wondering how to assess kids and how to evaluate progress. But at the 2015 World Economic Forum, they questioned how we can use standardized tests on 16 different necessary skills for the 21st century. 16 skills. How do you find a perfect test for that and then evaluate a teacher? You don't. Those 16 skills were critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, initiative, adaptability, social and cultural awareness, including literacy, science and math, financial literacy, cultural and civic literacy as their foundations. Don't tell me a test is going to tell us when we're sitting for 7 to 12 hours and funding the corporate structure behind it, funding ways to excuse, to rank our schools, to have them compete against each other, because we want to take resources out instead of giving you the resources. Kids struggle. We know education is not from one person, not from one teacher. We know successful education takes a community. And that community needs to focus. And we need to fund that community on helping these students progress every day, every week, and every month. And a Super Bowl of testing does not give us a fair representation, and it doesn't give our teachers, our professionals, a chance to make a difference immediately. So, again, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this, for making a change, for doing something for the first time in 10 years. I would prefer to see teacher evaluations at 0, but at this point, I am seeing something better than nothing. I know where the support is. So with that, I will be in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoop. And I've got something for you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 70? 7. Can be 70 amendments. 7.
Amendment L7, Senator Bridges.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I forgot to raise my hand. So I said we've been working on this for a very, thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007
Proper
to SB070.
Proper motion. Please tell us about L 007.
L007 is a great amendment. The bill, as introduced, was nearly perfect. Again, after years of working on this, I believe what we introduced was almost there. However, we do need to make a few changes. What this does, right at the beginning, you'll see that 10% number, just clarifying the collective measures at a school. This bill already limits collective measures to not at the district level, but at the school level, so that administrators can set goals for their faculty. We want to make sure that we're improving on reading, so everyone's score will have something to do with the school-wide score on, say, reading or math. That school-wide score can only be 10% of that 30%. So it's not that of the 100% of an evaluation, 30% is teacher eval, and then 10%. So really, 10% is collective and 20% is individual. That of that 30%, only 10% can be collective. Hope that is clear as mud for everybody. The next part about licensed persons versus teacher or principal, we want to make sure that folks like counselors, there's some non-academic measures that can be used by various different folks at a school. So wanted to make clear what we were talking about in these areas, which is why we have that change made throughout. Lines 15 through 18 is about saying that we aren't going to hold teachers accountable for data that was collected when the teachers weren't there. Seems to make sense to me. If you weren't there, you shouldn't be held accountable for data that you didn't have anything to do with. That makes a lot of sense. And then flipping over to the back side, we do some repeats through here. And then from lines 8 to 12 on page 2, that's to incentivize innovative practices like peer assistance and reviews and things like that. And then the last piece, the performance ratings for all licensed personnel who are evaluated. This is to make sure that we get all the data from all the teachers that were at a school, whether those teachers leave that school or not. The date is changed just because where we had set it was a burden on schools. As long as we get that data at the CDE level, that is good enough for everybody. We just need to make sure we get it. And then we are striking page 15, lines 5 through 19, because the bill that we just heard addresses the issues addressed in page 15, lines 5 through 19. And I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Motion is the adoption of L 007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L 07 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a brief response to the eloquent comments that came before me. When half of all teachers leave in the first 5 years, something is going wrong. We are not providing them with adequate education heading into schools. We're not providing them with adequate support once they get there. This bill shifts the emphasis on teacher evaluation to supporting teacher development. That is what this bill right here does. Even the best teachers want to continue to improve, which is why we still evaluate even the best teachers on a yearly basis. but it's a different rubric. And that streamlined rubric gives administrators the time that they need to spend more attention, more focus on those teachers who need the most help, those teachers in their first 5 years. This is the largest single change to teacher eval that we have had in more than a decade. It is time to make these changes to support our teachers, to support our administrators, and most importantly, to support our students. And I ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 70. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 70 is adopted. Clerk, please read the title of Senate Bill 85.
Senate Bill 85, Senator Quorum, Representative McLaughlin, and Catlin, concerning creating the Colorado Safe Student Protection Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zinzinger. Okay, Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 85 in the
State Affairs Report.
State Affairs Report
And
and Appropriations.
that is a proper motion. To the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report, Senator Quorum.
In State Affairs, thank you, Mr. Chair. In State Affairs, the funding was stripped out.
The motion is the adoption of the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. To the Appropriation report, Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you. The wrong amount was added in appropriations, and we have an amendment that will fix that in a minute after we adopt the report.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriation report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriation report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L5?
Amendment L5,
Senator
Senator.
Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L5 corrects the appropriation, and we ask for an aye vote.
Would you like to move L5?
I move L5.
Motion is the adoption of L5. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L5 is adopted. To the bill, Senator, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L4?
Amendment L4, Senator Quorum, amend printed
Senator
bill.
Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L4 on page 3 strikes line 4 and substitute Anna and Michaela's law. And let me expand a little bit on why we should move L004.
Is that a proper motion? That is a motion to move L004 to the amendment. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anna is a child, that beautiful child, that was involved in a school bus incident this spring and lost her life. Michaela is the daughter of Detective Dan Sperry. Dan grew up in Colorado Springs, lives in Idaho. And he was called to investigate a stop arm violation where a child had been hit. Dan shows up to the scene of the accident and provided CPR. The child died at the scene. That child, Michaela, is Detective Sperry's daughter. So this is to honor them and thank them and respect their memories. Ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This journey began for me in 2018. I had ran some legislation on school safety, basically brick and mortar safety. But I was concerned about what I thought may be even a softer target. So I reached out to a 30-year-old nonprofit that specializes in child safety. Talked to Mr. Lieber and asked him to evaluate Colorado. And it came back that Colorado may be one of the most dangerous states, if not the most dangerous states, for school buses. We have inclement weather, we have high elevations, we have slick roads, and often narrow. So we decided that, yes, it is time. And I partnered in 2019 with my good partner on this. And we brought the bill through education and transportation. And then the casualty of all casualties happened, and it was called COVID. We lost 25% of our funding. Funding that has been delayed up until now. We have worked on this relentlessly. We have expanded. I've had the opportunity to work with probably the most incredible group of people involved. I mentioned Mr. Lieber, but I also had the opportunity to work with Otha Thornton, Jr. Otha is the past president of the National PTA, former White House and communications under President Bush and Obama. Tony Chapa, School Safety and Security, former Assistant Director of the Secret Service. Bill Arrington, School Bus Security, nationally responsible for all surface transportation for DHS and TSA. Rick Perry, a business organization and process engineer. Detective Sperry has been on the team from day one. Jeff Cassell, school bus accident reduction safety manager for over 3,800 schools, the #1 safety trainer in the U.S. Our own Greg Jackson, voted the #1 transportation director in America from Jefferson County. Stephen Taco, anti-bullying, no bullies on board programs. Frank Taninsky, global product designer with over 100 patents. Stephanie Duckworth is a professor and director for Princeton and Rutgers, Native American author and teacher. And Michael Lloyd produced over 100 gold, platinum records, celebrity liaison for the network. So what does the bill do? Parental Notification and Student Safety App. Parents receive secure notifications of school bus arrivals or delays, enjoy free, expert, age-appropriate resources to raise safer, healthier students, and avoid known public safety hazards. Statewide anti-stop arm recruit campaign. Motorists have over 200,000 stop arm violations a year. Colorado averages two school bus accidents per day, over 350 per year. Proven technology and advanced training reduces accidents by much as 50%. Faster response times it saves lives. A silent alarm and crash detection alerts for first responders to the exact location of the bus. You know, it's interesting, banks have silent alarms, schools buses don't. Solve school bus shortage. You know, we're dealing with a shortage now. It's ironic, and I supported, we just put in the budget several $1 million for electric school buses with zero emissions. But about 10% of the buses that we have today are zero emissions because they don't have a driver. They do not have a driver. This will help alleviate that program. Also, pollution, and we mentioned onboard bullying. But the most important thing is the cost of this program, as drafted, is $13.5 million over 3 years. The program itself will cost about between $40 and $45 million. So what it means, it costs about $5,000 to equip a bus and all the safety and all the training. So every $5,000 that we reduce means one less bus. We have worked hard on this, and my good friend from Arvada has been diligent. The chair has been a huge factor in bringing this bill to this forward. But I'm pleased with the allocation of funds, but I'm also a little disappointed because that means that 400 additional buses will not be equipped as originated in the bill. Thank you very much.
Senator Zinziger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I too would like to just say a few words about this important program. We talk a lot about school safety, and we have a lot of programs out there that help with safety inside the school building. But you have to think about how do children get to school. For the most part, they get to school through transportation, including a bus. And so it's really important that we are thinking about the safety of our students all the way from the moment that they leave their home until they leave that school and return back to their homes. So this program is going to create a Colorado Safe Student Protection Program. It's essentially a pilot program. As you just heard from my good co-prime sponsor from Montrose, this bill is not funded at the full capacity, and so it'll be a pilot program to start. But we do believe that the amount of data that we are tracking, the different elements that are contained within the bill, will prove in the end to be very valuable. And so we figure let's at least get this going, and let's start changing the safety guidelines and rules around protections for our students and how they get to school. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 85. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 85 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 151?
Senate Bill 151, Senators Danielson and Story, Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning the creation of a cash fund for use by the Department of Transportation to fund projects that provide safe road crossings for connectivity of wildlife and thereby reduce wildlife vehicle collisions.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 151 and the committee reports.
For the Appropriation Committee report, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriation Committee assigned the necessary funds to get the program off the ground and running.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here in support of, along with my co-prime on this bill, to address wildlife crossings and safe passage for wildlife across our highways. In Colorado, this is Senate Bill 151. Did we move Senate Bill 1? Okay. In Colorado, law enforcement reports about 4,000 wildlife vehicle collisions annually. But if you consider those that are unreported, we may be talking about over 14,000 collisions. These tragic accidents have incredible consequences that include hundreds of injuries to humans and some fatalities, along with the death of thousands of animals, at an annual cost approximately of $80 million in property damage, emergency response, medical treatments, and other costs. And the figure does not include the value of lost wildlife, which is likely $24 million or more, including the impact on the health of the wildlife populations. So this Senate Bill 151 provides a solution that seeks to create the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund, and it will fund projects that provide safe road crossings for connectivity of wildlife that reduce wildlife vehicle collisions, including projects identified in CDOT's 10-year pipeline. It would also provide much-needed resources, it would also provide a much-needed source of matching funds to leverage federal grant opportunities included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. I'd just like to add that in 2015 and 16, Colorado's first 2 wildlife overpasses and 5 wildlife underpasses, 10.3 miles of wildlife exclusion fencing and other mitigation features were constructed on State Highway 9 between Kremling and Green Mountain Reservoir. The project was designed to improve motorist safety by reducing wildlife vehicle collisions, which allows animals to cross over or underneath the highways without being in contact with the motor vehicles passing by. And we believe that this is a really important step that we can take in Colorado
to not only save wildlife animals' lives, but also save the lives and reduce injuries from those vehicle collisions. And I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Motion, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor for all of her work on the measure. I just wanted to add that the wildlife crossings projects across the state are a really straightforward approach to solving a costly, even deadly problem when wildlife and vehicles collide. It's a common sense approach to a very serious problem that could result in saving people all across Colorado as much as $80 million per year in costs associated with these crashes. And I would add, the project that my colleague from Conifer was describing resulted in a 92% decrease in wildlife vehicle collisions. These work. And during committee, we heard a lot of testimony from hunters, from wildlife conservationists, from county commissioners all over the state, from the Department of Transportation, the State Patrol. These folks understand the importance of preserving the wildlife that we love across Colorado and also preventing these costly and harmful collisions so that our friends and neighbors all across Colorado avoid them. And that we have quality, safe place for people to enjoy the state, the wildlife that we would need to preserve without this kind of costly collision. It's good for the economy, it's good for the wildlife, it protects people from these collisions, it's a common sense approach, and we should definitely pass this bill to get the projects in motion and built as quickly as possible. So let's pass Senate Bill 151, increasing safety for Colorado wildlife and motorists.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And a couple questions for the bill sponsors. $25 million fiscal note. We've got, so the question is, what's the fiscal note at this point?
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague. Part of the Appropriations Committee hearing this morning was an amendment to the bill that lowers the fiscal impact from $25 million to $5 million.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much. 5 million, considerably smaller. I, incidentally, to the bill, have a bill that has a different number, which would be 067, that's looking for $1.5 million for critical incident training to de-escalate when law enforcement engages. So I'm just looking for $1.5 million on that particular project. It's about people, not elk or deer. But anyway, to this bill, $25 million as proposed, $5 million as pared down. I live at the other end of the I-25 GAP project, and it has, I don't know, dozens and dozens of miles, probably dozens and dozens, 18-mile gap on both sides, 36 miles probably of fencing, and game gates at every single intersection now to, in fact, get at this problem that this bill would seek to get at. And it's real, it's meaningful, it's important. But the reality is I don't think there's a meaningful road project that will be done in Colorado from this day going forward that doesn't say, and how important is livestock, or not livestock, but wildlife safe crossing as an element of this particular set of roadways. The reality is if we've got a lot of wildlife crossing, then it becomes a high priority project in the construction project. So my argument, when you follow me all the way through to the 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 members that are still in the chamber here with me, when you follow me all the way through to the end of my arguments, let's put the money into the roads project, the roads and bridges project, because a filter in every project that we build has the question of, is wildlife crossing an important part of this project? If yes, let's solve for that problem. If no, let's put the money into other aspects of the roads and bridges of Colorado where we need to spend the money. But I appreciate the intent of the sponsor's bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again to my colleague. It actually gives me an opportunity to describe the other benefits of the bill. Because people are becoming more and more aware of how successful they are, specifically building wildlife crossings under or over roads across the state and across the nation, the current federal administration has set aside funds to go to the states, to help them build these kinds of structures if they are investing locally. Other states are becoming aware of this and they're starting to pass their own legislation. So if we do this, if we designate this smaller amount of funds, but it's still significant, we are hoping that it will leverage up to an additional, so the reason we picked the initial number was that if we leveraged with our 20% investment and 80% investment on top of that from the federal government, it would fill the entire budget that CDOT has for the next 10 years for these crossings. Now, we've pared down our state investment, but it's still significant enough that it would put Colorado in the front of the line and prepare us with the Department of Transportation to be able to accept those federal dollars once they become available. Instead of the typical dance of scrambling around once the dollars are offered, we are prepared, organized, and at the front of the line to accept the federal funding that will go somewhere. I would much rather it come to Colorado than to one of our neighboring states who are experiencing the same type of wildlife vehicle collisions, want the same kind of investment, have the same kind of solution, but what we've done is put ourselves at the front of the line to get that federal money into our state instead of elsewhere.
Seeing much more discussion, Senator Lundeen.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. And that is a valid argument. I completely get that. It's an argument that I'm frustrated with because the federal government increasingly is intruding into our prioritization of what we choose to do. I would choose to spend money on training law enforcement officials to de-escalate when they're in conflict with a person in a situation that might spin out of control instead of spending $5 million on animal crossings. That would be the priority I would have. But now all of a sudden the federal government's saying, hey, if you care more about elk than you do about people, we'll give you some money. Well, that's challenging for me. I quite frankly think we need to set our priorities based on our priorities and not let the federal government put the thumb on the scale, that big, heavy thumb of Uncle Sam on the scale for their priorities. I think we should stay focused on what our Colorado matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, this bill is about people. You may not realize it, but deer are vicious, elk even more so. But deer kill more people than any other animal every single year. Now, their MO is to run out in front of a moving automobile, so often it's a suicide mission, but that is exactly what we're talking about, is avoiding those human wildlife conflicts here. I did vote for this bill in committee, and while the good senator counted and got to 9, we probably are down to 8 now because the senator from Monument did leave the room. But I certainly hope he gets his law enforcement officer training bill funded out of the $20 million that was saved this morning in approps on this particular bill. But beyond the fact that this really does save lives, and I agree with the senator from Monument that there is not another road project going to happen in the state of Colorado without taking wildlife conflict, migration patterns, and all those things in mind. This is about people. It's about saving lives. It's about the conflicts. However, from the sportsman side of things, it is something that needs to happen. I used to not be too worried about migration routes. Guardrails are only about this tall. There's not a good deer. They can't get over them. Antelope don't even leap, or antelope, they go under. Elk don't even have to leap. They just step over them. Rabbits go under. So I just wasn't too concerned about this 20 years ago. But the truth of the matter is, things like railroad tracks, railroad lines, particularly heavily traveled ones, or worse yet, the ones that are abandoned and they used to store cars on, but heavily traveled highways, freeways in particular, where you've got 4 lanes and a median that all have to be crossed. Those have a very detrimental effect on migration routes, and those are all important for these animals. So at $25 million, it was expensive, and I voted for it. At $5 million, it's a bargain, and I think you ought to vote for it. And if you're thinking, well, this money should be put towards roads, it is being put towards roads. The GAP project, which the senator from Monument spoke about, that wasn't all funded out of one bucket. We had road and bridge in there. We had at least 2 local municipalities several buckets of money, federal and state, and this is just one more bucket that we're gonna be able to add to the list and say we're doing our part, and it will, I expect, make us eligible for more federal funds. So I urge an aye vote.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I'm reminded of the fairy tale of the three billy goat with the troll underneath that lived underneath the bridge. And if you make that a wildlife story, will there be a wolf at the end of that bridge, or a coyote, or a bobcat? So when these animals cross the bridge, they either have to pay the toll, or we funnel them into the food chain for those animals. I don't know if that happens now, quite honestly. I can tell you that, yes, in the mountains we probably, or along I-25 where there's no bridge along I-25, but they've come up with the fencing structures to keep them on each side of the road. I think that's helpful. But if we're going to spend this kind of money on a bridge or an underpass for animals to use, will they find it? Probably some will. My cattle tend to find the open spot out of the fence and into another area. But the animals we're saving, is that more important than fixing our roads that we have? I understand the argument that we got federal money coming for this type of purpose. That leads us down another question of, do we really want to continue to drain the federal funds and put us more and more in debt, which becomes a national security issue for me? How do you draw that line? I know if we don't take the money, and the argument's been on all of this stimulus money, if we don't take the money, other states will, and we're left in the cold. I get that. But quite honestly, this is one project that I think when you spend millions of dollars so that bunny rabbits, coyotes can cross over a bridge, when we have bridges that are falling down, doesn't make sense. I'm going to be a no. Ask you to be a no as well.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 151. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to our good senator from Sterling, I appreciate your comments, especially about the fairy tale and Billy Goat Gruff and whatever, and the predator waiting on the other side, which they can do now. They can wait on the other side of the road, and I doubt that they do. I just wanted to share additionally, my co-prime had mentioned that the mitigation investments resulted in a reduction of 92% of wildlife vehicle crashes, also a 90% reduction in carcasses. So that means for those hunters out there, I won't say any names, but that means more wildlife out there available for hunting. The research also documented 112,678 mule deer successful passages across those 7 structures, the 2 overpasses and the 5 underpasses along Highway 9, with an overall success rate of 96%. The study also establishes the value of the wildlife crossing structures for several other species, including elk, pronghorn, moose, bighorn sheep, white-tailed deer, black bear, mountain lion, bobcat, coyote, and other meso and small animals. Folks, I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 151.
Motion is the adoption of 151. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 151 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 161?
Senate Bill 161, Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, Representatives Duran and Frola, concerning the modernization of procedures for the enforcement of laws governing the employer-employee relationship.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 161 and the accompanying BLT report and the appropriations report.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
To the BLT report, did I hear?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Mr. Chair, we ran some amendments that were at the request of our stakeholders in the business community, and this would ensure that when an employee requests wages that they believe they have not been paid, that they do so in good faith. We also ran clarifying language as requested by CDLE, and we also removed some income and claim cap guidelines as requested by the business community.
Motion is the adoption of the BLT Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the BLT Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did run some amendments to revise our fiscal note downward. We did cut out some FTE funding because in talking with CDLE, we thought we could do it with the reduction in the caps. So we were able to reduce the fiscal note.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 161 actually modifies and addresses wage theft that is occurring in the state. It's costing us over $750 million a year and approximately $43 million in sales tax. This will allow the AG's office and CDLE to address this wage theft and give us a quicker process that is more fair and effective. And I ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 161.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I serve on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. We did hear this last week, I believe. About 10 days or so ago. We can all agree that wage theft is reprehensible, but what this bill proposes to address that problem is too heavy-handed a solution that turns what should be impartial adjudication of the facts of a given case into a politicized process that favors employees over employers. The bill would direct a greater share of wage dispute cases to the Division of Labor and Standards in CDLE, where the director, a political appointee, would be responsible for adjudicating such disputes. If we take the motto equal justice under the law seriously, shouldn't we trust our courts with this task? In instances where an employee fails to demonstrate wage theft, the bill would deprive employers of the ability to recover attorney's fees. In contrast, an employee may always seek to recuperate attorney's fees. This is undeniably a perverse incentive for employees to bring civil or administrative action against their employers, even when a case for wage theft is weak. The series of dramatically enhanced penalties that can be imposed on employers in this bill only exacerbate that perverse incentive. Furthermore, the bill would expand the Department of Law by creating a new unit, of which was talked about all of the employees, the new FTEs, a new unit devoted to investigating and taking action against employers. The bill specifically tasked the unit with investigating cases of misclassification of employees. That is, when an employer incorrectly classifies an individual as an independent contractor. It is rather transparent that this new unit is intended to function as a deterrent to those who would choose to operate as independent contracts, and in doing so, compete with unionized employees. Our colleagues here on the other side have demonstrated at both the state and federal levels that they are committed to undermining the independent contracting, and this is just another thinly veiled attempt. This bill also purports to address wage theft. In reality, it goes well beyond the purpose, tipping the scales of justice in favor of employees, even when their claims are illegitimate, and doing the dirty work of labor unions to wipe out independent contractors. Colorado already has robust penalties in place for wage theft. This bill will only make it less appealing for employers to do business in Colorado. And members, we heard extensive testimony. There's the Colorado Contractors, CCI, that are the Colorado Contractors Association, which testified extensively, as well as AGC. These are the people who do the heavy construction. The problem is not with the good actors like AGC and CCI. It's with these fly-by-night contractors that come in, set up a shop, and it was testified again and again by the people in the like the carpenters and so forth. It seems to be more isolated all the time with the minority community, many of them who don't speak English, which is unfortunate, and they come in and they work hard, they do their job, and then they get ripped off by these fly-by-night organizations. So the problem is not with the good actors like the Colorado Contractors Association and AGC, that in fact little or no evidence was given that the various members of AGC and the Colorado Contractors Association, they do an excellent job of policing and staying atop of their own. This is a bad bill. I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 161.
There is an amendment. As soon as it's already been passed? Awesome. At the desk, will the clerk please read Amendment L8?
Amendment L008.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008 to Senate Bill 161.
To the amendment, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds critical protections against retaliations for workers who file wage claims. It also adds language clarifying the ability of a worker to request CDLE to use lien and levy. And so this is also a part of our extensive stakeholding process.
Any discussion on L008? Seeing Senator Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of clarification, in the discussions with the AGC and their enforcement mechanisms, it was discovered while they saw a lot of the lists of people who do perform wage theft that they couldn't verify because of the subcontracting agreements if they were actually still hiring these people. So just wanted to clarify.
Any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. Senator Wilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think Senate Bill 161 starts from a good place. I think that I have not met anyone yet who believes that wage theft is a good thing. As a matter of fact, I appreciate the fact that part of this bill puts some teeth into our wage theft laws. No one should get away with things like wage theft. We heard a few issues in committee where there are some bad actors out there who really do deserve to have the weight of the law begin to back them up. But like most legislation, as we try to fix a small problem, this bill goes too far. It begins to throw good actors, good employers, into the bunch with all of the bad actors. And I'm going to walk you through a few of the issues that I see in this process. And honestly, many of them just don't make a lot of sense. So one of the sections, as we make our way into Section 2, is this bill, and perhaps some of these may require an answer if you know the answer. So Section 2 requires employers to provide notice to an employee within 10 days after the employment terminates, before deducting wages or compensation, any amount of money or property the employee failed to return or repay. What that fails to recognize, though, is that there's federal and state law that require the employer to make that payment if an employee is terminated within 24 hours. So on the one hand, we have federal and state law who mandate employers pay the wages almost immediately, within 24 hours, to that employee. And there's this strange section of the bill that now says, well, employer, if the employee has kept company property, company money, you have to give them 10 days and then 14 days notice before you withhold money, but you've already paid out, but you've already had to pay out 100% of those wages. You can't even put those in with a court to hold on to while the matter's adjudicated. So that's a piece of the bill that I think not only doesn't make sense, but it flies in the face of state and federal law. Ultimately, what it means is if an employee is terminated, takes company property, takes company money with them, there is no way to get that back except to go back much later after all wages have been paid and begin to sue and try to recoup that money. So that makes it far less likely that employers are going to trust employees with things like company vehicles, company computers, because if it comes down to it and the employee can just walk away with it, there's no reason they'll give it back. One of the other pieces in this bill, Section 5, doubles the threshold in which the director may adjudicate. So it doubles that amount from $7,500 all the way up to $15,000. That means employers, without being able to go through a due process effort, all of a sudden can be held liable for $15,000 worth of wages. Further down in the bill, as we get into sections 5 and 6, it's clear that one of the ways that we're putting teeth in this bill is by demanding penalties and fines that are significantly higher, particularly as it gets into things like recovery of attorney's fees. So not only are we allowing employees to take the matter not simply directly to the Department of Labor and Employment, but instead directly to the court system, and to make matters worse, allow those employees to recover those attorney's fees, additional fines of 50%, $3,000 additional that the employer fails to pay. Now, the interesting thing about that is it's certainly good that if an employer has done something wrong, they will be taken to court and they will have a penalty to pay. But for those employers who are simply doing the best they can, and whether it's a misunderstanding or whether the employee is actually wrong, because of the risk of this recovery of attorney's fees, I think we will see far more of these lawsuits making their way into court. Employees who may, in fact, have been rightfully terminated and who rightfully should not be paid for some portion of wages. Perhaps they didn't even show up to work their last few days, and they decide to make a claim to pretend they had with the courts. Employers may find that it's simply more affordable to pay out that employee some hush money to simply go away instead of actually going through the court process, because there's a risk if they do go through the court process that those fines and fees and penalties would be levied upon them at a pretty high standard. Mr. Chair, I do have several more questions, but before my list of questions gets too long, I'm going to yield the floor and see if any of those questions might get answered.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $15,000 cap was actually cut today in approps.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for pointing that out, and that does resolve one of about 7 concerns that I had. So it sounds to me that it doesn't handle the concern yet. We have not looked at an amendment, and honestly, I don't trust that it's going to, once it leaves the Senate, I don't trust that the House is going to correct a flagrant violation, and what we see is, that I explained before, is that employers must pay employees within 24 hours, and yet we have this clause in there that requires notice of 10 days before deducting for any compensation if the employee takes money or property with them. So that's a big concern that piece remains in the bill. At least I have not heard that it's made its way out through amendment. Dipping into a couple of the other concerns, the one other interesting piece that's going to begin to impact the ability of business in the state of Colorado to do things as simple as take out bank loans. Today, there's a pretty clear order in which there are liens and in which liens can be collected. So as of right now, for example, one of the highest liens out there is property taxes. So if you fail to pay certain vendors or you fail to pay certain things, ultimately the first person in line is, of course, the IRS, and number two is property tax liens. What this process is going to put into place in Section 6 is that any claims that are made by attorneys, including by employees, including all of these attorneys' fees and penalties and everything else, will suddenly become senior to all first lien agreements between the employer, the business property, and their lender. So now you have a fact where banks are going to be less likely to lend into Colorado businesses. They will begin to scale back their lending for fear of a senior lien holder sneaking in. Things like property tax liens, that's pretty clear. It's easy for all of us to find out whether one of our, if I'm a bank, if one of our borrowers has failed to pay their property tax. That's a matter of public record, easy to find out. Number two is things like income taxes and making sure they've paid their taxes. Those kinds of things are very easily found out by mandating that companies disclose their tax returns quarterly and annually. But something like this and filing these claims that all of a sudden supersede bank liens and first liens really puts Colorado business at a disadvantage. I mentioned in Section 7 that this new effort, instead of taking the employer to an impartial party like CDLE, all of a sudden we are allowing the employee to make a wage claim by filing a civil action to seek relief. So we're opening up to employees to go directly to the courts instead of going through more of an administrative hearing type procedure where folks are more experienced in listening to those kinds of issues. So instead, we're opening up to a court system who may not typically hear things like wage and claim issues. So, I'll probably come back to the well in a couple of minutes with a couple of more concerns, hoping to get some answers to a few of those things, because I want a bill like this to be able to have some teeth to make sure that we chase down those bad actors. As a matter of fact, I think that there's a way to make this bill work. I have a couple of amendments drafted that I'd like to bring back up, really depending on the answers that I get from the bill sponsor, hoping to see that I can become a yes on this bill by correcting a few of these mistakes and ultimately mistakes that I think make this a very anti-business-friendly bill that will chase employers out of the state of Colorado.
Senator Hawkins-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm hoping that my good colleague from Loveland, Berthoud, surrounding area will be pleased to learn that we did amend the bill to address the lien priorities. So nothing in the remaining bill changes from the current practice.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hold on to those just in case I hear any other conversation. I know that there were a couple of other senators that wanted to come up before I offer amendments.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate all the work that the good senator from Loveland and surrounding areas has put into this, and the fact that he's boiled down, into the details, and this is how it's going to work. I'm operating on just a little bit different level here, so I just want to ask what happens in a recent case that happened where my wife in her job was involved in this. I kind of want to make sure she's not going to jail. Termination took place. It's part of her job to deal with that, do all the paperwork. Notice was given. You have your 48 hours to finally to cash somebody out. This person needed to return the computer, the truck, some of those things. Truck was there the next morning, had been returned sometime. The keys were not. The keys were not. Computer wasn't there either. No keys. Management went, 2 different managers went through the truck looking for keys. Finally decided there were no keys. My wife had to make the phone call. You know, the truck's more valuable with keys in it. And he said, oh, they must be lost. They must be lost. Then they had the issue of uniforms and the computer. And once again, my wife had to make the call that sorry, unless we get all of the company equipment back, including the keys, you know, I can't issue your final check. So we had that issue, which, by the way, suddenly the keys miraculously appeared. They appeared. And so when he came in the next morning, he had uniform, computer, keys. But how does this work that you have to give 10-day notice? I'm thinking that there was probably notice in the original employment agreement that says you return all of your company-owned equipment, and then we give you your final check. So when Colorado law says you've got to pay them out in 48 hours, and now Colorado law is going to say you have to give them 10-day notice, who goes to jail? Hopefully you're not going to tell me my wife. She doesn't own the company, she just works there.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My good colleague from the senator from Fountain, we do not intend, this bill does not intend to lock up your spouse. The heart of the bill is really for employees that were having trouble getting their full wages. They were working overtime. It was brought to us by the carpenters and other groups that work where they are hired by brokers. So I really don't think this is going to impact your spouse. But thank you for the question.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate that. I'm tired of my stories this year, but I had one of my teenagers, 2 of my teenagers, when they worked at a fireworks factory one summer when they were in high school, or not factory, they were selling fireworks out of the big tent. They did not receive their final check. And I was quite frustrated and said, oh, I can solve that for you. And I found out, no, I really couldn't, or at least not for the amount of money that was owed them. So the employer got away with it. So I really do appreciate what you're doing there. But my concern is you're casting such a wide net that you're going to take in some of these other situations that concern me as well.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is not our intent, but I do think that this law would have helped with your sons collecting their lost wages.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, I had a question to Senator Heisey if he, because of his sons, was trying to blow up this bill.
Very great question. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 161, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 161. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 161 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 186?
Senate Bill 186, Senators Janelle and Simpson, Representatives Mullica and McKeon, concerning the creation of a council to advise the state about issues relating to persons living with rare diseases.
Senator, hold on. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 186 and the accompanying Health and Human Services report and the Appropriations report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in Health and Human Services, we amended the introduced bill a couple of ways. The introduced bill had this council appointed by chairs of committees of reference in the House and the Senate. We changed that to appointments by leadership in the House and the Senate as well instead of the committee chairs. We also really removed reference to the council having any powers. They really don't have any powers, and substituted that with duties, and then some technical changes on top of that.
Motion is the adoption of Health and Human Service Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Health and Human Service Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appropriations report was fairly simple. We actually added an amendment that said the council could not, assistance to the council as determined by the council in an amount not to exceed $50,000 per year. That was the extent of the Appropriations Committee. Sir.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 186 establishes a Rare Disease Advisory Council, which would help give a stronger voice to people living with rare diseases in Colorado. Any condition that affects fewer than 200,000 Americans is considered rare. Overall, there are more than 7,000 known rare diseases affecting anywhere from 25 to 30 million Americans across the broad spectrum of medical conditions. Rare disease patients face many unique challenges every day, from obtaining an accurate diagnosis and assessing medical specialists with knowledge of their condition to battling for fair insurance coverage for their treatment and care. But due to the small populations and the large variety of rare diseases, it can be difficult for state government officials to have an in-depth understanding of the rare disease community's needs. This lack of awareness often contributes to the obstacles faced by rare disease patients and their loved ones. The Rare Disease Advisory Council members typically include a variety of rare disease stakeholders, also researchers, caregivers, healthcare providers, health insurers, biotech industry, patient advocacy organizations, and state government officials. The passing of this bill, Senate Bill 186, will allow Colorado to join 21 other states that have already enacted similar legislation in support of their rare disease community and have proven that these councils, these advisory councils, can be an invaluable resource, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was interested in sponsoring this bill and being part of the conversation because of my own personal impact. So the good senator from Fort Collins referenced 25 to 30 million people are impacted by a rare disease. That's 10% of the, roughly 10% of the population. So, you know, if we were full in here with 35 senators, you would expect 3 to 4 of us to have been impacted by a rare disease. So my mom was diagnosed at 49 years old with Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. That was 30 years ago. It was one of the real rare occasions where she suffered a series of misdiagnoses from, she was at my house in Texas in April and fell down, just unexpectedly fell down. Got her back to Colorado and see specialist, doctor after doctor. It was MS, it was lupus, it was a guessing game until a doctor at CU Medical Center accurately diagnosed it as Lou Gehrig's disease. And I remember coming home from Texas to take her to the hospital and getting that diagnosis. And that was in July. And the doctor said, you know, this could be months or it could be years. My mother was diagnosed in July and passed away in September. So in some respects, it was a bit of a blessing. But that was, again, 30 years ago. And since then, I've had a cousin pass away from ALS. My cousin's daughter passed away from ALS. And even as recent as last week, not family related, but in state affairs, we were listening to testimony from Gold Medal families, and the woman described her husband of being diagnosed with ALS and passing away. So I took time in between while we were on a Senatorial 5 and talked to her about her experiences. And it's amazing over the course of 30 years little to no progress around, at least in this specific case, ALS. Both the challenges, she said, she described nearly the exact same scenario I had went through 30 years ago. She went through within the last year and a half. So that was my motivation for being part of this conversation and joining the good senator from Fort Collins on the creation of a Rare Disease Advisory Council to just try to help bring rare diseases a little more prominence and exposure, and try to help folks and families that are impacted by rare diseases in this state. I'm very supportive of the bill and ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 186. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Senator Lundeen. Quick draw McGraw. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have questions for the sponsors. Last year we passed a drug affordability board bill. Now I called it the drug scarcity board bill, and I stood in this well and read a long list of drugs that may become very, very challenging for individuals with rare diseases to have access to. I'm curious, does this interact with that existing policy, and if so, how so?
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Monument. So certainly is, the intention is for the advisory council to be able to engage and highlight the challenges in those folks with rare diseases that routinely just don't have a voice. It should be part of that conversation. The Drug Affordability Board should be engaged and have those conversations, but if somebody isn't particularly advocating for them, there's a fear that it just gets left out of the conversation. So the intention is for them to interact very purposefully.
All rise for the speaker. I'm just joking. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer your question, I don't know if that was intentionally the point. I don't believe so, but I think it does go very well because rare diseases are orphan diseases, and we're constantly looking for cures. We're looking at drugs that are already in the pipeline that may help people with these other rare disease symptoms. For example, I too have a personal story. My brother had angiogenic myeloid metaplasia, where he eventually had fibrosis of his bone marrow, so he couldn't make red blood cells. And one drug that was an orphan drug for another type of blood dyscrasia was part of the experimental NIH clinical trials for him. Unfortunately, it didn't work for him. But there are drugs out there now that are orphan drugs for particular diseases that may overlap with some of the other diseases, and I hope that's the case. Also want to answer the fact that there is the, as far as the who makes up the committee or the advisory council, there is the industry involved, as well as a pharmacist, as well as people who have rare diseases. So I hope that the two will work together.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those answers. And it would be my hope that this commission, this council, would call out if we discover that, in fact, the Drug Scarcity Board that we passed a year ago is, in fact, making drugs unavailable for the people in Colorado, specifically to dealing with these rare diseases. So I'm very hopeful that they will be very vigorous and call into question the policies or the results of the policies that we have passed if, in fact, they're not working out as desired. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the bill sponsors.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is adoption. Senate Bill 186. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 186 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 187 to the end of the calendar.
Motion is to lay over Senate Bill 187 into the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 187 will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206, Senator Fenberg, concerning resources for disaster preparedness and recovery, and in connection therewith creating the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, and the Office of Climate Preparedness.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 206 along with the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the SVMA committee reports, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee made a handful of changes to clarify the purposes of the programs and the types of entities that can be contracted with, and a few other pieces regarding the insurance industry and its how it is insuring folks after or during a disaster.
Motion is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. SVMA committee report is adopted. To the appropriation committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated funds for the grant programs, as well as because one of the amendments was spending some of the FEMA reimbursement money that came to us because of the higher reimbursements. So various funds from various places that are now appropriated in the bill.
Motion is the adoption of the appropriation committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriation committee report is adopted. To the bill, Mr. President. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L11?
Amendment L11. Second reading.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L11.
To the amendment. Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. Chair. This is some additional language to one of the amendments that we adopted in committee. It is about a study that would be done by the insurance, the Division of Insurance, to study the issue of underinsurance, as we've seen in many of these disasters, that people are very much underinsured, may have not known until horrible things happen and they realize that their policy was not adequate. And so this is a study around the market and to provide recommendations on what, if anything, the legislature should do around the issue.
Is there any further discussion on L011? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The opposed, no. The aye has it, and Amendment 11 is adopted. To the bill. President Finberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has a few different pieces in it, but it's incredibly important and timely and something that I think is responsive to the world we have found ourselves in, which is a state that is increasingly susceptible to natural disasters. These are disasters that we have seen all over the state, whether it's floods or fires, et cetera. But most recently, we've seen wildfires that have gotten out of control and become classified as mega fires. The obvious one that's just happened recently was the Marshall Fire, which is the most devastating fire in Colorado history. But we also have seen several fires since that one. This is to make sure that the state is doing its part to provide resources for these communities to rebuild. So there's a couple of grant programs in this bill to make sure communities can come back. Local governments can provide basic services even when they're rebuilding from a disaster. And also, there's another piece of this bill that I think is incredibly important, which is providing resources for air support, for air tankers and for dispatch, and something that we actually talked about during the budget this year. This provides those resources because of a FEMA reimbursement for what is potentially shaping up to be one of the most devastating fire seasons in our state history. So it's incredibly important. A lot of people are relying on this bill and the resources that could come from it, and I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Well, Mr. President. It's a basketball move. It's called hot pocket.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. This bill has two really big parts to it. One is the part that is the part being said out loud, that's disaster preparedness and recovery resources. The part that's not being said quite so loudly is Green New Deal, climate justice. Bill purports to be concerned with supporting Coloradans who are rebuilding their homes and businesses after declared disaster emergencies. In reality, it's yet another giveaway of taxpayer dollars to the Green New Deal special interest groups. If we're truly concerned about supporting Coloradans impacted by disasters, then why does the bill devote more money to green energy initiatives than supporting rebuilding of communities? In the wake of the Marshall Fire, for example, President Biden made a variety of federal assistance programs available to Coloradans, which includes grants for temporary housing and home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and other programs to help individuals and business owners recover from the effects of the disaster. Federal funding is also available to state and eligible local governments and certain private nonprofit organizations on a cost-sharing basis for emergency work in Boulder County. Lastly, federal funding is available on a cost-share basis for hazard mitigation measures statewide. The bill proposes to create a program that would appear to duplicate much of that disaster relief funding and federal government policy as provided. So let me pause right here. We're in that zone where it's bill after bill after bill after bill, and what were there, 22 Senate bills and appropriations this morning? A couple of House bills got pulled off the calendar to make room for the enormous amount of Senate bills that still haven't gotten there. So bills are coming through here, and money is just flying off the shelves here. It is billions of dollars, and we're just choosing, hey, we don't know what to do with it all, so let's do this, let's do that. Now, sadly, you know, rank has its privilege, elections matter, majority gets it, so a lot of new programs are being created, a lot of redirection is happening, and that, I believe, is challenging. This is an example of exactly that. It's difficult to see the bill title and the rebuilding program as anything other than a smokescreen cover for the fact that the true purpose of this bill is to further expand state government by adding layers of climate police and additional funding sources for the Democrat-favored green industry buildup. So I lay that challenge down. I offer up a set of arguments to be a no vote on this bill, and I'm willing to engage further should that opportunity present itself. Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem.
Further discussion, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's just don't call me late to dinner. Madam Chair, I come up in opposition to this bill as well. Although I have sympathy and empathy for those that are caught up in wildfires or in natural disasters, there is a reason that we have insurance. Now, the argument will be that we didn't have enough insurance, or we didn't understand the insurance, or that didn't cover enough. And I get that. I've had those claims as well. Broken water line, $10,000. Nah, sorry, not covered. I get that, and we need to do a better job, quite frankly, as homeowners, to make sure that we have the coverage we need to protect ourselves. But when we start taking taxpayer dollars and saying, we are going to help you with your rebuilding, but then tie the strings around those rebuilding and say, we're going to help you, here's 50 grand or 100 grand, but we want you to put in, for example, all electric appliances. We want you to meet, maybe it's LEED requirements. Whatever those requirements, whatever may be put in front for us to address, all of a sudden the agenda is no longer helping people. It's manipulating how we build things. Part of the issue in the bill is we try to achieve advanced energy certifications, such as Energy Star. Highly efficient heat pumps for space or water heating. Achieving net zero energy or net zero carbon buildings
with the addition of renewable energy generation, assisting with the cost of installing battery storage, for example, electric vehicle charging stations, or other uses to be determined by the office. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable that we take taxpayer dollars and say, you unfortunate soul, you lost your farm or your farm or whatever, the house, in a natural disaster. We're going to help you rebuild that, but you're going to rebuild it the way Daddy says so. Uncle Sam, Uncle whoever it is, will tell you how you need to build in order for you to get the check. Reminds me of my days growing up when my father said, yes, I will give you your allowance, but you will do it this way. Or I will give you money for a car, but you're going to buy this car. Members, if we want to help people, let's help people. Let's don't put an energy agenda as the hook to get these people on board. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Woodward, further discussion. Senator Heisey, further discussion. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Which? You know, folks, I was listening to this and thinking, well, this isn't fair. I was on the county commission and was chair when we had two big devastating fires in El Paso County. Those folks got their insurance money. And then I thought, well, nobody said life was fair. We didn't have the largeness of the $35 million floating around of federal funds, and that's kind of the way it goes. You know, we can't go back in time and change things, but that made me take out the fiscal note and take a look here. And what concerns me as much, if not more, than doling out other people's money to make people do what we want them to do, because that seems to be the way it works in government, is the fact that the first full year here, we have 7.8 FTEs. The next year we have 8.5 FTEs, and that comes out of general fund money. This money all has to be spent by the end of 26 or otherwise obligated, you know, whatever the technical term might be there, but there's an end point. There's an end point. But in the meantime, we've hired 16 people, and who knows if we have to hire more in those couple more out years before this money is all spent and gone. So what happens to our 16, 24, 32 employees that we have added to state government? Do we now find other homes for them? Because it would be totally unfair to, by the way, hire them and make them state employees and give them all the benefits, and then suddenly at the 1, 2, 3, or 4 year mark, just abruptly fire them. We could, of course, hire temporary staff through a temporary agency. Otherwise, if they get state benefits, they have certain entitlements. So the FTE count alone is enough to be a no vote on this. If we want to distribute these funds, let's find a way to do it without adding to the state's full-time employment.
Further discussion. The motion before the body, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on State Affairs when we heard this bill last week. There were certainly parts of it that I thought were appropriate and valid, and particularly given the timing of the fire we had in Monte Vista, maybe less than a week before this bill was presented. So, you know, assistance to municipalities was, I think, well intended and something I could support.
There were parts of the bill, though, that were a little bit challenging for me, and I didn't have enough time to prepare as well as I'd like to. But the bill 206, I'm sorry, creates a Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund and also the Office of Climate Preparedness. And it struck a chord with me to remember there was some legislation last year, it's House Bill 21-1208, concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution to administer a fee-based natural disaster mitigation grant program. So I was trying to pull that up real quickly to look through it and see if there was any duplication of efforts. I probably have to talk about it on thirds because I just remembered this and pulled it up, but I was going to highlight the fee structure for that enterprise fund comes from a fee on insurance policies for fire, private crop insurance, farmers multi-peril, homeowners multi-peril, or commercial multi-peril. The purpose of the grant program is to achieve goals in this section by assisting entities that are implementing disaster mitigation measures or that have applied for federal grants that both require matching funds and are dedicated to assisting in the implementation of pre-disaster natural disaster mitigation measures. Additional language about what they can and can't do. My apologies, I just remembered this about 30 minutes ago and pulled it back up, so I'll probably get an opportunity to talk about it a little bit more on thirds, but it did jog some memory about maybe some duplication of effort. So right now, I'm going to remain, I was supportive of the bill in committee. I'll remain that way, but opportunity to possibly engage about trimming it down if indeed there's duplication. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 206. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 207?
Senate Bill 207, Senator Winter, Representative Bacon, concerning the prevention of Title IX misconduct on public school
Senator Winter.
campuses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the final the passage of Senate Bill 207 and the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education report.
In the Education Committee, we did a strike below, and to make sure that we were implementing this in a way that is in compliance with new federal regulations that are coming out in the next couple of weeks, we turned it into a study, and I encourage yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the on the committee report, minority. We're on the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Education report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated $57,000 in order to make the report happen.
Any
I encourage yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move L013.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to L013?
Amendment L013 by
Senator Winter, will you please move L013?
Thank you. I move L013. In committee, we did a strike below to make this a study. We are asking the Department of Education to do the study, and they just had some requirements around timing to make it workable. And so that is what we are doing in L013.
Further discussion, L013, Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam President Pro Tem, Madam Chair. In committee, I asked a couple of questions, and one of the questions has been answered. The first question, I asked many questions actually, but with regard to the specific elements we're dealing with in these committee reports and appropriations reports, what's this going to cost to do the study? What's it cost? Does it cost 50 grand? Does it cost 500 grand? 57,000 is what the fiscal note is for the governmental side of this. Now, what this amendment does is it says, now go hire somebody to do this study. So the question remains, what do we anticipate the cost of this study might be?
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cost of the study that we've allocated is $57,000.
Further discussion on L013. Senator Lundin. The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 13 to Senate Bill 207. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. We are back to the bill. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came to me from students across Colorado that are dealing with an increase in sexual harassment, discrimination based on gender, and sexual assault. And they feel like the schools could do better at responding and preventing this type of behavior to make sure that we are moving forward and asking schools to adopt best practices. We need to figure out what those practices are. Additionally, the federal government is coming out with new Title IX guidance in the next month, and so we need to make sure that we are implementing these best practices in accordance with federal law, and I encourage yes vote on this bill.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I went to committee for my friend from Brighton. Sitting in on the Education Committee is something I kind of enjoy. I spent 6 years on ed, 4 in the House, 2 in the Senate. I enjoy the K through 12 and the higher ed space discussions. What I heard from testimony was that, as the bill sponsor had just mentioned, the Biden administration is about to, we expect them to, issue new guidance when it comes to Title IX. And when the alphabet soup, and I apologize for using that phrase in committee, I don't mean any insult to that, but there are a lot of acronyms that need to be learned when you're on the Education Committee. And the acronyms, CASE, CASB, CEA, charter schools, rural schools, they all came and said basically the same thing. How can they adapt to this bill as originally introduced, with the Biden administration coming out with new federal guidance in the next month or so? I also noted that the original bill would have become effective. It would have put the governor on the 30-day clock because he'll get it with fewer than 9 days left in the session, which is today. So we'll have a 30-day clock, and then it's got a petition clause in it, which allows for a 90-day delay in implementation. And that means the school districts, 178 of them, would have new guidance from the federal government in the next month or two, and a new bill that comes into effect in early, mid-September, when school has already started. How do they comply? So I became very concerned with the bill as introduced, and I want to thank the bill sponsor for embracing the idea of a study. I admitted in committee that sometimes turning a bill into a study is a little friendlier than killing it. And that's not the perception that I have of this bill as amended. This bill, as amended, will respect the guidance coming in from the Biden administration, and I would expect that that guidance would be somewhat different than the guidance that was provided from the Trump administration, because the Trump administration changed things from the prior administration. So rather than put 178 school districts and the BOCES and charter schools into sort of a pinball machine and have them bouncing around trying to understand what to abide by when, the senator embraced the idea, the concept of a study with this, and I think that this is the right way to move forward. I think it is a responsible way to adapt the bill so that school districts, and again, with all due respect, that alphabet soup of organizations can be at the table and understand what guidance they need to follow and how to implement both state and federal regulation when it comes to Title IX. Want to give credit to the bill sponsor too on the witnesses who testified. Clearly, there is a problem in the K through 12 space, and I think this is a concept that the senator will be very better equipped to come back and address this next year after that study and with the guidance from the administration. I was a yes vote in committee, and I will be a yes vote here on the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 207? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. And I would, in the interest of saving time, not recite many of the things you've just heard with regard to the articulation and interaction with what's happening at the federal level. I do want to call out one additional thing, and I want it in the record for the benefit of the people doing the study. In 2019, we passed a higher education level bill with regard to the same subject. The title of that bill was Prevent Sexual Misconduct at Higher Education Campuses, ostensibly in Colorado. The question I asked of the individuals most knowledgeable who work in this space, the Title IX attorneys and so forth, was what have we learned from that bill? What came out of that bill? Do we know, was there a difference? Are there things that are learnings we can take from that? And I would put into the record and ask that set of questions be part of what's taken up in this study, that we've actually got real world empirical. It's a different age bracket. It's students in higher ed, not K through 12, but still there has been a policy put in place in Colorado and the ability to look into what results came out of that, the strengths, the weaknesses, and the gaps and blind spots that we may have, and that would be beneficial as well. So I tossed that into the record as a matter of hopefully improving the process as we move forward, and thank the senator for being willing to move this forward in a better way. I think the fact that federal government is interacting with us in live action right now makes taking a step back and thinking about it, aka a study, is a good way to do it. Incidentally, whenever a bill is transferred from a big policy piece to a study, I think we ought to have like some sort of a trumpet fanfare that we can play so everybody knows that in fact, this is serious, so that we know, because many people misperceive a bill which was scary and onerous and huge and a massive change in policy. All of a sudden we've said as a General Assembly, we're going to stop and think about this for a second. I actually think that would be beneficial. Thank you very much, Madam President Pro Tem, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 207? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 207. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 207 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 225?
Senate Bill 225, Senators Zenzinger and Liston, Representatives Robertson Baisley, concerning emergency medical services in the state and in connection therewith creating an emergency medical services system sustainability task force and requiring ambulance services to obtain a state license from the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 225 and the Health and Human Services Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
We had a conforming amendment in the Health and Human Services Committee.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services report to 225. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. I lost my... to the Finance report, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We added a few people to the committee. We struck the formal names of several organizations, and we clarified some contract language at the request of CCI.
Further discussion on the committee report. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Zenzinger.
We appropriated the money for the department.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this does is it will modernize Colorado's Emergency Medical Services Act. It was passed some 50 years ago, and it was established a task force to evaluate the state of Colorado's emergency medical service system. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 225? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 225. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 225 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233, Senators Henriksen and Rodriguez, Representatives
Senator
Exum Majority,
Rodriguez.
concerning an additional mechanism to refund excess state
Senator
revenue state
Rodriguez.
fiscal year 2021-22, only that provides a refund in an identical amount to each qualified resident individual.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 233, the Finance report and the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez. To the Finance report.
The Finance report, colleagues, we put in an amendment to extend the original date from May 31st to June 30th, and we also put in an amendment to take away some of the hold harmless clauses that was being requested by the accountants.
Further discussion, seeing none, the adoption before the body is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The single aye has it, and the Finance report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations report appropriates the money, and we ask for an appropriate yes.
The motion is the adoption of the appropriations report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion be Senator Heinrichsen. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L006 to Senate Bill 233?
Amendment L006.
Senator Heinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a technical amendment that just clarifies that individuals who apply for an extension on time will still be eligible, not just having been confirmed the extension. So, technical amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Any further?
I'm going to move L006.
Any further discussion on L006? The motion before the body is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L006 is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 9?
Amendment L009 by Senator Hendrickson, amend printed bill page 3.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Amendment L009.
Senator Hendrickson, first I'm the chair, and second you need to move the amendment.
Say, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move L009.
Got it.
So L009 is the substantive amendment. It is something that we discussed in committee, and this ensures that individuals who file for an extension in a timely manner and then complete their taxes later will still be eligible. They will get their checks at a later time. This was a key point of discussion in the first committee, and I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L009.
Further discussion on L009. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L009 is adopted. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L0010 to Senate Bill 233?
Amendment L010, Senator Hendrickson, amend printed bill.
Amendment L010 is
Which you would love to move.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L010.
Wonderful. To the amendment.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So L010 is another technical amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L010. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 10 to Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments, we are to the bill. Further discussion on Senate Bill 233. Senator Lundin, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill? Will the clerk please read Amendment 15?
Amendment L015, Senator
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President Pro Tem, Madam Chair. Amendment L15 on this, I move Amendment L015. I haven't gotten any better since 2:20 today. It's 4:30 and I'm still 2 hours and 10 minutes, no better. Moving too fast here, perhaps. Maybe we ought to slow it down, a bill at length or something for everybody to cool their heels.
To the amendment.
To the amendment, L015. Colleagues, the legislative declaration, what we all call the Ledge Deck, is meaningful because it kind of frames up what we're talking about, what we care about, what we think about. But it's not meaningful because it doesn't have the force of law. But it certainly sets the tone. It's kind of a framing of what we're talking about. This particular bill is about a refund under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The reality is, I think in some ways, quite frankly, people are claiming political privilege on refunds that are being handed out, when in reality, it's already the taxpayers' money, because the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in the Constitution makes it so. So this particular legislative declaration says, the General Assembly hereby finds and declares that, A, the Taxpayers Bill of Rights, also known as TABOR, codified in Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution, was adopted by voter initiative in 1992. TABOR, and I actually prefer to call it the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, codifies various rules that place the taxing power directly in the hands of the people, limiting the power of the state and its political subdivisions to raise revenue. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights requires the governor, the General Assembly, and the local governments to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars by prioritizing funds for core government functions. Even with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in place, however, total state appropriations per Coloradan adjusted for inflation have increased by 57% over the last 20 years, from $3,300 to about $5,200 per Coloradan, allowing the state to meet the demands stemming from population growth and an evolving economic landscape while continuing to prioritize taxpayers over ineffectual government growth. Colorado voters have repeatedly rejected numerous efforts to repeal TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and since its enactment. As recently as 2020, voters rejected efforts to significantly overhaul or repeal the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. In the state fiscal year 2021-2022, the ongoing economic and jobs recovery from the 2020 recession will increase general fund revenues collected by a projected 11.6% above levels from 1 year ago. The general fund is projected to end the year with a 29.1% reserve. That's $1.91 billion above the required 13.4% reserve cap. Revenue subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is expected to exceed the referendum C cap, that was a notch up in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, by $2 billion. In the state fiscal year 22-23, that's the one we're setting up for now, the General Assembly is projected to have $3.2 billion, or 20.7% more to spend or save in the general fund than what is budgeted to be spent and saved in the state fiscal year of 21-22. $3.2 billion, folks. Inflation in the United States has reached a new four-decade high of 8.5% in March of 2022, from the same month a year ago, driven largely by energy and food costs. The average Colorado household has spent $4,467 more since 2020 in inflation, because of inflation. So think about that. You had to go out and earn, an average household, the folks we represent, had to go out and earn an extra almost $4,500 just to keep even, based on inflation. Given the historic budget surpluses the state is experiencing, and the General Assembly finds it necessary to implement Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds as soon as possible in order to support working families across the state by returning tax dollars to them, and then renumber the sections accordingly. So, now, quite frankly, the conversation's even bigger than this. We didn't even talk about all of the state enterprises that have been created, that are now elements of government, that are consuming fees instead of taxes, but still it's money coming out of families' paychecks. It's money coming off of the families' kitchen tables as they're trying to figure out how to budget for that. I think this amendment is a good way for us to frame up and really think more clearly about what exactly is going on here. Government's growing really fast, and the people of Colorado are struggling to keep up with inflation. I urge your support of a new ledge deck for Senate Bill 233, and that is Amendment L15.
Further discussion on L15, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 15. I think it's important that citizens of Colorado continue to learn as much about TABOR as they possibly can. There is, I think, going to be overwhelming support from Coloradans when they receive a check. And they're going to see how government can work. Continuing to sort of recite why this is part of our budgeting process and how finances work in the state of Colorado, I think is important also for one additional reason that my colleague from El Paso County didn't bring up, which is the alarming growth that we are seeing within enterprises, particularly newly created enterprises in the state of Colorado. So, as you, the citizen, receives this check, hopefully runs down to the bank, cashes it, deposits it, spends it, saves it, uses it to pay bills. Remember that we're to the point now where nearly half of the expenditures in our state, nearly half of our state budget, happens outside of Tabor completely through these enterprises, which my understanding is they are either all or nearly all Tabor exempt. So when you talk to your state legislator next time and you see them at a town hall event or at the grocery store, I would encourage you, the citizen, to ask them what they feel, how they feel about continuing to grow enterprises across our state. Hardly a year goes by where a new enterprise, a new Tabor exempt enterprise isn't passed within the state of Colorado. And if you like a $400 check or an $800 check, how would you like a $500 check or a $1,000 check instead? So definitely appreciate the Good Center from El Paso County continuing to bring this up, continuing to shine a big light on it as it becomes sort of an anachronism in the way we make a lot of laws in our state. And ask for an aye vote on Amendment 15.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L15? The motion before the body is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L015 fails. To the bill, any further discussion on Senate Bill 233? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 233 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 234?
Senate Bill 234, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Ortiz and Snyder, concerning unemployment compensation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 234 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 234? There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 4?
Amendment L004 by Senator Hansen, amend printed bill page 12, strike lines 4 and 5, and substitute C, the employee's identification number, the last four numbers of the
Senator
employee.
Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L004 to Senate Bill 234.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, just have two amendments from our drafter to clean up some language. This one makes sure that we are getting the right identification numbers from the employee as part of the verification process, as well as making sure that the authorized request to the state treasurer acts as an advisor to the division if bonding is needed. So pretty technical in nature, just making sure we got that language correct. And so I urge the adoption of L004.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1 to 234?
Amendment L001 by Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, members, a very simple amendment. I move L001 to Senate Bill 234.
The amendment?
Thank you. Just two short sections here. One, make sure that we can pay both the advance that we receive from the federal government and the interest on that advance. So that's the first change. And the second change, make sure that we have the right citations for the CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, in Title 31. And we found one mistake in that, and so this would correct that mistake. So I urge the adoption of L1.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L001 to Senate Bill 234. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L001 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a quick summary, members, of what we have in Senate Bill 234 after those two technical amendments. Senate Bill 234 is focused on making sure we have a solvent unemployment insurance trust fund. So this transfers $600 million of federal ARPA dollars to the unemployment and trust fund to make sure that we are covering what right now is just under $1 billion of debt. And then if you combine that with a more sustainable path that we have on the premiums that are paid by employers, you combine those two things together and we get back to in the black before the November 1st deadline. And that's important because we want to make sure that we are avoiding the FUTA tax credit. We want to make sure that that stays on, because if it goes away, employers would be paying an extra $21 per head this year and $42 next year. So very important that we get back into the black and out of a negative balance on the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. We also make several policy enhancements in the bill, including making permanent many of the temporary measures that worked very well during the pandemic. And so with that, I urge your support of Senate Bill 234 as amended.
Further discussion, Senator Rankin?
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to add a couple of comments. What's been discussed all year is the amount. Is 600 the right number, or is $1 billion, which is actually the debt, the right number? And another billion if you want to, guarantee long-term solvency. So I think we're all aware. I mean, the good Senator from Loveland has had a bill on the ballot or on the agenda since the first of the year for a full $1 billion. So the debate has really been, what does it take? And so our latest projections are this 600 is an adequate number with some risk to get us to solvency and avoid the extra payments in November. So I think, therefore, it's a good bill. There are some provisions to mitigate the risk, which we can talk about, but in general, what we've done here is settle on this number as a number that can reach solvency and have some risk mitigation along the way.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 234. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 234, one bill.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 234, one bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 234 will be laid over one bill. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 187.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and bring up Senate Bill 187. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 187 will be brought up. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 187?
Senate Bill 187, Senator Danielson, Representatives Cutter and Lindsay, concerning state assistance to programs that assist in attempting to locate persons who wandered, in connection therewith restructuring a grant program that assists local governments on their designee or their designees locating persons with medical conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, autism, brain injury, or developmental, cognitive, neurological, or chromosomal disorders that may cause them to wander.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 187 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee attached the necessary funds to start the program up and fund the grant program just a little bit.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the title is so lengthy, sorry about that, I don't feel like we need to spend a lot of time describing the bill, except to say that it is a step forward to helping people who are at risk of wandering by an opt-in system that will help law enforcement track them down if they do go missing. It's pretty simple and straightforward. I hope you'll join me in supporting this community and passing the bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 187? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 187. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 187 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 234?
Senate Bill 234, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Ortiz and Snyder, concerning unemployment compensation.
Senator Rankin, will you please move your bill? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 234.
Wonderful. Further discussion on Senate Bill 234. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a few issues with this bill. So at the beginning of the year, actually late last year, we heard in the Legislative Audit Committee about how bad things had really become with the unemployment trust fund. We'd seen it for a couple of years go from $1 billion worth of savings. That savings evaporated during the time of COVID and the government shutdown. So that not only did the savings evaporate, but we borrowed to the hilt. We borrowed another $1 billion from the federal government. One of the things that this bill attempts to do is to shore up at least part of the decline that we've seen in the UITF. One of the comments from the sponsor in introducing this bill is making sure that the UITF is solvent. And it certainly goes a long ways, and it's a decent start on that effort. One of the issues that this bill has, sort of speaking broadly, is that there's a massive increase in new benefits. We are offering new benefits to more people. We are expanding the amount of benefits, the amount of paycheck, or the amount of compensation, unemployment compensation that people will get. All of these things ultimately will land on the backs of employers and make Colorado a less friendly place to do business. Before I get into looking at some of the details and some ideas to remedy this bill, I think I'm going to start from a place to look at who was behind this idea originally and who should be behind it. Honestly, the folks who need to be behind this bill, who you would think would be huge supporters of this bill, is the folks that this bill attempts to give them some rescue, specifically small business. This bill, as presented, adds about $600 million out of one-time ARPA money and pays back and use that to set up a fund that ultimately will be used to pay back a portion of what the state owes the feds. You would think that a $600 million dedication of money to relieve small business of burdens that they might carry would be a welcome benefit. You would think that the small businesses would be jumping up and down and supporting this bill. In fact, NFIB, the largest federation of small businesses out there, does not support this bill as is for a number of reasons, and we'll walk through some of those issues right now. I have some solutions that can make this bill work. Let's walk through a few of the issues, and I think the best place. I'm going to stay broad at first, and then we'll get into some of the details. So one of the problems with this bill is the way that it expands the number of people who will be on unemployment and discourages them from going back to work. One of the provisions changes what has been the long-term standard, which is that 25% of the prior base period of wages is the differential that someone would make if they were working part-time and then earning some additional funds. This bill proposes to raise that to 50%. Ultimately, small businesses said this part of the bill will discourage people from going back to work. At a time when worker shortages are through the roof, this provision makes it even harder on employers, and it makes it even harder on the state of Colorado to recover. A quick example of this is today, an individual with an average weekly wage during that base period of, say, $1,000. Let's say that they lost that job and were able to take a part-time job making $500. This bill would make up that difference, the other $500, by paying them unemployment benefits. So that employee all of a sudden was working full-time, making $1,000 a week. All of a sudden, this new program is paying them $1,000 a week, and they only have to work part-time. So who wouldn't stay home half-time since you're making the same amount of money anyway? So what this bill does is it expands the benefits, discourages people from going back to work, and certainly it's a great benefit. If you happen to be a full-time worker looking for full-time work, this kind of helps pay the bills during that time, but at the same time, you've got to admit it's going to dissuade many people from going back to long-term employment. One of the other areas that this bill expands benefits is that it changes the waiting period. So ultimately, what this bill will do, once we hit a certain trigger, is change the way that employees will be eligible for unemployment. Currently, there's a 1-week wait. So if you become unemployed, this is not exactly right, but just generally speaking, you've got to wait a week before you go on unemployment. This bill changes that and makes it so that you get your unemployment day one. So again, this is going to increase the likelihood, it's going to increase the amount of money that the state pays out in unemployment. It will increase the likelihood that people, if you are working for an employer and you wake up and you're like, yeah, I'm tired of going to work every day. I'm tired of getting out of bed and doing all this hard work. If I quit today, tomorrow I can get unemployment. So there's without missing a beat. So that's going to expand the number of people on unemployment. So on top of the discouragement from returning to work benefit that I mentioned a few minutes ago, ultimately it's going to put more people on unemployment. Just walking through some of the details in the bill. So I'm gonna go through a number of questions and maybe take a break from time to time to see if the sponsors want to respond to some of these. So the NFIB and some other small business groups came to me with a list of, hey, we don't understand this piece of the bill. We think there's unintended consequences. So another expansion, if you look in the bill, is that it expands the definition of who is eligible to get unemployment. And perhaps the most obvious one to those who read it, but buried deep in the words, is all of a sudden the people who can get unemployment include eligible individuals are now defined as individuals regardless of their immigration status. So all of a sudden we are opening the benefits of unemployment to folks who are undocumented. And as a matter of fact, it would even include individuals who've been adjudicated and waiting to be deported, even those individuals who are not permitted to work in the United States. So all of a sudden we're allowing undocumented folks where it's illegal for them to take a job. All of a sudden those people are going to start taking money out of the unemployment trust fund. So what does that mean for your neighbor, your constituents? That means there's less money for those day-to-day folks who simply are falling on bad times and need unemployment. So that's a dangerous part of this bill and another expansion of benefits. There is another section of the bill that in order to claim the benefits, one of the things you simply have to do is show a pay stub. Obviously, pay stubs are one of the easiest things to produce counterfeit pay stubs. And all of a sudden, if that's the method that you have to present in order to get that pay, we should certainly tighten up the language on what is necessary to show. I know one of the amendments, and I haven't had a chance to work my way through the language, the first amendment we ran today touched on a couple of these things, but I'm concerned that we need to make sure that before we pay out money, that those folks truly are eligible. They're presenting us with real verifiable documents proving that they are eligible, that they are who they say they are, that they have in fact paid into the system as they have supposedly done. A little further down in this, under 873 and 116, we're adding a section that says a third-party administrator is the one who is going to determine who is eligible and make payments according to that process. The interesting thing about this process that we're setting up with this third-party administrator is there's no described appeal process. So if someone's denied benefits and they truly deserve benefits, there needs to be an appeal process to make sure that that third-party administrator is paying those who really deserve to get paid. Further down, if you look at part of the funding from this can now come from gifts, grants, and donations. Now, this is one of those things that we frequently see in some new programs that we're setting up, but it's interesting the way that this new fund is going to be funded with things like donations. It's interesting to sort of look forward. So how are those funds going to be separated from the funds that we put in as a state? Is there going to be interest on those amounts? Are they going to be separated? Will private funders, will folks who donate money be able to limit the use of the funds provided? A little further down in the bill, it gets into asking, I believe at CDLE, we are asking them to solicit gifts. That's something that's a little, I'm not aware within statute that CDLE is going out, and this says the department may continue to solicit and accept gifts, grants, donations. So we're asking them to go out and solicit donations as a government department. Further down, as we're looking at the section 3A, target population. One of the questions that this section raises is how we're going to deal when an employer pays something less than the total amount due. U.S. Department of Labor requires that the funds first be applied to the state UI trust fund balance unless there are clear directions otherwise. So this bill is not clear how it's going to be sorted out, and ultimately, how are those funds going to be considered perhaps as contributions into the UI trust fund for federal purposes. In the section below that, as we get into section 3B and talk about compensation, the language is different in this section as we look at what the federal regulations are for compensation. So I'm concerned that all of a sudden we're going to have, if this bill passes, without correcting these errors, that we're going to be in conflict with federal rules on unemployment. One of the other methods that we're going to do to expand the number of people who are going to be on the government take, who are going to be accepting unemployment, is we're actually going to go out there and begin providing outreach to make sure unemployed individuals who may not be signed up, we're going to go out and start recruiting folks who aren't getting benefits. So we're going to, go in, I don't know what it might look like, but this is a new thing within CDLE, trying to do this outreach, making sure that those payments are made. One of the other, I don't know if this was a Valley girl who came up with this language, but there's in 5A, there's a language that says this third-party administrator shall pay each eligible individual who is totally unemployed. Now, I'm not sure, totally unemployed, does that mean that they are not working at all? Does that mean that they aren't, because it's interesting, because if they're only working part-time, they should be eligible for some unemployment, and yet we've added this new term called totally unemployed. So I think that language needs to be tightened up. We also take a look at the average wage as determined from earnings data provided to the third-party administrator. So one of the things that makes this part of the bill impossible to execute is the fact that the third-party administrator doesn't get this data on a day-to-day basis nor a week-to-week basis. Employers file their unemployment either on a monthly or quarterly and sometimes annual basis. So all of a sudden, what's most typical, things like a quarterly wage report, it's going to be almost impossible for them to determine what that average weekly wage was without additional, one, because of the delay, and then two, because we haven't taken a look at how many weeks that person worked for that employer during that quarter when we determine that average, so that they can determine that average wage. There's a similar section in section 5C where we talk about the eligible individual's period of unemployment. It's unclear to me as I try to read that section, are we referring to the period of unemployment, is that referring to the 52-week benefit year, or is it referring just to that individual so long as that individual claims that they're unemployed? There's not really any definition provided there. Moving on to 7A, we're looking at looking at how we're changing the language on how that third-party administrator, when things kick in for that third-party administrator, must be greater than or equal to $500,000. One of the interesting things is that folks who may disagree with the interpretation may all of a sudden begin to file class action claims asking for those benefits to be paid during the period when that funding is suspended. And finally, down to section 8-77-109, taking a look at this new method that we're having around this $15 million. So it's not clear to me from the fiscal note, nor have I heard explanation. So this bill has made its way through the process rather quickly. We didn't have a broad public hearing to work out the details. Instead, it was introduced during the closing days of this session, rushed through appropriations, and we really have not had a chance for the public to speak into it. But one of the other interesting things is that I think that we have sped this so quickly through the process that I think that this particular section may violate interpretations from the U.S. Department of Labor. Specifically, Section 3304 of the Internal Revenue Code seems to be in conflict with this Section 2A. So one of the things that I'm hoping to give you a glimpse of is there are a whole lot of detailed problems that I think we could probably fix if we gave this bill a little bit of sunshine and had a chance to meet with the stakeholders and raise all of these tax and real and practical implications. The bill was written, as far as I can tell, in a back room with a bunch of policy wonks, and it really wasn't brought before the business community. So I would ask that we spend a little time and get this bill right. I have a few suggestions with how we might do this. So let's start. I'm going to try to fix a few of these issues via amendment to see if we might be able to get there.
There's a totally rad amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L002?
L002 by Senator Woodward, amendment to Bill.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002.
To the amendment.
One of the pieces that we talked about that expands benefits that I'm not sure the public and that the business community would totally, is that we're expanding this to a whole new population of folks. Specifically, you'll see that there's a section that says the bill currently reads that we're going to open up unemployment to an eligible person regardless of their immigration status. This amendment strikes that language about regardless of the immigration status and instead changes to something that simply says while lawfully present in the United States.
Further discussion on L002. Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members. I don't think it surprised you to hear that I would like you to reject L002. This is one of the key portions of the bill because what we found during the pandemic is that we had thousands of workers who are here in Colorado. They do not have formalized immigration status, but they are receiving W-2s. They are having insurance premiums paid into this fund on their behalf, but had no way to get the benefits for which had been paid into the UITF. Now, that doesn't make sense on two different levels. You've had premiums paid for you, but you can't get the benefits. It also doesn't make sense for the Colorado economy because the entire point of UITF is to help workers when they are fired, when they lose their jobs. You don't get unemployment payments if you quit. This is for when you are fired, when you're involuntarily severed from a job. And so this amendment would be a huge problem because you've got money being paid into the system that those workers then would have no way to access. That's what we're trying to permanently address with Senate Bill 234. And to stand here and say, let's ignore these people, let's pretend they aren't in the state, that's terrible for the economy, and it's terrible on a human level. The suffering that that would create is tremendous. This would be a terrible step for this bill. Please do not support L002.
Further discussion, Senator Rankin.
Well, I will say it's a relatively small impact on the total fund. It's like at maximum $10 million out of billions. So, it literally is supporting folks who we know paid into the system, documented W-2s. So, given its small impact and the fairness issue, I don't think we can make an argument that legal residents should benefit from these extra payments.
Further discussion, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that we just heard is that unemployment benefits are only for folks who are perhaps fired, let go, lose their job, laid off, and that it's not for when you quit. If you ask any employer who's been around the last 2 years, in fact, unemployment is paid to everyone, whether you quit or not, whether you voluntarily quit, whether you move out of the state, whether you move out of town. If you quit, you automatically get unemployment benefits. That's the way it's been during the entire COVID crisis, and I don't know when that's going to end. For now, it's been continuing, and until I see proof that that's not the policy, in fact, this is the way it works today, is that you quit your job, you are eligible for unemployment. And that's why we're in such a bind. CDLE has been challenged, and there's been an uproar because over and over again, folks have gone to CDLE hearings and unemployment hearings and proven their employees either were fired for cause, they quit voluntarily, and for a time they were prohibited from getting unemployment insurance. And then CDLE changes its mind and sends every employer a form letter that says, hey, we have decided, even though the employee was discharged perhaps for cause, perhaps voluntarily, we are going to start paying them unemployment. And if you challenge us, if you don't challenge us, we won't hit your fee. But if you do challenge us, we are going to hit your fee and you're going to pay a higher rate. So number one, I think that's disingenuous to the way that things actually have been happening in the last 2 years. Number two, as I'm trying to get an idea for what the bill sponsors are trying to do here, other than perhaps a political message, and that is trying to understand, one of the things, the way this idea was introduced to me is, there's these undocumented workers who find a job, let's say working at their local Walmart, they collect a check, maybe they're working in construction, they collect a check for month after month, year after year, pay into the system, find themselves unemployed, and suddenly they can't get a paycheck. My question is practically speaking, that's not the case. Most, if not every employee has to go through a process, through something like E-Verify, where the federal government has to say, yes, this person is legal to be employed. And although there's a couple-week gap that the employer would let you go out and continue to pay a person while we're waiting on those government entities to prove, you're really looking at an employee who might collect 1 or 2 paychecks before the employer finds out that it's illegal to employ that person. So that employee has had 1% of their wages for a couple of weeks paid into this fund. There's not a lot of money there, practically speaking. It's not going to end all suffering, as we heard a few minutes ago. It's not going to provide for families. Unless I'm missing something in that there's millions of dollars paid in on behalf of these people, I just don't see that we're truly paying out the portion that they paid in. Instead, I think what we're doing is we're, for those employees who might qualify under the current rules about regardless of immigration status, I think that what we're doing by this particular sentence is we are opening up to those people to take money out of the UITF from the rest of the folks who are lawfully here and lawfully working here in the state of Colorado. So hope to get a couple answers on that.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me just be crystal clear on eligibility. It's not somebody who's fired for cause. They can't get unemployment benefits. It's not somebody who quits. They can't get unemployment benefits. It's someone who is laid off. It's someone who is involuntarily severed, to use the technical term. So I just want to be very clear about that. That's what unemployment insurance is for. It's for that situation. Now, to the matter at hand with L002, let me also be crystal clear. Millions of dollars are being paid into the system by the employers of undocumented workers. There are thousands of such workers in Colorado, and millions of dollars are being paid in on their behalf. And if we don't adopt this bill, we have no legal way for them to be able to get the benefits for which they have already put money into the system. So there's just a basic fairness of you put money in for insurance premiums, you should be able to collect on those insurance products when you meet the eligibility requirement. And that's what we've set up with this bill. And to be clear, it doesn't touch the main part of UITF, the actual trust fund. This is a separate conduit that we've set up with appropriate controls in place. So L2 would be a huge mistake. It would be taking us back to a much more difficult time for these thousands of families that are here in Colorado. I understand there's a big difference between the two parties on how we handle undocumented immigrants. I know that. Everybody listening knows that. But this is a question of basic fairness and basic humanity. And L2 would violate both of those tenets. Please vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 2. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President Pro Tem, Madam Chair. I wish it were as black and white as just described. It's a little bit more complicated. It's challenging because technically these are individuals who are not employable. And the reality is many employers are working through the process of E-Verify or the various steps that you are required as an employer to take to make sure someone is truly employable. And individuals, and it's a small number of people in the broader economy, and it is challenging for them, but the point I'm trying to make is this is just not stark black and white. There is a gray area here that is truly complicated, and I think there's room for at least, if you reject L002 and this particular argument, there needs to be some sort of accommodation, some sort of acknowledgement of this challenge, this gray space that has existed. And it's compounded by the fact that the process, the reality, what's practically happening matters far more than what we wish were happening or what we would like to have happening. The reality is people being fired for cause or being paid unemployment. That is just what is happening now and has been since the pandemic first struck. So there's challenges in that. I get the opposition, I get the consternation around L002, but at the same time I want to call out and acknowledge there is a challenge here, there's a gray space, there is a policy difficulty that does need to be addressed. I don't think the bill does it well. The bill sponsors are telling you the amendment does it well. I could probably stipulate to both of those arguments, but we need to do something different, and the bill does not do it properly. Therefore, I support L002.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one other bit of information. I've just received the latest estimate that $188 million over the last 10 years has been paid into the UITF on behalf of this category of workers in the state. So nearly $200 million. And we currently have no method, no pathway for them to receive benefits when they would otherwise be eligible. That's a big mistake for the state. It leads to many additional problems when that is taken away. So please reject L002.
The motion before the body at 5:15. Oh, we have further discussion. Senator Woodward, please.
Thank you, Madam President. You know,
Chair, is totally cool.
totally cool. Totally. You know, so I hope that. So today we're in seconds. This is a chance for us to discuss and make sure that everybody understands kind of what we're looking at, what we're voting on. Perhaps we'll see some corrections and technical corrections before we hit into tomorrow. I will be bringing back, so between now and then, I hope to enlighten the sponsors to let them know, in fact, that unemployment benefits are today and for the last couple of years being paid to employees, even if they've been fired for cause and even if they've quit voluntarily. That shouldn't be the purpose of unemployment, and yet that's the policy we're living in. So with that, I will stop debate on this particular issue and look for a vote and look to hear ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L002 to Senate Bill 234. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L002 is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rolled off a whole bunch of concerns that the NFIB had, and before I dig into some of the technical amendments and fixes, I thought it could speed things up if the sponsors had anything they wanted to say, because they may in fact prevent us from running some of these amendments. So I'd love to hear your response to some of those.
Senator Hansen.
Well, Madam Chair, I will take the good senator up on that invitation. Happy to do so if we might be able to avoid some additional amendments. So I took some notes as you were presenting your opening remarks on the bill. I want to start with the phrase that you used, on the government take. Did everybody catch that? On the government take. Folks, we're talking about an unemployment insurance program. It's an insurance program. You pay premiums in, and when you're eligible for benefits, you get paid out. It's like I got in a car wreck, and I paid my car insurance, and I got benefits from that insurance product. That's what we're talking about here. So I beg us all to avoid such phrases as on the government take. Does not apply to this particular subject. The first characterization of the bill was that we are doing a massive expansion of benefits. I use massive in quotes, expansion of benefits. So over the past 26, 27 months, we've paid out about $2.5 billion in UITF claims. In one of the most severe economic situations the state has ever faced. It was a spike, it was a change so rapid, so intense, and it led to very high amounts of claims on this insurance product. And yet the claim here is that this bill is somehow a massive expansion of benefits. When we do things like go from 25 to 50% on the part-time salary allowed, which worked very well during the pandemic. And I want to go back to my opening remarks, because the changes we're making here are things that we tried out on a temporary basis that led to very positive outcomes. That's what we're asking to codify with this bill. The waiting period issue, we brought it down because we know how severe it is for families when they have to wait an extra week to get the benefits to which they're entitled. And we had a significant improvement in the verification system that the state runs, and therefore a shorter waiting period is appropriate. Can you imagine being unemployed with $0 coming in and having to wait because of a statutory waiting period for no other reason than that's what's in statute, even though you can verify all of your data? Why would we continue to do that? It didn't work well before the pandemic, it didn't work well during the pandemic, and now we have a chance to make that change and improve the system. We're doing the same thing on the undocumented worker issue. And keep in mind that we have a broad coalition supporting this bill. Chamber groups like the Denver Metro Chamber, the State Chamber, worker advocates that are more on the left side of the spectrum. It's a broad coalition that supports this because it's the two things we need right now. The ability to get solvency back on a strong footing with the $600 million transfer payment, and make permanent those reforms that on a temporary basis during the pandemic worked exceptionally well. This is not about somebody on the government take. This is about ensuring we have a solvent, functional unemployment insurance fund. That's what we're trying to accomplish with 234.
Further discussion, Senator Woodward, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that I just heard, I was hoping that we would get some answers to some of the questions that small business has been asking me for the last number of hours since this bill was dropped, and I didn't hear many, and certainly not enough to prevent some conversation around some amendments that might make the bill a little bit better. So hold on. One of the things that was mentioned is that the temporary increase that we've seen, increasing the weekly benefit from 25 to 50%, has worked very well during the pandemic, and that delaying, removing the delay of a week will be helpful. It's clear that, in fact, during the pandemic, some of the changes that we made were not helpful to the state. As a matter of fact, we saw untold amounts of fraud going through the state. We saw delays. You know, if we only had to wait a week for the state CDLE and the unemployment to get back to us, to our constituents, to help them through the unemployment process, boy, that would be great. But in fact, there's so many other delays as we're trying to fight fraud on the one hand, trying to verify data on the other hand. That 1 week delay is going to be there whether we like it or not. What it will affect, though, is it will increase by a large percentage the amount of money that we pay out. One of those pieces that has not clearly worked well is the expansion of the benefit from 25% going up to 50%. That has clearly proven to be a disincentive for folks to get back to work. During the latter part of last year, we saw a record number of people on unemployment, despite the fact that we had a large number of jobs available. That has begun to dissipate a little bit as unemployment benefits have expired, but it clearly didn't work well. I would like to correct that piece, because I do think that would not only avoid discouraging people from going back to work, but I think it would be a reduced burden on small business and employers in the future. So with that, using the words of the great senator, I hope that an amendment falls from the sky.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 6?
Amendment L06, Senator Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Without poking your way to page 4, line 19 through 27, this basically leaves the bill as it is today, strikes a bunch of language that changes the benefit from what's in statute now that says 25% and raises it to 50. By striking that language, it just leaves it at the 25% that we have in statute today.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think the premise of this amendment is that somehow a higher threshold discourages people from going back and getting full-time employment. But let's collectively take a look at the data over the last 20 months. Where is Colorado unemployment rate right now? It's below, I emphasize, below where we were in January of 2020. There are more people employed now than before the pandemic even started. So if the premise of the amendment is correct, and this temporary change we had during the pandemic suddenly led to a bunch of lazy people on the couch, why do we have lower unemployment now than we had in January of 2020? That has a logical fallacy to it. And what we know is that going to 50% and allowing more flexibility for individual workers while they're collecting benefits gives them a ramp back to full employment. That's the whole idea, folks. That's why we have a UITF to begin with, is to give people a ramp and the resources they need to get back on their feet and get full-time employment. And it's worked very well, as can be seen in the current unemployment figures in the state of Colorado. We're doing better because of these changes that we had over the last couple of years, and the data proves it. Please reject L6.
Senator Lundin to the amendment.
Madam President Pro Tem, Madam Chair, I rise in support of Amendment L006. Previous speaker asked a very direct and simple question. Why is the unemployment rate lower? Why are people working more now? And the answer is because you got to work 2 jobs to keep up with Joe Biden's 8.5% inflation rate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion on L006. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a conversation with small business to find out what would it take to make this bill something that they could live with. And ultimately, there's some pieces of this bill that are very good, and I'd love to work with the bill sponsors and eliminate those sections of the bill that really are the biggest heartache for small business. So with that, I will provide you with an amendment.
There is the much anticipated amendment at the desk. That is L008, and will the clerk please read it?
Amendment L008, Senator Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those at home, this bill simply strikes sections 3, 4, 5, and 10. Without sections 3, 4, 5, and 10, small business has indicated that this bill would be a welcome change and a welcome rescue plan for them, and they would very much appreciate all of us seriously considering this. This would be a help to small business, get the unemployment trust fund back on good footing, and ultimately get us on the road to recovery. So I hope that you will support L008.
Is there further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just quickly, 3, 4, 5, and 10 are exactly the policies we've just been talking about, the temporary things that were working well that we would like to codify through Senate Bill 234. So obviously, I think it would be a big mistake to accept L008. But what we just heard from the amendment sponsor is that small business would like the money, but doesn't want to make any improvements to the program. I suppose that's, I'll take the check, please, and no responsibility to go with it, I guess. But these sections 3, 4, 5, and 10, very important. And I just want to put this all in context. We're talking about making a $600 million transfer into a system that is a multi-billion-dollar system. And 3, 4, 5, and 10 are things that move the total benefits by several $1 million. So let's please put this into context. We think the undocumented worker issue is somewhere between $10 and $12 million per year, again, in a multi-billion-dollar trust fund that will build up over time. So I don't think it makes sense, obviously, to strip out these important changes we want to make. So please vote no on L008.
Further discussion, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had hoped to just stand down after that comment, but one of the comments that was made is sort of, hey, is small business just coming to the trough to look for free money as a bailout? In fact, the reason we're in the bind that we're in today is not because of choices of small business. It's not because of choices of large business. As a matter of fact, the shutdowns were not the fault of business at all. The shutdowns happened because of what happened here in Colorado on our first floor, what happened from unelected bureaucrats in our counties. So this bill does use some one-time money to begin to refill the coffers and pay off some debt because of some government choices that put us in the hole. So I think it's wholly accurate and wholly appropriate to ask that small business not be burdened with the entire spending that we've seen the last couple of years. So I think this bill has that part right. So I'd hope for a yes vote on this amendment, and we'll be back soon.
The motion before the body, seeing no further discussion, is the adoption of L008 to Senate Bill 234. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment fails. We are to the bill. Further discussion on Senate Bill 234. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. on the Legislative Audit Committee last fall, we discovered that the state of Colorado had millions and millions of dollars in fraud claims that it had paid out. Again, this was not the fault of business. This was not the fault of employees. This was the fault of our own state government and the departments paying money to people who should not have been paid. We did not have systems in place that could detect this fraud. We did not have people in place that could keep up with the volume of claims that were made. So I think it only appropriate that the state not only take some of that one-time federal money to reboost the state coffers and pay down that debt so that we don't leave this on the backs of small business. But what I think should happen is that the state government, out of general funds, should put money back into this fund to help pay down those federal advances and to make sure that those get paid back. The $600 million that are proposed within the current bill, even with the bonding, that's adequate to pay back the debt unless there's an economic downturn. And as those of us who pay attention to what's happening in national trends see, there is very likely a recession around the corner. If we hit that recession and wages begin to take a hit and unemployment climbs, we will not have enough money to repay the feds. So this additional $73 million would go a long way to making sure that we get that debt repaid.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Move it first.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 3?
Amendment L003.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003.
Let's hear about it. Senator Woodward.
Sure. I explained the problem a moment ago. So this bill takes $73 million, puts it into this fund that can be used to repay the feds. Now, what's important is I paid attention to Senator Hansen over the last couple of months, and one of his concerns is he wants to make sure, as we had some budget conversations, that if we put money into the unemployment trust fund, we got to make sure that we don't violate some of the 10% limits that leave it as an enterprise fund. We don't want to fold this back into the state government, so we made sure that the $73 million is well below the number that would kick us out of the enterprise fund. So I think the $73 million would be that added insurance benefit that could get us to make sure that we have some confidence that even if there's a recession, we'll have enough money to pay down the federal debt that we owe.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since the bill does transfer $600 million, it's ARPA funds, but to a large extent, those are interchangeable with general fund. So I think, good Senator from Loveland, we could consider the 73 being incorporated in the $600 million payment, A. Secondly, to the issue of fraud, some good news. Our neighboring state of Kansas had $2 billion worth of fraud. Our department had $73 million in fraud. Pay attention. Relatively similar states, $2 billion in another state, in Kansas, $73 million in ours. Our department deserves a lot of credit. They implemented new software to help control fraud in the very middle of the payouts. Very risky, it worked. We actually are very, very efficient in detecting fraud relative to all of our surrounding states. So 73 million, what's the difference? Are you suggesting, Senator, it should be $673 million transfer? Because to my way of thinking, the 73 could be considered to be a part of the 600 million. It's all interchangeable with general fund to a large degree.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is hot off the presses, so I apologize, but I'm going to read it for the first time right now. This is from CSI. I literally had it handed to me moments ago. It was just published, and so I'm going to be reading it out loud just to make sure that everybody kind of has an idea what the latest news is. So the CSI research team just released a one-page summary of the background and impacts of Senate Bill 234. There's a deep dive into it, but current baseline. Colorado is one of only 9 states with an unemployment insurance program that's in debt to the federal government. And it has the 6th highest debt among those states. So, no matter how rosy we want to compare ourselves to Kansas, we are a state where every dollar of fraud is too much. 73 million was just scratching the surface. The audit committee knows that that number is going to continue to go up the more that we investigate these things. But the fact that we have $1 billion in debt, we're only one of 9 states right now that has this debt. We've got a long way to go. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves to Kansas next door. Let's look at the whole country. We're one of 9 states. In fact, between 2023 and 2026, Colorado employers will pay $4.2 billion more in state and federal unemployment taxes than they would have at pre-pandemic baseline. So if that's true, Colorado is not in a good state. As a matter of fact, employers, if they took a look at that and see how far we have fallen, this is not nearly the state that it was to do business in a couple of years ago. Total UI taxes are projected to peak in 2024 at $1.64 billion. That's a 135% increase from the 2020 level. The latest estimate of pending costs to employers and the impacts of the proposed transfer of Senate Bill 234 incorporates the most recent state forecast from Ledge Council staff, which also shows a higher UITF fund balance from the December forecast. This bill would trigger lower UI payroll tax rates and suspend the solvency surcharge through 2023. That would save $845 million by 2026. Before 2026, much of that allocation would actually increase the trust fund's resilience against the potential of another economic downturn. With some of that information and recognizing that we have the 6th highest debt in the entire country, I would ask that you consider passing this amendment and let's put some funds back to make sure that we can get that debt repaid.
Motion is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Those have it. L003 is lost. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 234. All those, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 234 to tomorrow.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 234 to tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 234 will be laid over till tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 235?
Senate Bill 235, Senators Rankin and Zenzinger, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning county administration, public assistance programs, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 235 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Zenzinger.
It appropriated the money for the program.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senators Rankin.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an important bill, but maybe more important to the Joint Budget Committee and to our county infrastructure. It may not be all that visible to us as the legislature, but the counties administer a large number of programs, partially federally funded, partially state funded. So there are 64 counties, and they all have varying degrees of staffing and caseload. So going back to Senate Bill 190 in 15, we looked at this very hard and we recognized there were massive error rates in some counties and not in others. So we asked at that time that all the counties undertake a quality improvement program, and they did. Some of them did. And then, we go along, and here we are with the counties requesting, very strongly requesting, something called a workload study. And that would be that they would go out and study the process, whatever that might be, and come up with some kind of a model for funding. But if they all have a slightly different process, and in some cases we know it's error-prone and highly inefficient, then what do we get from this so-called workload study? So we on the JBC were not accepting of just something that came up with how much it cost. So this bill is in two pieces. The first piece is what I would call a reengineering effort, where you actually go look at the process and you try to, as much as possible, make the process common across big counties and little counties. You look at efficiencies, you look at overhead, you look at the automation, all of those issues. And when that study is finished, then you go back and look at a funding model. So that's what this bill is. It's two very discrete steps. One of them we review before we go to the next one. We ensure that we have the best possible process before we start putting funding against that process. Very much in keeping with the Joint Budget Committee's emphasis on evidence-based budgeting, on process improvement, on how well we know whether or not things actually work. So I think as a group we felt pretty strongly that we didn't think we could get to this bill, frankly, because it was a little bit different. We were demanding some work to get to a point that we had a good process before we actually put cost around it. So at least the two of us are proud of this bill as a result of that.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 235. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 235 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 40?
Senate Bill 40, Senator Smallwood, Representatives Will and Montine, concerning actuarial reviews of proposed legislation that may impose a new health benefit, a mandate on health benefit plans.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 40 and the slew of committee reports.
To the Finance Committee reports. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee report, we made a number of changes based on stakeholder feedback and would ask for your aye vote.
Motion for the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriation Committee report. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move that we reject the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion? The motion before the body is to reject the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is rejected. To the bill, Senator Smallwood. There may be an amendment.
Do you mind doing this part?
No, not at all.
What's that?
Well, we're doing a
Will
different.
the clerk please read L 19?
L019 by Senator Smallwood, amend the Finance Committee report.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L019.
To L019. Senator Winter.
This changes the appropriation to $100,000 and adds in gifts, grants, and donations. It also requires that anyone that's doing this work have actuarial ability and is familiar with how to do actuarial studies, and so I encourage a yes vote on L019.
Motion is the adoption of L019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L019 is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 13?
L0.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Amendment 13.
To the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. We just added a little bit of clarifying language in Amendment 13, re-emphasizing that actuarial firms are ones that have experience in analyzing health insurance premiums, and we'd ask for your aye vote on Amendment 13.
Motion is adoption of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L13 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for a yes. I ask for a yes vote on L04 on Senate Bill 40. This bill basically encourages us to do actuarial studies when we start working on health insurance issues, because sometimes the best of intentions increase premiums, and we have to make those policy decisions in the best way possible, understanding the benefits and the cost, and this bill will help us get to that point.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 40. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 40 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee's rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 69 is amended, Senate Bill 70 is amended, Senate Bill 85 is amended, Senate Bill 151 is amended, Senate Bill 161 is amended, Senate Bill 186 is amended, Senate Bill 206 is amended, Senate Bill 207 is amended, Senate Bill 225 as amended, Senate Bill 233 as amended, Senate Bill 187 as amended, Senate Bill 235 as amended, Senate Bill 40 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1317 as amended, House Bill 1285 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 234 as amended, laid over until May 3rd, 2022, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1?
Cow Amendment 1.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you again. This is my love letter to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because it is from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that the people of Colorado are receiving tax refunds. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Fields, Majority Leader Moreno, Donovan, Coleman, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Buckner, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Hansen, Zenzinger, Winter, Pedersen, Bridges, Story, Kolker, Lee, please have the president. With 16 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, that amendment fails. Any other amendments? No. The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 69 is amended. Senate Bill 70 is amended. Senate Bill 85 is amended. Senate Bill 151 is amended. Senate Bill 161 is amended. Senate Bill 186 is amended. Senate Bill 206 is amended. Senate Bill 207 is amended. Senate Bill 225 is amended. Senate Bill 233 is amended. Senate Bill 187 is amended. Senate Bill 235 as amended. Senate Bill 40 is amended. Passed on second reading and order engrossed. Placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1317 is amended. House Bill 1285 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 234 is amended, laid over until May 3rd and retaining its place on the calendar. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 238, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Weissman and Neville, concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years, and in connection therewith reducing the assessment rates for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property in the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential real property and commercial property for 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property to set an amount for 2024, reducing the assessment rates for all residential real property other than multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the property tax administrator to cumulatively with the other provisions of the bill reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reducing the assessment rates for real and personal property that is classified as agricultural or renewable energy production property for 2024 and requiring the state to reimburse local governments, excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in their property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
Message from the House. Appropriations. Message from the House.
Message from the House, May 2nd, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1323, 1375, 1353, 1374, 1410, 1363, 1402, 1406, 1408, 1346, 1389, 1407, 1376, 1063, 1370, 1377, 1321, 1362, 1308, 1392, 1366, 1385, 1251, 1013, 1355, 1383, 1381, 1107, and 1345 amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1051 amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2022 and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 2nd, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Concurrent Resolution 1006 amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1405, 1409, and 1400. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 21 amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 18 and 99.
Message from the Reviser.
May 2nd, 2022, we herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1400, 1405, and 1409 without comment as amended. House Bill 1013, 1051, 1063, 1107, 1251, 1308, 1321, 1323, 1345, 1346, 1353, 1355, 1362, 1363, 1366, 1370, 1374, 1375, 1376, 1377, 1381, 1383, 1385, 1389, 1392, 1402, 1406, 1407, 1408, and 1410 without comment as amended. House Concurrent Resolution 1006 without comment as amended. Senate Bill 21.
The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Winter will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 40 with Senator Smallwood. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
The motion is to, we were just getting started, Majority Leader. The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. What is it? The ayes have it. The balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Announcements. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have an exciting announcement to share with everyone regarding Senate Appropriations Committee. Always much more exciting this time of year. The first exciting thing is that we're going to start at 7:30 tomorrow. Yeah, it's getting real, everybody. We're going to start at 7:30, gavel, and I'm going to share with you the list of bills that we will be considering.
Take notes.
And if you miss one, just let me know. I have this available electronically. Senate Bills 172, 179, and 238. Those are the Senate bills we'll be looking at. On the House bill side, we will have HCR 1003, and then House Bills 1010, 1014, 1042, 1052, 1056, 1091, 1120, 1146, 1215, 1220, 1235, 1260, 1267, 1278, 1284, 1289, 1290, 1304, 1310, 1318, 1320, 1325, 1349, 1352, 1359, 1364, 1382, and we'll be laying over until Wednesday, 1326 and 1390. See everyone bright and early tomorrow morning.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of us who are both on Senate Finance and Senate Appropriations, it's just me, just kidding, whatever, it's all good. Colleagues, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting today at 1:30, oh, haha, just kidding. We'll be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment of this body here, and we will be hearing a number of bills in Senate Finance. We are changing the order of the bills, so heads up. The order of the bills that the Senate Finance Committee will be taking up this evening is as followed. We'll begin with House Bill 1233, the Sunset Continued Regulation of Optometry. Then we'll move to House Bill 1007, House Bill 1012, then House Bill 1159, followed by House Bill 1305, House Bill 1314, and House Bill 1287 has been moved to the bottom of the calendar. If you have any questions, come find us. We will be in the old Supreme Court from 15 minutes from now until whenever.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee will not start at 1:30, 4.5 hours ago. It will be starting at about 6:15. We will be hearing the schedule of the calendars as listed. House Bill 1350, House Bill 1354, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1242, House Bill 1077, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1269, Senate Bill 205, and House Bill 1398. 6:15.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee will be meeting tomorrow, not today, tomorrow, May 3rd at 2 o'clock. We've had bills added to the agenda from the House, so the bills we'll be hearing tomorrow are House Bills 1119, 1367, 1131, 1240, 1386, 1354, 1376, 1383, and 1063. 9 bills. Tomorrow at 2. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will be meeting in 15 minutes, and we have 4 bills that we're going to be hearing, and that's House Bill 1369, House Bill 1122, House Bill 1399, and House Bill 1403 in 15 minutes.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Colker, do you want to announce the conference committee?
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 110 will have conference committee tomorrow, 8:50 in room 354.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 6:30 p.m. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We're just reading bills across the desk.
The motion is to recess until 6:30 p.m. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes overwhelmingly have it. We will recess until 6:30 p.m.